ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kí gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún lè jẹ ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No, Asani kapontu mo iye de bugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Domin Moni, Domin Datti, yo go to phone Bonnie Bucket as your party. And when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Domin Moni, Domin Datti, yo go to phone Bonnie Bucket as your party. Hey, Chuagamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande, hanky jamambale sim. Minyala fija nange jamalengin baratin. On Sahakura ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.
And there it is right there. Shifty Nama. So Shifty Nama, I don't quite know what. Tell me when that particular clip is starting to wear thin, but I seem to enjoy it. So Shifty Nama from our brother from the north. Shifty Nama. So there it is right there. Shifty Nama. So here we go again. Another day, another session. Another day, another dollar. So yes, the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on that if you want to come and join us on the screen. And your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned on the comment section. I think that has died a natural death. So there's all of that. So what are we looking at today? We're going to be spending a lot of time with a particular interview that Yusuf Datti Ahmed had with Charles. I can't pronounce his last name, so I won't attempt it. From Ahmed'S TV. So we're spending some time with that, and then a couple of straggling stories as well. So we'll be spending time with that, and also inviting any and everybody that does turn up to bring us up to speed with what they have been looking at in the politics today. So that's how the session is going to go. And if you feel there's anything missing from the list, put it in the comment section, and then I'll dig it up online, and then we add it to the conversation. So it's going to be a potpourri, a pick and mix sort of a session, but the hub of it is going to be this Ahmed'S TV interview that Yusuf Datti, Yusuf Ahmed, Peter Obi's running mate. I can never get his name right. So the hub of the conversation is going to wrap around that, because that's been generating so many headlines. So rather than pick out the individual headlines that came out of that interview, we'll watch that interview in its totality, and then we'll react to it. It's about half an hour long, so it's quite gripping. So it's not something that will task you. But we've also got other stories to pad that out. Niger governor demands 13% derivation from oil revenue, threatens to shut down Kanji Dam, other national power infrastructure. So there it is right there. So this is the thing, though. And if this storyline had come in under the Buhari administration, they would have signed it off. and they would have been gifting 13% derivation of Nigerian oil to his clansmen in the Niger Republic. Governor Umaru Bago has threatened to shut down the Kanji. Hold on, let me make sure that let me make sure it's fully splashed on the screen. So let me splash it fully on the screen. I know some of you like to read it along, just ignoring my reading. So let me splash it on the screen. Governor Umaru Bago has threatened to shut down the Kanji Dam and other power infrastructures. Let's do that again. Governor Umaru Bago has threatened to shut down the Kanji Dam and other power infrastructure supplied to the Delta region if the federal government does not extend the payment of 13% derivation fund enjoyed by all producing states to Niger. We will take the federal government, federal government to, this is Niger Republic, isn't it? Or am I misreading that? Even if it's Nigeria, because when I saw the headline, actually, my thoughts leapt to Niger Republic, but let's see. Governor Umaru Bago has threatened to shut down the Kanji Dam and other power infrastructure supplied to the Delta region if the federal government does not extend the payment of 13% derivation fund enjoyed by all producing states to Niger. We will take the federal government to the Supreme Court unless the 13% derivation from our land, water, air, grass, and other and everything given to us is paid. We need 13% derivation for water supplied to the Delta. Our people are ravaged and displaced year in, year out because of the flow of water from the Niger to the Delta, stated the Niger governor on Monday whilst receiving the federal commissioner of the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, Tijani Aliyu, in Mina. So it's not Niger Republic, apologies, but the story still stands. Apart from Kanji, the hydroelectric power assets in Zungeru and Shiroro, both in Niger State, have also served the entire country for decades. The dams also help control floods that could ravage the Delta region, especially during the annual rainy season. Mr. Bago also said the federal government will pay Niger State 1 trillion naira in the next 3 months for hydrocarbon exchange. They must. We have provided this country with hydropower for a long time. Nobody is compensating us. So I was going to disregard and mock this, but is there some veracity to it? Because if they are saying that because that Niger Dam or that Kanji Dam is as of strategic important national value as the oil in the Delta. So is there an argument that this guy is making? The governor, who said the state had been neglected and marginalized for too long, also demanded compensation from the Abuja Electricity Distribution Company and the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. Abuja Electricity Distribution Company must pay us. They have consumed from Niger State Hydrocarbon Exchange, and the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation must pay us, the northern governor said. We have woken up. We can never, ever tolerate being neglected or abandoned again. The only way we can ensure that the federal government needs us, the only way that we can ensure that the federal government needs us is to shut down the hydro dams unless we are paid. So I would like to see him try that. So that is the Niger State governor then wanting them to be part of that 13% derivation. But is there an argument being made there? That's the question. So is there an argument being made there? Nigerian Petroleum Company, NNPCL, reacts to failure to remit $15 billion of revenue in Federation account. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has denied reports that it failed to remit $15 billion in all revenue accrued to the Federation's account. The Chief Corporate Communications Officer of NNPCL, Olufemi Shodeye, made this statement in response to the 2021 report by the Nigeria Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. The 2021 report had alleged that NNPCL failed to remit $15 billion to the Federation account, leading to a lawsuit by the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration for failing to probe the missing fund. NNPCL claimed that as of May the 31st, 2023, the subsidy bill had risen to 3.7 trillion naira. The company also stated that the receivables due to the Federation to NNPC Exploration and Production Limited as of May the 31st, 2023, amounted to $712 million for revenues that were not remitted but paid into the Federation account. So they go on to make excuses, which is all locked up in technicalities. So all locked up in technicalities. And then there's the continuing back and forth between Aliko Dangote and Rabiu Kwakwan. So let's have a little bit of that. Dangote, BAU trade wars over illegal FX deals. So this is the thing now. Between these two guys, hopefully there'll be some sort of a revelation that comes out. Recently, Dangote Industry Limited, the parent company of Dangote Cement, claimed BAU Group, the parent company of BAU Cement, allegedly accused it of being involved in illegal FX deals. According to a report, according to a Punch report, some online news platforms reported that the special investigator Jim Obaze, appointed by President Bola Tinubu to look into the CBN's operations under the leadership of former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele, was probing the company for alleged illegal forex deals and money laundering. Dangote had denied the allegation, claiming that the BAU Group was spreading inaccurate and detrimental information about the company's image and reputation, and giving a fresh twist to an assertion that did not sail through in 2016. The group had also called on all relevant agencies to investigate its FX transactions in the past 10 years and make public any infractions discovered. In a statement accredited to Dangote Group, the company said, Dangote Group recalled that the spurious and false stories were started in 2016 and published in both Business Day and Leadership newspapers, and accused the authors of the report of rejigging it to make it appear as authentic and a new development. It is saddening to note that this publication of Monday, March the 14th, 2016, in Business Day and the Leadership newspaper, where the author had alleged that about $3 billion foreign exchange source from the CBN were diverted to other Dangote companies outside Nigeria, a practice that encouraged round stripping and effect money laundering since there is no proper documentation. Dangote Group said further that the two newspapers Dangote Group said further that the two newspapers that were misguided into publishing the allegations as an advertorial have since publicly apologized to their management in writing, as well as retracted the advertorial in its entirety in their respective publications, adding that Business Day and Leadership newspaper admitted that Massa's BAU Nigeria Limited sponsored the advertorial. Dangote Group stated that its foreign currencies needed for its projects were sourced from so it goes on then to tell us how they source their money, but that back and forth now between Dangote and BAU still very much in play. So let's come to this bit now. This is really where I was hoping.
Aspiring to be elected.
So we come to this one as we let in the people already present, because this is probably going to be a long and swinging one. So let's listen to this. Still plenty of room on the panel, by the way. Anyone that wants to hop on. But this is an explosive interview that Yusuf Datti had with Arise TV. So let's watch it. So Ajale Koko is with us, Larry joins us, and the majestic King Emeka, he's also here as well. So anybody that wants to hop on as we listen to Charles interview Datti.
Elected leaders are common in Nigeria, but the kind of depth of feeling we saw across this country, particularly amongst the youth over the failed bid by the Labour Party's Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed in the 2023 presidential election, is rare. Some of their supporters were almost hysterical after the Electoral Commission INEC declared the APC candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu the winner, a declaration that has now been affirmed by both the Elections Petitions Tribunal and the Supreme Court. For those obedience, as they are known, Mr. Tinubu's victory signified an absolute power trip by the ruling APC party and a broken electoral and judicial system. So for them, the heart has gone out of Nigerian politics, and all they can ultimately hope for as they look towards the next election in 2027 is a change in the way governance and elections are conducted in Nigeria.
This judgment amounts to a breach of confidence of Nigerians have in our judiciary. To that extent, it is a show of unreasonable force against the very Nigerian people from whom the power of the Constitution drives. INEC displayed incompetence in the conduct of its statutory duties. The judiciary has. Our mission has been more about anchoring a new Nigeria, and it remains unchanged.
Peter be there. So will the politicians in power pay any attention to these loud calls for reform? Well, for more on this, I'm joined now in the studio by the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Pleasure and duty, Charles.
Really nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Now, a fairly determined speech there by Peter Obi today. What was the point of it?
That the judgment eventually and ultimately from the Supreme Court stands accepted, largely because we can't do anything about it. We reject it, we disagree with it, and we cannot accept it, but it stands accepted because there is nothing we can do. That is the end of the road for Excellency Peter Obi and myself as candidates. But I think as this interview progresses, I will be able to tell you another point of view. And if I may just begin now, I'm not here to tell Nigerians that oil was discovered and we forgot about agriculture, or that there is unemployment leading to insecurity. I'm here to, for the sake of my country, say things that matter. I'm not here to regurgitate. I'm here to rescue Nigeria.
Well, let's move methodically in that regard, because before the swearing in of President Tinubu on May the 29th, I mean, to give this a bit of historical context, you were emphatic and clear and almost urgent in your call for Mr. Tinubu not to be sworn in. What were your fears and concerns? Because he's obviously been sworn in and the world hasn't come to an end, has it?
Nigeria may come to an end if the world doesn't come to an end. But very valid question. I feared for Tinubu.
Just to say, I've already watched this interview, so I'm rewatching it in your company. A lot of very subversive things were said by this guy in the course of this. So listen out for that.
Himself, for himself, from himself. I feared for the reputation of Nigeria. You see, the international profile of global leaders has risen astronomically, to the extent that royals even discipline their own. Look at the profiles of gentlemen like Xi Jinping of China, all across the world. All of a sudden, we were faced with the dilemma of having to present to the world who our own president to be was. And I was one of those who knew that the answers were not good. The whole country will be put to shame. The last time I spoke, I nearly brought Tinubu's ambition to a screeching halt. This is evident by the events that followed immediately afterwards. One minister wrote the DSS on his company stationery. I don't know how that is possible. And another minister, skipped ECOWAS, skipped AU, and went all the way to Washington to report me. And Nobel laureate, a very, very senior citizen, inviting me to a national debate. And I'm not that smart enough, even though my dear good friend Chimamanda acted on my behalf. And then DSS coming out a week later, under duress, of course, you could see, to do the bidding of that minister. This shows they were scared. My simple point was that no constitution or any part thereof shall be breached in order to install a president. And if that is done, that presidency will remain unconstitutional. And I remain on this point. I pointedly say he must not be sworn in. They have gone ahead to do it. It is not the first time. Out of 16 heads of state stroke presidents of Nigeria, 9 were not elected. 7 were, out of that 7, 1 still remains challenged, Alhaji Tinubu. Challenged. And that is because of the constitutional breach. Now, my attitude from day one was that based on experiences, let's forget anything electoral. I know the system deeply. My boss, Obi, knows the system deeply. Let's go for the constitutional point. Yes, of course, there is that issue of the forfeiture. There is the forgery, but the clearest one we could get was on the FCT point. Now, get that FCT point, get him not sworn in. There are at least 2 other
Oma.
Oh, sorry, I was running commentary and I didn't know I'd muted myself. Sorry, Obedi. Yes, I was just saying, just to pause it for a moment to keep scores, because so that he doesn't run away with himself. So he's mentioned 3 elements. He's spoken about the forfeiture, which are no criminal act was established in that space, and we're still not sure what the criminality is that they are asking that the Constitution acts against. So nothing substantial was presented. So are they inviting then that the Constitution goes on an expedition, a journey of discovery similar to Atiku Abubakar? So there's that. And then he spoke about the forgery, which the school itself did not say that anything was forged. What the school did tell us was that the guy admitted, attended, and graduated with distinction. So there is no flesh there either. So he's now landing on the FCT, which the law has clarified that it cannot be the case, and it is not the case, that the FCT has special status that statuses it higher and above every other Nigerian space. So that was a totality of a nonsense as well. So we continue to listen on, but we keep scores on what this joker is saying.
Constitutional channels while sustaining democracy that we could have followed, but they wouldn't.
Right. Well, in that regard, it must have been another aftershock for you then.
And by the way, this is a home ground interview that that is being granted here, because that Charles Anagolu, very much an obedient, he of course he goes with clan, and Yusuf Datti, Obi's surrogate, Obi's vice president. So it's drinks between friends. This is what is going on. It's drinks between friends. That's the backdrop of this. There's no adversarial sort of element. You know, necessarily for an interview to take place, the presenter, the anchor, has to be somewhat adversarial towards the guest in order to push them out of comfort to establish the facts of the matter. But you would never see any of this here because, like I said, it's a home ground interview. So this guy has made an outlandish comment right there, and Charles, of course, he just glazes over it.
For future, there is the forgery, but the clearest one we could get was on the FCT point. Now get that FCT point, get him not sworn in. There are at least 2 other constitutional channels while sustaining democracy that we could have followed, but they wouldn't.
Right. Well, in that regard, it must have been another aftershock.
Oh, okay. So that was the point. That's the moment that I'm making that point too. So he has said there's a constitutional path that the Supreme Court could have followed, but they didn't, which they did, because the Supreme Court made a pronouncement on the interpretation of that Abuja 25%. It not necessarily, of course, not clearly not the interpretation that Yusuf and his co-travelers wanted to hear, but nevertheless, they made a cogent and a coherent and an interpretation that stands with logic for that space, that Abuja citizens do not have a Nigerianness above any other Nigerian. The famous words of their own Aisha Yesufu. So they clarified that. And that was the moment then that Charles should have pushed him back to say, no, they did clarify. It may not be to your favor, but they did clarify. But he glazed over it, and it serves him another softball.
For you then, because both the Election Petitions Tribunal and the Supreme Court have affirmed President Tinubu's victory. I wonder to what extent that has left you personally, politically shaken and unsure of the ground.
Point of correction.
Talking about.
Point of correction. And this is where I respectfully differ. And it is within my fundamental human rights and constitutional rights to differ. The petition court and the Supreme Court, please quote me on this, did not actually affirm the success of Tinubu's presidency. They upheld the unconstitutionality of that election. And
so this is dangerous grounds. What is that? Not danger for anybody other than himself, but this guy is now entering dangerous grounds now. For you to, I don't know what his credentials are, but for you unilaterally to make the decision that a decision by the Supreme Court is unconstitutional in a matter of this importance, that's dangerous grounds. I suspect that if he wasn't a northerner, he would have gotten the Showore treatment already.
They are happy for it to remain so, and they have the power. Nobody can do anything about it. That is why we said it is an unreasonable show of force. If there was something we could do, we would stop it. but we are law-abiding citizens. That is why I'm here sitting with you today and still complaining. I was not shaken one bit. I will never be shaken by certificate forgery, by forfeited money over narcotics. I will never be shaken by IREV switched off in the middle of the game when they saw us winning. Labour Party won 2023 presidential elections. No doubt about it. They are cheats. They are bullies.
Okay. So that's another moment where the journalistic instincts of Charles should have kicked in. Labour Party won the 2023 elections. There is no doubt about it. So everybody has asked them to prove it. So prove it is not by pronouncement. It's not. I cannot by pronouncement declare myself richer than Elon Musk. I have to show a bank balance that supersedes his. You know, this is where we are. It's just a nonsense. So Labour Party won the elections, no doubt about it. So then show us the walkthrough of how that statement becomes more than an utterance and a statement of fact. But then, of course, Charles lets him gloss, so it just glides through that as well.
And they have taken full advantage of the situation in Nigeria. When you ask me what is the situation in Nigeria, I will go ahead and tell you some fundamental things that say why we are in this situation today. Right. Can I go ahead?
Yeah. But let me ask you this,
yes.
Because you're making the point, the points you're making, obviously, as you said, that it's your right to air your sort of yes. assessment. But we are now unquestionably in the Tinubu era. And he's clearly made some bold moves since he was sworn in on May the 29th. What do you think his presidency has delivered so far?
Disaster. There is nothing bold or special about making appointments. Anybody can make appointments. Any right thing.
I think Tinubu has done a little bit more than that, make appointments. Tinubu has changed the landscape of the Nigerian space within 3-4 months. A lot of sweeping nation rebalancing changes. He has made those decisions. Whether they are good decisions, whether they are bad decisions, that's subject to debate, and that is subject to the future to prove right or wrong. But to say that he has not done anything other than to make appointments, that's just to tell you that this guy is on another trip, a different journey.
Thinking businessman. Any public servant can make appointments. There is nothing. People jump over you, pay money, buy appointments. Most of the appointments you see are
well, that's an allegation we can't substantiate, of course.
Right. So Charles finally reaches into his trousers to find his balls. Unbelievable.
Anyway, what I'm saying, there is nothing about making appointments. You should be talking about the Naira has fallen down to 1,250. You should be speaking about 26 Nigerian soldiers that were killed in neighboring Niger State. Something that has never happened in all Nigerian military missions throughout Africa. Nigerian military are dreaded because they are good, they are professional, yet in our backyard they kill our soldiers under Tinubu. What is bold in having?
So Nigerian soldiers has never been killed in the history of Nigeria until the last few months. And again, he walks away with that.
Having your soldiers being killed. To rub it in, they followed with killing another 8 soldiers. To rub it in, villages, almost on daily basis, that is the news, everywhere in Nigeria.
This is a new phenomenon now, villages being ravaged by bandits, something that has never happened in the history of Nigeria before, and yet Charles continues to let him get away with this.
This man has delivered nothing and is poised to deliver nothing.
Well,
they have not moved an inch Nigeria from consumption and waste to production, and they will not do it. They will not stop the killings and start the healing.
Well,
they will not stop the stealing and start the keeping. And they will not stop slide of Nigeria, and they cannot start the climb.
Well, I mean, the international community, certainly
So that's a rehearsed line right there. They will not stop the killing and stop the killing. So he has practiced that, of course. That's a rehearsed line.
In the international community would beg to differ with your assessment, because I wonder what your reaction is to the latest Fitch international ratings agency, which is hugely respected across the world, and that is the front page of this day newspaper today. Fitch has rated Nigeria's credit worthiness as stable. It's given it a B-. I mean, surely that suggests that international confidence, and it did actually say that, in the Tinubu government is growing. Well, can I just make the point? Even though, in fairness to some of the points that you're making, according to Fitch, that rating is constrained by what they described as weak governance, low non-oil revenue, security challenges, which you talked about, high inflation, low forex reserves, and weakness in the exchange rate framework. Nevertheless, for somebody who just started in office about 5-6 months ago, to have that kind of rating from...
I have a lot to say.
Go ahead. To have that kind of rating is pretty impressive.
Charles, it would have been more productive if you listen to Nigerians on the streets.
So Nigerians on the streets, the Aboki at Mile 2, he is more attuned with international finance and how credit ratings are worked out globally than Fitch, the #1 player in that space. So this is the journey we're about to embark upon with our friend from Mauritania.
More productive if you go into the villages and find out from those whose families are abducted. Find out from average Nigerian worker when they go to buy foodstuff in the market. Not Fitch. Fitch don't know you. They don't know Nigerians. They don't know. Look, I live on statistics. I eat, I sleep statistics. So does Obi. We create statistics.
Is there not an inherent contradiction in those two statements said in the same breath? Disregard statistical-led data published by the foremost financial rating organizations in the world. Ignore that. Go to the woman on the street, and I'm telling you this on the authority that because I am a statistician. Is there not an this guy? He just... Anyway, when the brain is not in gear.
Yeah, but Fitch are the people who give...
Are you forgetting...
Who impress the international community to bring their investments into this country?
Are you forgetting the likes of Fitch and those rating agencies are those who were largely responsible for the 2008-9 financial crisis? But look, let's not go into those lines. Let's come back to Nigeria. All I'm telling you...
That's a categorical lie, by the way. Fitch, was it not Lehman Brothers that was responsible for the credit crunch? I'm not quite sure. Or is it just sweeping them all together? Anyway, an empty head.
You're looking the wrong way. If you want to know what's happening in Nigeria, come to us in Nigeria and don't read those statistics because they are misleading. They always speak about growth. It's not growth actually that matters, those figures that give you, because there is nothing as misleading as far as welfare is concerned as growth. The stethoscope you use in measuring the heartbeat of an elephant, for example, China, cannot be the same one you use to measure the heartbeat of a rat. Smaller countries, I won't call any country a rat. Do you understand? Leave that aside. Let's come back to Nigeria and speak about what is happening.
The naivety of these guys' utterances is breathtaking. The parameters by which the economies are measured is to the peculiarity of that economy. And they still use the same standards, by the way, but they lower it to, what am I even talking about? This guy, where do they get him from? I mean,
in our streets, in our villages, in our markets. These people have not done any bold step. The only bold thing they did was to...
So by this guy's contention, for Fitch to have a financial projection on Nigeria, they have to go to Plateau State and speak to the man farming yam, and then go to Ekitekupa and speak to the woman farming pepper, and go to Bauchi to go and speak to the man rearing cattle. And that is how they will be able to come up with the financial projection for Nigeria. What is there a brain matter between these guys? Anyway, let me not say that.
Shut down IREV. The only bold thing they did was to misapply force on the weak Nigerian institutions that we have. Now, ask this question. For someone that has been playing God, in quotes, for such a long time like Alhaji Tinubu, and it is time for a mortal, like maybe Obi, or somebody to put him in his right place.
Note that, by the way, Alhaji Tinubu, so I think that Tinubu is not my president. It's a permanence now for the next 4 years. Alhaji it was Chief Tinubu to his principal, Alhaji Tinubu to him.
For someone who has wielded so much power in a country like Nigeria, where is that power in the last 6 months for them to apply in our welfare and our security? They cannot do it. They are in power for themselves, for their ego, for their wealth, for their comfort, for their own considerations, not for Nigeria. We are pained about every soul that is killed, that is abducted and killed. We are pained by every naira that is paid as ransom. And we are committed to stopping that. And stopping we will. And I'm telling you, give these people...
as a member of the opposition?
Stopping we will whenever we get the power to do this.
So between now...
yeah, sorry, let me finish. Mm-hmm. Where is the power? The same kind of power they used in getting Mahmoud Yakubu 4 a.m. to declare them against the provisions of the Constitution. Where is that power?
Okay. So, what is against the provisions of the Constitution? The time that declaration was made, or the declaration itself. So that's that clarification we need.
To prop up the exchange rate of Naira, to stop the killings. They don't have it, and they will not do it.
Well, you did say that you wanted to move forward, because yes, obviously we've established the fact that the election is over. You have grievances against the results, but he's been affirmed by the Supreme Court.
You said methodical. Let's now be methodical. What I want to tell you is that the big picture, we say democracy is government. Well, let me just go. Democracy is not government of the people, for the people, by the people. Democracy is government of the people who have earned their rights, for the people who can protect their constitution, by the people who can exercise civil liberties.
So given what
when they say people, what kind of people? The people who will fold their arms while their constitution is violated, then democracy is not for you. I have said it. It belongs to only those who can practice it with due respect.
So just hold on. Right. I was going to ask you what your assessment of the state of democracy is in Nigeria, given what you just said.
It is poor. The people have to wake up to the...
You know, I have never really rated this Charles Ayagolu, or whatever his name is. I think what it is with him is people are seduced by his accent, and they don't really listen to the content of what he has to say. Anytime he interviews anybody, is always, especially people leaning in his direction politically, is always all these softball sort of questions. Tell me how wonderful you are, sort of inferred questions, and that person runs away with it. We've seen it halfway through this. Curiously, this guy might well be worse than Rufai Hussaini.
The challenges for a people that are ready to accept anything, then anything will happen to them. Again, in quotes. You see, fraction of 1% difference in a political DNA of a society can spell the difference between servitude and freedom. Last year, you saw it. Indian farmers sat in a location for 1 year because of one obnoxious government policy until Indian government reversed it. Before the war in Israel, Israelis were in the street for 16 weeks, counting. You can count so many other countries. Nigerians are not yet ready to do this. As I'm speaking to you, the likes of my former friend.
You see, just to address that docility thing that they try to pin on the Nigerian person, I will not concede that Nigerians are docile. Nigerians are going through pains at the moment, but they understand where that pain is coming from and why that pain is. And Nigerians, they are not viscerally against the government in situation. And that is why you're not seeing you are not even seeing sporadic outbursts anywhere in the country. Just, you are not seeing cameo skirmishes. Just you hear people complain a lot about the weight of the suffering, but they are looking for a better time, and the assurances that the government is giving them, they are allowing them the window to get it right. But Nigerians, they are not at that point, and they don't feel the need also to rage against the situation. So they are raging against the circumstances, but not the situation. So I don't. These people, they don't really read the tea leaves, because they think that the narrative coming out of their pecuniary space, which is the obedience space, is the overarching narrative of the entirety. And we have seen that it is not. When the labor union wanted to demonstrate and they tried to infiltrate that to turn it into a national rage, that failed. When the Mohbad thing was happening and they had a rally to protest what happened to Mohbad, and they tried to infiltrate that failed. That is to tell you then that the country does not have the appetite for their narrative. But that appetite for their narrative is in abundance in their space, and they're not listening outside of their space. And this is what we're hearing.
Who would say is treason is all that? I am educating Nigerians. Rise up for your rights. No justice of Supreme Court will give you democracy. Yeah, you have to go out.
But they're not going to be able to reverse that, are they?
They will.
I mean, they
Nigerians,
can't.
This is
Constitutionally,
no. Constitution and legal. And this is where I differ. With all modesty, okay, I don't mind being alone on this, but I know I'm not breaking any law, and I have never had a criminal record.
So what are you actually calling on the people to do? I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm getting to that.
Sure. We're running out of time. So
I'm saying that, and again, this is instructive. I'm saying that we, the people that stood to form the Nigerian Constitution today, it is not over. For we, the people, power is that which remains standing when there is nothing to oppose it. A leader is he who remains followed when there is nobody to challenge. Authority is that which is implemented when there is nothing to stop it. They have the leaders in place now with wielding authority with political power. But power and sovereignty belongs to the Nigerian people, we the people, on whose behalf an elected government is exercising that authority. Now, where the people are dissatisfied with the rulings of their courts, they own Nigeria. Alhaji Tinubu does not own Nigeria. Peter Obi does not own Nigeria.
Yeah, but the
Nigerians on the streets own Nigeria.
But the
and
APC,
listen, I'm getting to the point.
The APC would argue that you don't own Nigeria either. That you have a portion of the electorate that voted for you.
I'm not telling you it is not over. I'm telling you it is not over. For Peter Obi and me, it is over. For we, the people, the Nigerian people, at any point in time, they can take back Nigeria.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for him to land on that. So that is a subversive statement right there. And I'm pretty sure the DSS are watching this interview by this guy. That's a subversive statement right there. If Sowore had said anything half of that, they would have AK-47 his foot at least. So that's a subversive statement right there. So what happens next is what we're waiting to see.
Especially where their constitution has been violated. Especially where all that the Supreme Court ended up doing was to sustain the unconstitutionality of a certain election.
Let me come in here, because between now and 2027, which is when the next presidential election is due, how do you think...
And by the way, when the next fine arrives at Arise TV, or ultimately they shut it down, let nobody say that free speech is... that they're trying to stifle free speech. This guy went over and above the parameters of acceptability. Is essentially whistling to the, for me and Peter Obi, it is over. For the Nigerian people, it is not over. Your sovereignty belongs to you. You take to the streets and take it back. We heard him. So that is a call to anarchy right there. That is a call for the people to forcefully rage against the nation. And that is an act of subversion. That's an what are they locking Nnamdi Kanu up for? Is it not for pronouncements along these lines? And this is what Arise TV is facilitating.
Things will play out. And what role do you see yourself and Peter Obi and the Labour Party playing in that?
When the Nigerian people rise to defend their constitution, anything can happen. And
well, that sounds quite a bit worryingly frightening.
We are in a worryingly frightening situation. I told you I'm not here to repeat what you've been hearing. And I was prepared to come here. I have never had a criminal record. I love my peace. And I'm repeating that when the Nigerian people decide, Nigeria is theirs for the taking. And any fraudulently...
Did you hear that? I'm sure you heard that. Those are treasonable comments coming out of this guy. I mean, what constitutes more treasonable comments other than this sort of... What else templates the term dog whistling and treason and subversion other than what we have been hearing from this character from Mauritania?
Government, elected government, is fair game for them. Nigerian people have the right, the constitutional right. As we speak now, DSS can go and interpret. They have lawyers there, police, IG, and everybody can go and interpret. The Nigerian people have that power, not Obi or Atiku or anybody. Nigerian people have the power at any point in time to take their country. All they have to do, not even seek approval. They give notice.
It's interesting.
And listen, you turn away the barrel of your guns, away from the Nigerian people, and point them at the enemies of Nigeria.
Are you hearing what I'm hearing? Or am I mishearing this guy on national television?
This country belongs to Nigerians.
Well, you've made that point.
When Nigerians decide, but if they want to practice democracy, they will take this.
Sorry, did he in that statement ask that the president be eliminated? Because that is what I understand. Turn your barrels away from the people, turn it to the enemies of the country. Is that
It has happened before. The military decided they took Nigeria for so long, they fixed Nigeria and handed it back. Now, whoever thinks that the Supreme Court will give democracy from any courtroom, the way it appears now, is mistaken.
It's interesting.
Nigerians have to go out.
Right.
And that was an invitation of a coup against the sitting government, by the way, for reasons that he lost an election. Just to be clear.
Made that point.
Nigerians have to go out and democracy. And this is not a treasonable comment.
Right.
I am not
all right. So he's aware as well that he has crossed that line, but the interviewer is not aware that treasonable comments have been made, or is he aware and facilitating it? But even the commentator, the guest, he knows that he has already entered dangerous territory and is trying to soft it down by that acknowledgement. But Charles, not once did he pull him back. But then when the NBC now takes note of that and then act as they are bound to by their forming statutes, then you have elements jumping all around social media telling us that our free speech is being stifled. This is frightening, what we're hearing from this guy. Even more disturbing that he might get away with it.
Person. I have never.
So you thought the things you're saying
through. I thought it through very well.
Well,
this is the Constitution is made by Nigerian people. The Supreme Court is a sub of one chapter that the Nigerian people constitutionally came out that we the people, and the same Constitution says that no person or groups of persons shall take over the governance of Nigeria or any part thereof, except as prescribed by this Constitution. And go and read the Constitution of Nigeria. The serving Alhaji Tinubu Malam Shetima government breaches the Nigerian Constitution.
Right. Okay. Can I come in here for a minute?
Yes.
Because you mentioned Kashim Shettima.
Yes.
Your brother, the spokesman of the Northern Elders Forum, Hakeem Baba Ahmed, is of course now serving as a special advisor on political matters to the Vice President Kashim Shettima, which means that he might have to help Mr. Shettima to devise a strategy for dealing with political opponents such as yourself, his brother. Does that rub you up the wrong way, given all the things you've just said about that government? Your own brother is now working for them?
Charles, I am after the government. I'm not after appointment. I am after the president and the vice president who were fraudulently elected, unconstitutionally elected. I cannot come down to speak about any appointment. He is by far my senior brother. So there's no way to say he's an adult or he has his own rights or his own life to live. Our politics are completely detached. And in fact, it is his boss I know, not him. And his boss, since you brought this question, he is not exactly a responsible gentleman. With all the things they've been doing, now you brought up this issue, I didn't want to talk about it. You see, they attempted something on my safety, on my security, and I was able to find out 10 minutes to time. And God so kind, I was able to avoid. They tried to get me into one of those yellow houses down the road, get people to come and arrest me there, and use that to rig the judgment. I became so inquisitive, and I dodged within 10 minutes, only for me to come and find out, based on strong suspicion, where it came from. And with what I see, then the strangulations in Lagos in the past, yes, they happened, and they were for a reason. The people gunned down in Borno State, it happened, and yes, it was for a reason. I think Peter Obi and myself have been lucky to have stood today to give that press conference. So the least, taking my senior brother to give him an appointment, is the least of my worries. I'm not worried about any appointment.
Right. Well, let me bring in another.
If he likes, he can go and take the entire Baba Ahmed's and give them ministers. I don't mind.
Well, let me try.
I will still.
You'll still stand by the things you say.
It is an unconstitutionally,
which is
Supreme
impressive
Court
that you stand firmly by your beliefs.
Yes.
But you were called fascist by the Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka because you and Peter Obi claimed you had won the election. He used those words. He accused you of trying to force a lie on the Nigerian people. How much did that broadside affect you, coming from someone with such a stature as Wole Soyinka?
Please, I respect him too much, and I have more important issues to discuss.
So Professor has been dropped from Wole Soyinka's appellation now, according to Charles.
Yes. Let's go to another question.
Right. So you don't want to talk.
I don't talk about.
Okay.
Well, come back to Shetima, and I'll talk about Shetima.
Well, let me talk about something.
A very irresponsible gentleman.
Let me talk about something that is
imminent. The vice president.
Is there not a contradiction in terms? An irresponsible gentleman. If it's irresponsible, then it's not a gentleman. Surely it's just this prefabricated English that the characters like this speak.
That he is. I'm telling you that he has conducted himself in so many ways in these 6 months that demean the office of vice president, and I'm not happy about it, especially the way he's been treating our elder, Atiku Abubakar. For God's sake, Atiku Abubakar is getting to 80. He is by no measure of imagination Shetima's mate. How can Shetima come out and say that the Kanuris crack jokes with Fulanis, therefore he's going to retire him to Dubai or Morocco? And these are very personal issues. What kind of an irresponsible statement is that to me?
Well, so how is it a personal issue? Every man and his dog knows that Atiku Abubakar lives in the Middle East. Is probably in the Middle East now as we speak. Only ever comes to Nigeria during the electoral cycle to steal the ticket from the PDP and attempt and fail at an election. So how has what crossed the line in what Kashim Shettima said? And by the way, there's an historical beef as well between the Kanuris and the Fulanis, especially not so much the Kanuris and the Hausas, but especially the Kanuris and the Fulanis. If you go through the history of that space, the only people that put up a strong defeating resistance against Fulani run-through, Fulani hegemony in the north are the Kanuris. So the Kanuris fought them to a standstill, but they did not conquer them, and neither did the Fulani conquer them. So there's that historical antecedent and that somewhat of a bad blood that somewhat mutates into spiky jokes between those two tribes. So we know that, and maybe he doesn't know that anyway because it's from Mauritania.
I'm not privy to having said that. For him,
I am, and it is true.
And obviously, the vice president's
office. So what I'm saying is that leave Soyinka out.
Yeah.
Bring who matters to me, like Shetima. Bring Alhaji Tinubu. Look, even Tinubu, I have much respect for Tinubu. You heard Shawari criticizing me for me calling Tinubu uncle. I call him uncle where I said, you saw the picture that I went to greet him in the mosque, and they said that I went to plead. No, it's just respect. But the fact that I respect his age doesn't mean that I will not call him a drug certificate.
I want to tackle you. I mean to interrupt you. My apologies, okay. But I want to deal with issues because we've got about 5 minutes or so left. I want to deal with issues that are upcoming because you did say at the outset you wanted to move forward. Off-season elections are, of course, due on November the 11th. In 3 states, Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo. The Inspector General of Police has just redeployed the Commissioner of Police.
That's not my line. Leave
in
it.
Imo.
I don't have any answer for you. That's not my line.
Right, because I was going to ask you, is it, I mean, we saw, for example, to assess the chances of the Labour Party there.
That's not my line. Come back to the substance of democracy, of what the...
So it's not his line to assess the prospects of his own party's candidates in an upcoming election. All he wants to do is to call Tinubu names. because of course, and we saw this all through the electioneering, by the way, they had no scope beyond their pecuniary interest. Datti and Peter Obi. We saw how Peter Obi, through the Labour candidate at River State, under the boss to try and negotiate with Wike. We saw that they cared nothing outside of their own personal ambitions, and it's just repeated that.
Fourth Republic has done. You know, we all have our specialities in this game that we do. I don't know about those elections.
Yeah, but you're the vice presidential candidate of the party, and the more your party gains political traction,
speak to me on
where I have strength.
I know. Speak to me where I have strength on. That one is for the party chairman and His Excellency, my boss, Peter Obi. They can handle that, but come back to the issue of constitutional breach. Come back to the issue of the rights of the Nigerian people. Come back to the fact that I keep telling you, it is not over. If the Nigerian people decide to rise, they will.
Did you hear that? It is not over if the Nigerian people decide to rise. Anyway, we'll see just what that country is. If it's a
continue to say exactly what I have said. Right. But from how the Constitution provides it, we will not.
Okay. Yusuf Datti, Ahmed, vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party. It was.
So there it is right there. So that's Yusuf Datti, Baba.
One man, may I respectfully make a suggestion, please?
Yeah, carry on.
Please, I want you to discipline the timing of everybody. The atmosphere on the platform is charged. I can't even touch it, both comment section and the platform. Limit everyone, including interjection, to 10 minutes. We are 9 people, that will be 90 minutes, 1.5 hours. Then we can go on general topic or revisit the same topic. But please, let everybody timely on the dot of 10 minutes, not a second more than that, please. It's very important.
All right. It's curious that you should say that, because I was going to do exactly that. So just as Baba said, and as I was, because especially from yesterday, it was just such a lengthy one for people to wait. So we get that 10 minutes, as Baba just excellently suggested. So everybody gets a 10-minute intro phase. Interjections only if it's essentially pertinent, not just for the purposes of so interjections, and no more than 2 interjections. And when you do interject, by the way, don't go on a long essay. Just be short and succinct, and then let the speaker carry on. So that way we manage the time better. But let's kick it off with somebody that looks like a new introduction to the space. Let's have the 10 minutes first, with 5 to 10 minutes from the village merchant. That's what it looks like. So the village merchant, good to meet you. On mute, the village merchant. All right, I'm not sure if that person is ready for us. Okay, let's kick it off with King Emeka. So Emeka, good to have you today. This Yusuf Datti interview, it's been since yesterday, and a lot of people have just been streaming it to me and sending it in. So inevitably, we have to respond to it. But this is the first time that I've fully watched it, and I am aghast, to use my own infamous words. It's quite stunning that, 1, the platform facilitated this, and 2, this guy had the audacity to make this sort of commentaries. But the third most important thing is what the state is going to do about it. Emeka, just a 5 to 10 minutes monologue. Good to see you.
Good evening, everyone. Please like, share, and subscribe. Call up your friends, family, and enemies to come listen to the platform where intellectuals speak on realities and not a therapy section. I listened to the interview yesterday. I think I listened to it live, and I was terribly upset. This is my opinion. I'm not speaking for Datti or those who might be behind him. I think he was sponsored. immediately after the World Press Conference. I think the view is to rally the people to the street. You keep hearing his talking points. Unconstitutional president, the right of the people. It is not over yet. So even after when the Supreme Court has pronounced and declared the president the winner of the election, the talking point, it is not over yet. So you're wondering, what is not over when actually it is over? So it means, from what he's saying, he's trying to rally the people to come out to the streets. And you still hear his talking points. I'm not making treasonable offenses or statements. I know my rights. I do not have any criminal or a record. So what he's trying to do, in my opinion, is let them arrest me. Maybe it might be sufficient enough reason for people to go to the streets. And, you know, like they all do, they keep listening to spaces where people keep saying things, negative things about the country. Oh, we want to be to lead us. We want to be to say the word so that we can come out to the streets. Let's be very honest and practical here. The tension, there's this protest tension that is like people are trying to touch on it, but they are saying they are trying to weigh how it is going to occur. If you go into some of these spaces, you hear them echoing it, and not just few people. About majority of them or many of them echo it, that they want to come out to the streets. Some going as far as we want to burn the country down. So, you know, the leadership of the Labour Party are playing with fire. We can hear him deliberately when we heard him clearly when he echoed that, oh, the military has taken power before, fixed Nigeria and handed it over. Those are subtle. I won't say they are subtle. Those are direct call for anarchy, subversion, rallying the people out, saying the president, you know, calling him fraudulent, calling the vice president a ridiculous gentleman. You know, I have it. No, this is when Datti made the first statement about not swearing in the president. Like he has actually admitted it, that the DSS reached out to him. He ran away to the UK. He ran away to the UK, and he was in the UK till the president was sworn in, and he came into the country 2 weeks after the president was sworn in. I have it under somebody who very close to him, right? That I'm very, very close to. You know, even when the person reached out, he was like, why are you reaching out? He was scared. Not only did he ran with his family. Now, this same man again is coming to make this statement, similar statement, or even worse, to throw the country into anarchy, to plunge the country into a state of no return, just because they lost an election. Now, my on the interview itself, I think Arise News should be fined. I think fine is too little. They should be suspended for 2 months, 2 weeks or 2 months.
You know, I have
Reason
to
being
agree
that,
with you because they are already on a final warning.
no, even if they have not been warned, because the first statement he made was, "Oh, the Supreme Court forced an illegitimate president on us." That's contempt of court. One, Charles should have corrected him, but allowed him, because he has paid money for that interview. I don't know how much he paid for the 30 minutes interview that was granted to him, the time slot. You would have called him on specific things. The facts are there. You know the facts. It's not like things were done not in the open. You allowed this man to keep saying these things, even to the point of saying treasonable statements. And he is now being the one to say, I'm not making you are not the one that would say you made treasonable or untreasonable statements. It is law enforcement that will let you know if you have made treasonable statements. But from what I listened to, those statements are treasonable statements. You called on the legitimacy of the president. You insulted the president too. You said the president you called on institutions like the Supreme Court, and you said the president was installed unconstitutionally by the Supreme Court. Those are treasonable offenses. Now, what did he also say? We will not stop. So, which means they are also planning further anarchy or statements that will rally people up to come out to the street. And when I listened to it yesterday, I was hoping for action today. I have not seen any action. I only saw Bayo Ononuga's statement and the publicity secretary of APC. This is not child's play. These people have a plan. As you can see, when they took him to Woloshoyinka, that was not the reason why he came. He told Charles, I don't want to talk about it, I have much respect, but you could tell that that's not the reason why he was there. When they took it to his brother, you saw that he tried to bring Charles back. That's not why I am here. I am here to say these 3 talking points. I do not acknowledge the office or the person of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Shetima. I do not see them as the duly constitutional elected president and vice president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. I consider their office fraudulent, or the means in which they gained into office fraudulent. And I think the Supreme Court is in cahoots bringing them into office. Because he kept saying, if we think the Supreme Court wants to uphold democracy, it is a lie. That's not the exact word, but that is a paraphrase of what he was saying. So what he's actually saying is that people do not be patient. Take this, come out and take it. And he stated it again, that democracy is, and listen out, I was like, what the hell is going on here? And the president must do something, or law enforcement officers must do something else. It emboldens them, because this is the second time this man is making this kind of statement. This is the second time. If nothing is being done to him, he would say something that might even make the country turn upside down.
All right.
Because let's be honest.
2 more minutes.
Let's be honest. There are people who are waiting for this kind of opportunity to rush into the street and begin to cause anarchy and chaos. The president must weigh in hard and weigh in strong. And this is the time, like I kept saying, you need an FFK. FFK to handle the media part of it, the DSS and the police to handle the law enforcement part of victims, and also go after their pockets. Because when you are fat, when you are eating enough, you will talk nonsense. But when you are struggling, they've gone after your pocket, you will remember that you need to be calm. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently done by Emeka. Of course, always excellently done by Emeka. So we go on from Emeka to let's go to Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, you're up next. It was George Orwell, wasn't it? Animal Farm, that some animals are more equal than others. Is this guy, is he above the parameters of what constitutes the bounds of civil conduct and law and order in the country? Because this is not the first time he has made this sort of outlandish statement, and he continues to walk the streets. So starting from Showore, if this was Showore on the screen, where would he be now? Ogbeni, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, Wama. You see, for me, what I've seen in that interview, I've watched that interview since yesterday, and I kept wondering why the Nigerian government has not reacted to this guy's call for anarchy. That interview, I see an idiot interviewing an idiot or a loser. I don't rate that guy that he interviews him. You see him laughing and grinning and jesting. Even when this guy was rolling out wrong facts, things that are factual in Nigeria that any average journalist can fact check. This guy was giving a wrong, direct opposite of that fact to validate his sadistic position and call for anarchy. And yet you have a journalist sitting right there, smiling and laughing to him. It's a dark day for me, for Nigeria. And I don't understand. I don't see anybody that should rate them at all. And I wonder, when I look at this, I said, is it not the same Datti Ahmed that even lost at his own polling unit? This guy lost at his own polling unit. This guy does not have any electoral weight at all, value in the northern Nigeria. Yet, he said he believed that they won the election. You see, when I was discussing this issue with my friend in the afternoon, and he happened to be a British guy, and he asked me, he said, who is this guy? I tried to explain his background. And he said, do you know what? That if you guys have what we have in the UK that is called Unexplained Wet Act, somebody like this will not be in your politics. Somebody like this will not be on the TV and be talking. Because when you look at it, who is this guy talking here? He's not even a Nigerian. Try to check his profile. His profile clearly says he's from Mauritania. His dad from Mauritania, and he born in Nigeria, right? A 54-year-old, I think, man, born after independence in Nigeria. And then you went to UniMed. After that, you had BSc. Immediately, you rushed to get your MSc. And fast forward by 2003, you enter politics. And less than 10 years after, you establish a university in Nigeria. Universities that are worth billions of naira in Nigeria. So where do you even really get money to establish a university after going into politics within 4 or 5 years? You're coming out from there, then you have money to establish university.
Ogbeni,
So,
can I ask you a question?
yes, sir.
You are saying this guy is not a Nigerian, he's a Mauritanian. On what
He
basis?
said it. He said it. His profile shows it. If you just check his profile, just check Wikipedia, you will see his father. They describe his father as an Arab cattle trader from Mauritania that came to Nigeria. It's clear there. It's not. I'm not.
Yeah, that's
not
his father,
castigating him. Yeah.
not himself.
No, you pick citizenship. There is no citizenship by birth in Nigeria. There is no citizenship by birth in terms of you bringing, because you reside in Nigeria, and then your child become a Nigerian like you have in the US. We don't have that in our constitution.
If you marry to a Nigerian woman,
you become a Nigerian by marriage.
No. What I'm saying, the father, right?
Yeah.
Married a Nigerian.
Yeah.
And that Nigerian happened to be the mother of this guy. So
you're speculating, Babajale Koko. Did he tell us that his mom's from Nigeria?
So why?
He only told us in his profile.
Why did the country allow? Why?
Babajale Koko. His profile.
Ajale Koko, if you just have a look at this, let me. It says Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed was born to the Baba Ahmed family in Zaria, not from Zaria, but in Zaria. So Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed was born into the Baba Ahmed family in Zaria in 1969. He is amongst the 33 children of his father, Baba Ahmed, who was an Arab cattle trader from modern-day Mauritania, who later became a notable scholar and expert on Islamic jurisprudence. So he's a Mauritanian now. He's not a Nigerian.
But
my question, Ogbeni.
this is not even the point I'm even making. I think this is just by the
Ogbeni,
way.
let me ask you this question. So, on what basis the Nigerian state, with all the DSS, with all the national security and all this thing, on what basis did they allow him to be on a presidential ticket or as a vice president to on a political party? You know, on what basis did they allow him to be on a ticket as a vice president for of a political party? So if it's not a Nigerian,
Rajale Koko, by his own profile, his dad was not a Nigerian, and by my own estimation of his lineage, is a direct descendant of a Mauritanian man. The way or how he became a Nigerian, I'm not privy to that information, but I'm privy to the information that his dad was not or is not a Nigerian. That's to the extent to which I can speak.
And you also stated that you don't have citizenship by birth in Nigeria,
No, you don't.
So he's not a Nigerian.
Yes, the fact that you are migrating.
If the mother is a Nigerian, does that not qualify him?
That is if. I don't speculate here.
No,
we're a patriarchal society. It's not Ghana. We're a patriarchy.
One man. Let me ask Ogbeni. Let's say the mother is in Nigeria, while his father is a Mauritanian. Does that not qualify him to be a Nigerian?
He has to choose one. He has to choose whether he wants to be a Mauritanian.
Okay, maybe he has chosen one now. He has chosen one to be a Nigerian.
You see, that is maybe. I don't speculate here. I stick to the information he has given us. And that is not the main point I'm even making. That's just by the way. And the reason why I'm giving this analogy speak to his patriotism and loyalty to Nigeria. I don't expect a character like him to be patriotic to Nigeria. Your descendant and your lineage is directly traceable to Mauritania, and we know what that country stands for. I won't say it here. So your tendencies and your disposition personifies an average Mauritanian man. So for me to now weight your words in Nigeria, I won't rate that kind of a man or a character. I won't rate that kind of a blockhead. I will never. So and that's why when people that listen to him, I don't know, they must have the reasons why they listen to him. But one of my friends I discussed with talked about this on Explain Word Act, and it agitates my mind that okay, let me even do a little search on this guy, and my search shows that he's just one of those spoiled brats, that we have in the Nigerian space, that the space so much pamper them and allow them to grow to the extent that they've become like a monster now to be challenging the Nigerian constitution. I mean, look at what this man is talking about. This man is trying to tell us that the military government has taken over before. What's the implication of that? Except for an idiot, anybody will know the reasonable inspiration you pick from that is that the military should take over again. And he said when they took over, they fixed Nigeria. Did the military really fix Nigeria? And that journalist sat there and was grinning and smiling. And they fixed Nigeria and handed Nigeria over back. And the next thing you will be saying is that, oh, so if your constitution has failed you, then the Nigerian should take over the country. Then you are simply saying, Nigeria, jettison the constitution, don't mind all the constitutional authority, take over your country, take over the leadership, override the constitutional authority, just as the military has done before. That is my reasonable understanding of what this man is saying. That is the insinuation. There is no way he can explain this out. And I don't think an average citizen with all the rights that you have, Magna Carta, Bill of Rights and others, in America, in UK, in anywhere, I don't think the right to speech or freedom of speech extend to accommodate what this man is spitting here. I don't think so. But you know, we are so quick to throw this freedom of expression as if it's the same thing as recklessness and call for absolutism. It is not. Freedom of expression has a limit. There's a limit to which you can. Why in the US? Why are you guys trying Trump to date about the Capitol invasion? Trump did not pick anything to be leading anybody, but Trump makes some insightful statements, which they believe that as a leader that you have followers, you shouldn't make. And they believe that you can connect those insightful statements to what agitated people to invade Capitol. Until today, an average American like somebody like Babajide Koko will keep saying that Trump breached the peace of that country. Trump does not represent the democracy that America stands for, and Trump wanted to override the constitutional authorities in America. Please, if we can castigate somebody like Trump, nobody should rate this guy, and nobody should pamper this guy at all in what this guy has just said. And another thing I see is there are a lot of lies. You know, just like Peter Obi will always give fake statistics too. And they are so bold in their ignorance, and they think Nigerians are so foolish that we don't even fact check. How can you say that 56 soldiers that died in Niger State and others, that is unprecedented in Nigeria? Haba, does this man really think that we are foolish? We don't even keep that data. As of 2018, a whole military camp in Borno State, where is this place? Metele or something like that in Borno, was invaded. They took over a whole camp and they killed hundreds of soldiers there. How many years ago? 2018. And now you are saying this one is unprecedented, all because you want to tell lies to validate your narrative of illegitimizing the government of the day. And I was watching TVs in the afternoon, and this guy,
Babajide
Otitoju, was rolling out so many other data of people that were killed. We were in Nigeria when some generals were court-martialed based on the fact that they didn't give soldiers weapons and they asked them to face Boko Haram. Boko Haram override them. Were we not in this country? And now that they are making success, they are gaining ground in the fight against Boko Haram in Nigeria. It is that time that we're having characters, the jacka-headed characters like this, to be coming out and say we are not winning the war, that the attack on military was so unprecedented. He should come and tell us that he's not happy about the success the military is making to fight Boko Haram. So we should be able to know who are the guys sponsoring Boko Haram in the real sense. You see, that's the way I see all this issue. Okay, how many weeks ago or days ago Gumi came out and be talking his rubbish? This one is also coming out from the same space now.
Two more minutes, Ogbeni. 2 more minutes.
So, and this one is coming out from that same space to be coming and be giving us statistics that are so misleading. It's sad. It's sad. I don't even know what else. It's so sad, you know. And I ask question again: what exactly is the problem with the time of declaration of election in results in Nigeria? Particularly when in Nigeria, we all heard it in the news that some characters were already rushing to court to go and get injunction to force 1993 June 12 on us again. And Yakubu exercised his discretion by not taking any break at all and announced the results of the election when the last result came in to Abuja. So he should have gone back home to go and rest, and then they will now bring their kangaroo in the same country where they got interim injunction to remove a Chief Justice of Nigeria. So you should be waiting for Atiku or Obi injunction to come the next day. And you could see the things that pains them. So they will keep spitting out all this bitterness. I expect it. But for me, I expect DSS to invite him to come and explain his understanding of how military took over, how military fixed Nigeria and took back, and his analogy to what he's expecting, what are his expectations after the Supreme Court has given judgment. I don't think the present-day government should treat this guy with kid gloves. I think they should take action on what this guy have said yesterday.
All right, excellently put by Ogweni, of course. When is it never not excellently put by Ogweni?
Hey,
Actually, I wanted to give him
Rick,
1 hour, but Prince, yes.
you wanted to give me 1 hour? Okay.
When he seduces the platform with his illegalese, but yeah, no, I
Uh,
was only joking, yeah.
no, I totally agree with you. But just like he always says, it's a global platform. Therefore, we have to be factual as much as possible. I challenge Ogbeni to produce a video or document that Trump incited violence against the state. Well, simply because he called for a protest, and mind you, by the way, he used the word peacefully protest to go to the Capitol. It didn't incite anybody to cause mayhem. It didn't do that. So that's factually incorrect. If you want to withdraw that statement and make corrections to that, because no one can produce such a document or video that Trump incited violence. It never happened. Okay, just like in America, it's legal to have a gun, but legally having a gun does not constitute or gives you permission to go commit crime or kill people senselessly. Okay, so that correction is to be made. Because people want to, because the government of people with special interests want to persecute Trump politically. That's another ball game. So, just a correction. I thought I just incite that. Thanks.
All right, it doesn't have to produce proof. I've got proof right here. So here is where the incitement was. This is an incitement right here.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy, and we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.
So there it is, church, take back your country.
Okay, I wasn't talking. I wasn't talking for Obi. I was talking for Trump. So.
I know. I just couldn't resist. But thank you, please. I'll look around to you fairly quickly. Let me look in the direction of Ajanle Koko, who has the floor now. So Ajanle Koko, the commentaries by this guy now, I suspect that there's a game being played here. He's trying to push the state to the point that the state will have to act against him. And then he's then hopeful, this is my reading because this is not his first time, and then he's then hopeful that when the state acts against him, that will then be the trigger that will ignite the obedience space. Is this guy trying to play some sort of a three-dimensional chess, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and like and subscribe. So, woman is while I can agree that this guy made some reckless statement, I want to tell you that a lot of things he said there within his constitutional right as a citizen to freely express and exercise his freedom of speech. When I was watching that video, Charles, the interviewer, he did not refer to Tinubu as president at the beginning of that video. They referred to Tinubu as Mr. Tinubu. So I stand to be corrected. Maybe he later called him the president.
refer to him as president. But what I heard at the beginning was addressing the president and Mr. President. So that's on the side of Charles, the host. So these guys miss the vice president, Obi's vice president, make some reckless statement, which I disagree with. For example, he said that Nigeria may come to an end. I don't know what he means by that. It's very reckless. It's not a good statement to be heard from a person who is vice president on a ticket that almost won the election. So, but that does not constitute that. That does not mean that, according to what one man said, maybe Ogbeni said so too. I'm not sure if Ogbeni said so, but one man was saying that that statement constitute is it felony, or what did you say, one man?
I thought it was subversive.
Yeah. So I disagree with him, but it does not constitute any form of
asking the citizens to cease violent charge of the state. That's not subversive.
Look, let me tell you, it didn't say that. That is not what it said. It didn't.
That was what he inferred.
Yeah, it did not. That was not what it said. That is the way you interpreted it. You see, we are practicing democracy, for God's sake, and a democracy that people doesn't fight for their right. It is going to be a democracy in shambles. And that is exactly what we have in Nigeria. And that is what this guy is telling us, that, look, democracy where people lay back and politicians violate time and time again the Constitution. I mean, with impunity, at the detriment of the people's interests. And people doesn't stand up and fight on the street against it. It's not democracy. I agree with him totally on that. Nigerian people has allowed this politician to take them for a ride for a long time. And we saw what happened to some that have tried to fight for the interest of the people. The way they put them in jail. My own presidential candidate was one of them, Omoyele Sowore. We saw what they did in instance. We have seen a lot in that country, an attempt by people to, demonstrate peacefully. They will send police to suppress them in a brutal manner. No, that is it shouldn't be. We can't. That is not the way to operate democracy. They are ruling us with force. Democracy should be all about, negotiation, dialogue, and people's agreement on the way to move the country forward. But that is not the way we are running Nigeria. We are being ruled. We are not governed. Governance is not by force. It is in the military. It is under the military administration that they uses force to govern. But, so I agree with him in some things that he said, but at the same time, he made some reckless statement I did not agree with. So his attack on the judiciary, I did not agree with him. Telling Nigerian people to stand up, Nigerian people, as long as we continue to sit down and watch our country continue to be destroyed by this, we can't achieve meaningful democracy. So have I finished my 10 minutes? 1 man?
No, 2 more minutes. Carry on.
Yes, you're trying to bug me now, Abi.
No. I was going to say 2 more minutes. That's what I was trying to get to.
Since you are saying,
is the new process from Baba? No. 2 more minutes. Carry on. Yeah.
Let me have my time. Let other people, they have their time now.
Carry on.
Yeah. So I agree with him. I disagree with him with some stuff, as I said. So, but the way he was making reference to military or saying that we had a military rule before, I don't know what he's trying to insinuate right there. That is very reckless. It is not good. But in summary, there's nothing that he has said that constitute felony or treason, or some people who are suggesting, or constitute a reason for him to be arrested and slammed in jail. No, you can't run democracy like that. No, it's just only in that country that we think that people should not speak freely. People say a lot of things in America and they never arrested. Did he call on people to go and which inflammatory statement did he make? Did he call on people, go and burn down?
He said it's not over, that the people can seize charge of the country. He called for military intervention. It made it, yes. He said a lot of things.
He didn't call for military. He made some statement that, could be interpreted like that. He made some reckless statement, but he didn't expressly call for military intervention. No, he didn't say that. And we should not, conclude that, he called on military intervention. So, but I don't get it. This guy should be, the party should be able to talk to him. I don't know, maybe his age, being a young guy, maybe that is what his problem. Maybe he's not matured enough to speak on sensitive issue. Maybe he's a person that his emotion, he doesn't know how to control his emotion and his anger on the issue. Those could be his problem. But in conclusion, now we said there's nothing he said that warrants him to be arrested or to be slammed in jail or constitute felony, or what do you call it, treason or something like that. So we are not doing good. I agree with him in totality that on democracy we are very, very poor. Our performance on this democratic governance so far is poor performance. It's not even fair. If we want to grade ourselves, we can't be scored on fairness that we are fair so far, but we are very, very poor. So let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently done by Ajanle Koko as always. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So let's go on from your Ajanle Koko to Baba. So Baba, you're up next, and then after Baba Bishop, after Baba Bishop, then Larry. Larry, you came in good time, but I'll get to you fairly swiftly. But Baba, as Ogbeni just educated us now, and Nigeria does not operate a citizen by birth system. So now we know that. But what we also know, even before Ogbeni spoke, is that Nigeria is a patriarchy, not a matriarchy. An example of a matriarchy will be Ghana. which landed them a Scottish president. But we don't have that system. So we don't have citizen by birth. We're a patriarchy. What is the immigration services doing that elements like this are even in the country, never mind being able to be calling for military takeover of the country? Baba, good to see you.
Oh man, as usual, you've been on fire for 3 days now, engaging in gaslighting. I will not bite your bait. Good evening to you. How are you doing today? I will not dignify Baba Datti without saluting my own people in the comment section and also people on the platform, whether I'm spending 10 minutes or not. Time me. So let Baba Datti stay aside. I salute you all on the platform for your robust contribution. It's been a battle of ideas on this platform. People are enjoying it. It's a marketplace of ideas also. And I appreciate you all for your firebrand ideas you are bringing to this platform and sensitizing the people of our nation, Nigeria. To the comment section, I think my usual people are not there in numbers today, but the ace is there present, Alexander Gomez. I'm yet to see Oga, Ola, and Ayo. I love their vibrant banters in that section. And those that are doing some listening and they are not showing their faces, I know they are not even on the comment section, but I know they are listening. Princess, I think Dupsy is around, Zita, Fatai, and I salute those here present, African Man, Mungu Park, Jayola, AB, Daramola, Okata, and Chioma, our lady of the house. She's not here today, but I believe she's listening somewhere. I know Kulata will come on the platform later himself. I salute you all. Keep the fight going on and keep on packing your punches. Thank you very much. And for our viewers and listeners, please, 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 I know you are enjoying this on daily basis. Please like, share, and subscribe. But most importantly, right now, please click the like button. Let us graduate beyond 100 likes every day. It's high time we did that. Please come on. Oh yeah, let's start. I've done my own bit. Everyone in the comment section that have not done so, please do so.
Baba,
Yes.
165 people watching, only 10 likes.
That is the height of absurdity. My darling, welcome. That is the height of the absurdity. Come on.
I mean, could it be that some of us on the platform have not even clicked on the like button?
I suspect more. That's why I put it to them that whether you like it or not, whether you have temperate love for this platform or intemperate love, please, by all means, at least you are doing some listening so we can all be here again. We are here for you. Thank you very much. Please click
I'm
right now.
to those of us that are panelists, not those behind the scene. I'm talking of those of us that
What I do first when I show up is the like button. I don't miss it.
If it's 10 like we have so far, I can tell you some of us.
It's not 10 likes, so it's not 10
you
likes.
You know one man now. It's more than 10 likes. Don't you know one man?
Okay.
You put your hand in fire now with his intellectual masturbation. Mm-hmm. So one man, this dirty man I'm looking at, I don't know what he's smoking. He doesn't really look normal to me. And I'm sure by now, because he has a private airline charter, I think with just 2 or 3 planes, aircraft. Like Emeka said in his opening address, that is Cape Town. The other time he made that obnoxious statement. I'm sure right now, I don't think he's in the country. I don't think he is in the country. For a beneficiary of the country's largesse and also benefit of political space, I think he shouldn't be doing this. I will respectfully call him a Nigerian. You understand? For a country that has given him this, being a first generation Nigeria, I think he should be very grateful to this land and pray that it continues to grow despite our stumbling and fluttering. It's unfortunate. Who gave him license in the first place to even establish a university? Given the chance, he will radicalize students. If it were to be in the 60s, where we don't have great number of students like we have now, it is easy for somebody like this to just blow the country to pieces. He was in CPC. He won a senatorial seat. I think Kaduna, either Kaduna North, he won. And of course, appeal court removed him like Jiga on your toes. And I think that's where his beef with the judiciary has started way back when he was removed. I suspect he never get that out of his system. He's still filled with that bile. That's why he's always disagreeable. And I think left to me, we should give all these people a long rope. Those that are disagreeable. Either one, the success of the administration will shame them, even though they don't look like they have shame. Or they use that long rope.
Sorry, Baba. Do you think this should be the last window? In fact, should this even be a window? But certainly, this sort of commentaries, if they don't take it head on, if they don't address it head on, it could spiral out of control. Because if you look at the commentaries on all these Twitter spaces and all these little satellite hubs on social media, they are feeding off the back of this sort of commentaries, and they're getting increasingly radicalized. So if they don't take, if the government doesn't take a big fish, and this guy is sufficient enough of a fish, they can take him without much of a consequence because he doesn't really have a base. If they don't act now, this sort of thing can spiral out of control.
Well, one man, since Tinubu, before he was sworn in, and after he was sworn in, they've been, and this is where if you are a calculating person, you will just realize that the country as a unit doesn't give a damn for whatever they are saying. Because left to these people, they want the country to go aflame. They want to burst. But even Ajaero and Co., they all want. How many times have they threatened the country? Even another threat is hovering over.
Yes, on the 14th.
You understand. All they want is that fight. But if you ask me what has been stopping them, my theory is they lack leadership. All they are full of is just bluster. They lack leadership because if you look initially, I think the third day Tinubu was declared president. Atiku, I think that must have been Dino Melai that pushed him to wear a polo shirt and a pair of trousers and moved into the street to INEC's office. If you remember, it was a pitiful sight. But people followed. People followed in their numbers because Atiku himself led that protest. Saraki was there. I saw all of them. Even those that don't have the shirt and trousers, I think they went to borrow quickly because all their life they've been wearing Babanriga or Buban Shokotu. So if they want the country to go ablaze like the way they won because they didn't win an election, Baba Datti should please stand in that square in Abuja. Obi should follow All others should stand there. By the time they are there 1 hour, people will join them in their numbers. Let them go to where they want to go. If it's Aso Rock, let them go there. What they will see will determine the kind of government we have, because you cannot disturb the peace of the majority. This man you are disparaging got 8 million plus votes. Those 8 millions might have even increased by now. So we are talking of somebody with about 9 or more million votes. Those people are waiting too. But the funny thing is, this paper tiger, cyber tiger, making threats and waving their fingers in cyberspace, that should just be the limit of their anger. They can have spittle in their mouth and foam in their mouth. That is their problem. When they bring it to the center to disturb this country that is being re-engineered, they will get their upcomings. It's as simple as that. It is as simple as that. We need peace in the country.
2 more minutes, Papa.
Yeah, we need peace in our country. Because look at even everything is said go against the norm. You said they declared results in the middle of the night. Even in America, don't we do night vigil to listen to one of the network to break the news even 2 a.m., 3 a.m. that this person has won? I know of other countries all over the world. It is when the election ended, they pronounce. So if they've not been, we've not been doing it before, maybe because of the procedure operated then. Because I could remember that of the other professor before Yakubu. I mean, for the Jonathan this time. He had joined till 10 o'clock in the morning. And 10 when he sat, he read the result. But this Yakubu did not, because they were just waiting for 2 or 1 more states. And he declares results. So what is the big deal about that? Whether they declared midnight to whether they declared 12 noon, result is the result. And Ogbeni forgot that. I think they said it in the law. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ogbeni. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not pretending, but there is a law in the INEC regulation that says that you cannot stop the result being announced. I think they did that law because of the Kanu of BBN. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you are still on the platform. Say again.
It's in the electoral heart.
Exactly. I know that law is there.
You can't go to court, get injunction to truncate election process. They must announce.
Exactly. So there is safe guide. So they are just looking for excuse. It cannot work. These 4 years is let us just follow the government, work in peace, let the government have rest of mind, and let them lead. The man has majority. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent by Baba. Of course, it's the baritone in his voice that gets the ladies. So make the ladies swoon. Another person that makes the ladies swoon, or is it swoon or swan? Somebody correct me. Yeah, swoon. Another person that makes the ladies swoon, Larry. Of course, Larry, you're up next. So now, Larry, from this debacle that we're getting from this Mauritanian chappie, is it now time? Oh, I think, did Larry just drop? Larry, click on your mic. You're not fully out of the studio, but your mic is off. So click on your mic so that you're fully connected. Larry, Larry, I can see you in the backdrop, but your device is not fully connected. Larry, Larry, oh, it's dropped completely now. Should I give you a micro moment to get back on? Larry, just to follow the sequence. All right. We wait for Larry to come back, but whilst we're waiting for Larry to come back, let Bishop take the floor. So Bishop, so I'll go Bishop, then I go Prince, then Ola. Unless Larry comes up, then Larry goes after Bishop. So Bishop, you're up next. I know you tire of this narrative, and somewhat I suspect that you think the narrative of this Peter Obi and Yusuf Datti is getting in the way of us actually being able to interrogate the Tinubu space. And we thought that after the Peter Obi, in quotation marks, World Press Conference, I thought that was the ceiling on that space. But Yusuf Datti, he appears like some bad smell to stink out the place again. So what are they making of this verbal diarrhea by the Mauritanian?
Okay, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, fellow compatriots, wherever you'll be listening from. Please, as Baba emphasized earlier on, kindly click on the like button. Please, that's the least you can do for the platform. Please click on the like buttons. It does a lot to help promote the, what do they call it, of the platform. By the way, woman, it's just God arranged. You said I was going to come after Baba, then Larry after me, and all of a sudden you jumped.
So sorry. Yeah, you should have pulled me back. I didn't.
That's okay. But
you
can't say
the
anything.
Yeah.
So I was still also, well, by the way, it's 8:20, so it's 8:20 by my time, so that my 10 minutes will not be disputed. I was going to adopt Obeni's submission verbatim, because it probably said everything I would have loved to say, and he put them in very succinctly also. Baba Ajanikoko brought some questions, and I don't understand. In one bird, he was saying that he did not see anything wrong in what Datti said, and in another bird, he said some things that are not. So I don't know. So it was difficult for me to even take a position on what he was saying. But technically,
you didn't listen to me well.
I listened to you, but that's fine. That's fine. But I just want to say,
let me make a clarification.
Not now, please. When I finish, you will.
Hold on. You are throwing some stone at me.
I did not throw stones at you.
Yeah. Let me clarify what I said. I said this guy made some statements that are very reckless. It doesn't mean that he should be arrested. That's what I said.
Okay, I've heard you. The thing there is this: there was an election, which is a fact. The election, the body that was statutorily empowered to conduct the election declared a winner. That's another fact. And there were a process of seeking redress, which has been exhausted. The Court of Appeal, which is the court of first instance in this case, made a pronouncement. 5 justices unanimously decided that the election was well conducted and a winner emerged, because there were only 2 conditions for a winner to emerge: the majority of the lawful vote cast and the spread, 2/3, 25% of 2/3 of the state, and only 1 candidate fulfilled those conditions. And you have exhausted all the legal options available to the highest court in the land. And that highest court in the land technically has the power of life and death in their hand. So the 7 wise men with the 5 wise men in the first court of first instance have made the pronouncement, and one irritant somewhere is sitting, casting aspersion on those people, on the entire judicial system, and still coming out to boldly say he did not recognize the decision of the Supreme Court. That is subversion of the highest order on its own. Look, why we are in a government is that because we have submitted our sovereignty, we submit our freedom to the state. And to a great extent, the state can use some force, some extreme.
Are you there, Bishop?
I am. Did you hear
all
me?
right. No, you're back now. Carry on.
No, I'm not talking. So I actually just muted myself for a second. So for me, I mean, we at once in a while we can actually come together when issues are so very clear. What the guy said, there were so many inciting, derogatory, not even against the individual now, against the office of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I don't care about the individual that is occupying it. Datti Ahmed is too completely inconsequential and insignificant to cast aspersion on the body of bench or the justices of the highest courts in the land, on the person of the president. Look at the way he spoke very degradingly and condescendingly of the vice president. Look, there is a difference between the vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria today and Shetima. Shetima was the man before he was elected. Today, all the apparatus of Nigeria, of the Federal Republic, and the armed forces will be deployed to defend him. And if need be, we can go to war with another nation because of those two individuals. The law of the land pronounced that they were duly elected. And that is what they, as they used to say, QED. I don't know what it means. So you can murmur. In the military, they used to say, look, you can murmur inside you, but you cannot grumble out. Because ordinary grumbling, your voice hard. You have not said anything, you just grumble. Somebody will, you jump, they used to say, you don't buy job, be that. So let's distinguish between individuals that are occupying offices. And I don't agree with Ajale Koko that we don't have democracy in that country, Nigeria. I don't agree totally. And that in itself is a little bit, sometimes we repeat certain things and it becomes a pattern. And we continue to say, I'm not saying I'm challenging it, but factually it is incorrect. Absolutely. We have had 7 cycles of election, as imperfect as they may be. You cannot say we don't have a democracy in Nigeria. We have rule of law. Yes, there are breaches. There are breaches here and there.
Again,
let me finish now.
Again,
I thought if I permit you, you can interject. Let me land my thought now.
But you are saying a lot of things that I did not say. I didn't say.
You said so. No, you said we don't have democracy in that country. You said so.
The democracy we have is a sham. If you want to grade it, I will give it poor.
Okay.
It's a poorly managed democracy, and I agree with that guy.
I got a woman. I mean, is my time recoverable?
Score time.
Yeah, your time is recoverable.
Okay.
Your time is recoverable.
Okay, that's fine.
Hold on. If you reference him, then he has the right to reply. But carry on.
So it's poor. It's a sham. It is not the way democracy should be practiced that we practice. Some of you can say hallelujah to the kind of democracy you have, but this is not democracy to me. It's not the democracy that we fought for. It is not. What we are seeing now is not what we wish for. We never wish. I never think we're going to see government being run the way we are ruled in Nigeria today. We are not even governed. Let me leave it there.
All right, back to you, Bishop.
Well, I'll just respond. That's your opinion. That is not the opinion of 8 million people that voted for a man. And that's not the opinion of majority of Nigerians that can read the signs of time. So that's your opinion and you are entitled to it. So for me, I'm not saying they should arrest Datti Baba Ahmed, even though I repeat, if they arrest him, heaven will not fall. Nothing will happen. I mean, nothing, absolutely nothing. He will rot in jail. But it will be paying attention to an inconsequential irritant if they are beginning to say if he crosses the line and the security agency feels that he's inciting people more. We hear a lot of things on the space. How people say we were here where they were having before the swearing in. Some people were suggesting that is there no way they can hijack a plane and crash it into the swearing in what do they call this place? Eagle Square in Abuja. It's still, the records are still there. Somebody said that is there no way they can hire somebody to eliminate a marksman? You know, there are lines. There are very thin lines. And people cross them because even though everybody say there is no freedom of speech in Nigeria, Nigeria speaks.
Bishop, do you think this will carry on until somebody is made an example of. It's gone too wild and too far.
At some point,
so somebody has to be made an example of.
I agree with you. At some point, somebody has to be made an example of, because the election had come and gone, the litigation process had come and gone. Any reasonable person will say, okay, in the best interest of Nigeria, let us move forward. Let us put our hands together. And it was practically the man was patronizing him. What's his name? Charles. And it was making him to feel was some hippie happy guy. Said that they wanted to, he got to know 10 minutes that they planned something for him. 10 minutes he abated it. He was talking rubbish, gibberish. So for me, Nigeria space, I think some people are abusing the fact that there is a look. There are. I said something in today that NBC, National Broadcasting Commission. I think the role of monitoring what people say on the airwaves, states should have input. States, because NBC cannot look. There are more than 70 TV and radio stations in Oyo State alone. 70. In fact, in Ibadan alone, more than 70. In Lagos, I'm sure they will be nearing 100. So I don't know how NBC in Abuja will be able to monitor all the space, and I will keep people in check. There should be, because they say a lot of things in some of those places, and you begin to wonder, are we really in a state that is being governed by the rule of law? The law? Are people really answerable to some of the things they say? And people will come out and say there is no freedom of speech. Nigeria, there is no democracy. Nigeria they are not being ruled. They are being, they are not being led. They are being ruled. The abuse must stop at some point, because if this man does his own and he goes that way, and other people do it, and they don't check them, they don't caution them, they don't check them, people will think that's how you do. And one day, look, people will take to what they are saying, and the state will react, and we will have another lie about Lekki nonsense massacre that people still reference to today. I don't know where we put shame, where we put decency, when we put. So for me, I don't think Baba Ahmed is significant enough. But if it is just to put him in check, the fact that you lost an election does not mean the end of it all.
2 more minutes, Bishop.
Nigeria can go. Nigeria should grow. Yes, Nigeria should grow, and Nigeria can grow beyond an individual. Nigeria should really grow. Nigeria is bigger than any individual. That you lost an election, and so bloody what? So because you lost an election, Nigeria must not exist again, must cease to exist? No, now. We cannot continue in that trajectory. So why I'm not saying they should arrest him, but I think they should call him to order and put him in check. And the best people that can do it are the people that are in authority. As bad, as flawed, as faulty as our democracy is, I think we are learning the ropes. And in 24 years, we've had 7 cycles of election. Imperfect, yeah. Imperfect, I agree. But I don't agree that we don't have that. I don't agree that that's about me should be allowed to continue to run his mouth and run down the institution of the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent by Bishop. I'm sure all of his followers, there'll be a round of applause. Standing ovation for Bishop. So standing ovation for Bishop. On next to Larry. So Larry, I was just coming to you when your system dropped. Good to have you back. So now Larry, this now in citizen by birth under the Nigerian system. This guy, a first generation introduction into the Nigerian space, is excesses now. This wild sort of untamed sort of utterances by the Mauritanian guy. Does that now bring into focus the need somewhat to embed some indigenship clause in the Nigerian constitution that anybody that is aspiring to high office, they must have at least X amount of generational association within that landmass before they are able to aspire to office. So at least that's the minimum. Their grandparents must be Nigerians, before they can aspire. Both of them must be Nigerians, because this is an example now. If this guy succeeds in blowing up Nigeria, he just packs his bag and goes back to his own country. So your Mauritanian friend, Larry, is wilding up again.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, viewers. And it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. I think Nigeria just missed a bullet with these guys, and I think Nigeria is very lucky to have actually escaped these guys. You know, this is a guy that I think there was a particular point that he came on national TV and he was crying. Why was he crying? Because they were insulting his father. And I'm very sure why they were actually, I'm very sure even in Kaduna, he doesn't really get that respect. And this is the same person. All I see in this whole thing, right? I don't see an interview here. I see a pre-planned interview that was meant to push an agenda. That's all I saw with the whole interview, right? This is not, if you look at that interview, because when you watch interviews, you watch the body language of the interviewer and you watch the body language of the interviewee. And you'll be able to know if you're actually watching an interview. Because everything I saw here, right, from the beginning of the interview, you can always see that it's more on a particular agenda. And even when the interviewer was trying to move outside that agenda, he kept bringing him back to that same agenda. And the interviewer was coming back to that same agenda. So that's all I can actually see here. For me, I wouldn't say they should arrest him, but I think it needs to be. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, carry on, Larry. I can't hear
Yeah,
you.
hear you.
I can hear you.
Keep on
Okay.
rolling.
Okay. So for me, I think it needs to be investigated because I think there are still a lot of things that are still hidden that this guy actually has, that this guy is actually planning. So for me, I think there has to be some investigation going in, right? Because you don't trust those guys. They have access to a lot of hush money, and they can actually go to any length, right? Because if you look at the whole thing in the whole interview, you should definitely know that this guy has a lot of things, right? So for me, if I were to be like DSS or people that actually know what they are supposed to do, so I don't see them, this normal coming out, attacking him. No, that's not what you're supposed to do. I think it should be more of investigating, because the more you investigate, the more you're able to expose a lot of things, even down to even Arise TV itself, right? Because I don't know why he could actually be given that leeway and on the live TV.
Sorry, Larry. Do you think Arise TV's license should be suspended, as some people have suggested, because they are on a final warning? And that interviewer, that presenter, he showed no inclination at all to pull that guy back. So do you think they should be suspended for a couple of weeks, just to hammer home the point?
So for me, right, suspending them is not really going to do any good. So that's why I'm more interested in investigation. Until you're able to investigate them and you're able to get something, right, that actually need them to some of those things, then you don't even need to suspend, right? Because if you can actually get an investigation that traces them to be complicit, right, against the nation, so there is no point having them on here. So that's my own belief, right? If you go in now, right, they've actually been able to gain a lot of public sympathy with the agenda they've been pushing, and anything you do against them, right, they always have this there's always those, they have their loyalists that are more like, yeah, probably you're trying to silence them, and people like that are always good at claiming to be victims, right? And you hear people coming out and saying, "Oh, yeah, they're trying to, like, freedom of speech and all those things." But I think there is a limit to it. So, for as far as I'm concerned, I think they should, Arise TV itself, right, needs to be investigated. If DSS actually know what they're actually doing, NIA, they need to just try like come in and investigate them. As far as Datti Baba Ahmed is concerned, that character is not someone that I think needs to be, it doesn't really earn respect, because there are people that talk and you really want to listen to, and you think, yeah, they talk with respect and a lot of people respect them. Yeah, I just heard someone was saying, when you are good, the first place that actually shows how good you are, it's your home. And if you are in the midst of your family, because your polling booth is your polling booth is your home, and if you can't convince the people in your home, right, to how far you can actually go, then I don't see you convincing a population, a whole population like Nigeria. So as far as I'm concerned, I think it's good. It's good that Nigeria are beginning to know those characters, because it will have been so bad.
Can you imagine somebody with these extreme views? And by the way, there was a commentary he made on actually, I'll find it, but carry on. This is not the most. This is not the first time that he has made an inclement sort of commentary. But carry on. I'll find this. Carry on, Larry.
Yeah. People's character, you might not really know people very well, right? Until when they are on the other side. And this is actually obvious when it comes to politicians. They give us a picture that is not the real picture. And in cases like this is exactly when you're beginning to now start getting to know them, that these are characters, right, that you can't entrust a nation to. Because I don't see any reason why. Take, for instance, now, if you're a leader, right, there are some diplomatic decisions that you have to take, right? And you're taking that on behalf of a country. So now imagine you have this kind of character in government and they have to make a decision for a country, probably in United Nations or probably somewhere else. Do you think these characters can actually make rational and objective, decision for Nigeria that could definitely benefit Nigeria and not for their own personal interest? So those are things that you look at, right? It's good. I'm happy that we are able to really see the character, what they're actually made of. And I'm happy that we're able to really know, right, that sometimes we need to, as Nigerians, and particularly people, when you want to vote for people, I think we need to start sitting down to really understand who these people are, right? Before we kind of like make some decisions, right? I know it's normal as human. We get moved by emotion, we get moved by our own personal conviction, not really, not really by us sitting down to really reason, to be able to know that probably we are making the best decision. So that's why I'm really happy that we're beginning to see this character and what they're actually made of.
All right, excellent. Larry, let me play you this clip of this guy in action. This was when he had a micro moment as a senator before they kicked him out for rigging an election. And by the way, Yusuf Datti, he was a senator once upon a time, didn't last up to 6 months before they kicked him out for rigging the election. But in those 6 months, he still was able to make some of these intemperate commentaries that is now known for. Listen to this, Larry.
Those who engage in same-sex marriage.
Actually, such elements in society should be killed. Why? I think we are right to say.
So there he is. They were discussing a bill on homosexuality, and that is the summary of Yusuf Datti's contribution. So hear him again. It's only about 10 seconds. The guy is a certifiable, maybe that is what they do in Mauritania.
Prescribed in the proposed bill for those who engage in same-sex marriage.
Actually, such elements in society should be killed.
So there he is. So Larry.
So can you see what I mean? You see, when you are a senator, or probably you are a member of an House of Representatives.
Woman, you'd have been in detention if he had won.
They shoot on site now. So that as I'm coming off the plane in Mauritala Mohammed, is AK-47 straight away.
so you see, they call people honorable, and you now look at the characters. Do they merit being called honorable people. And these are kind of characters that you see. Imagine this kind of character, right? Representing probably had it been someone like Obi actually won. This kind of character going to the United Nations to represent Nigeria. And there is actually a part, and they actually ask him to say something about the Israel and the Hamas war. What do you expect from this kind of person? You know, these are people, when you look at Gumi, you look at this person, right? And you look at some people, you are able to really know where they're actually coming from, their kind of reasoning, their kind of mentality. So as far as I'm concerned, I think we're even helping him, right? Talking about him, because as far as I'm concerned, this is not someone that I think merits us really talking about. We just need to just take him as one of those guys, right? That we don't respect, some of those guys that we are happy that we get to really know the kind of people they are.
All right, excellently put. So thank you, Larry. So Larry, let's go on from you to Prince Daddy, a man of equal measure. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. So Prince, I'm sure you'll be glad when we are past this Obi and all this nonsense space, because I think you are interested in more important matters. But a gift that keeps on giving. This is Datti now, not Obi. Prince Daddy.
Honorable timekeeper, one man, please take his 2 minutes Trump usage. Don't forget, he came in to defend Trump.
He has to be Koboko for all these Trumpians, all these right wing people.
I think I'm going to spend way less than 10 minutes, actually. Okay, hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the One Man Show. Yes, I listened to the video with Charles on Arise. Yeah, I think that was trying to be provocative somehow, one way or another. With that and Obi, there's a movie called Dumb and Dumber. I'm not sure if you watched that movie, but I'm not sure which one goes first between the two of them. But Datti claims to be, I think he holds a university and is I don't know if it's a lecturer or whatever it is. It seems to be maybe educated or highly educated, but it knows. I think it's just yeah. What do I say? It's just acting up. It knows there's nothing behind it. People are not coming out to protest and all these things. There's nothing behind it, but it doesn't mean though if someone like me can be dismissive of it, that is not trying to incite the young people there in that country or cause chaos. I mean, let's leave that to the authorities. I think they know better to know if someone like him is going out of hand, quite frankly. Because in the Nigerian state, it may not take a lot to incite people to have them acting crazy and going haywire. So this is I'm kind of tired of that and Obi, quite frankly.
Let me take you to a space that, unless you really want to speak to that space, let me take you to this space. So now, is this an argument? We're talking about Niger State. It says that Niger governor demands 13% derivation from oil revenue, threatens to shut down Kanji Dam, other national power infrastructure. So now, there's that derivation that the oil-producing states get for reasons of supporting the country in that manner. But the for decades and decades, all the little electricity that we get essentially comes from that Kanji Dam, which comes from that Niger State cusp. The Niger State governor now, he's insisting then that that Kanji Dam is of equal national importance as the oil. And if they are getting derivations in the South, then he wants derivation too. Is that an argument, Prince?
I'm not sure if it's an argument. They built a dam because they have a river that flows there. I mean, it's an argument if like the Niger Delta, there's a lot of damage or destruction to the environment that's affecting the lives and livelihood of the people there. That makes sense. That's an argument to be made. But for what you just read, I don't think has a legitimate standing on that for what he's asking for. But I don't know that in details. Maybe there's some environmental damages going on over there that requires the government intervention, quite frankly. So I'm not sure what to say about that.
All right. I think there's an argument there, but once we've looked around with the 10 minutes, I will revisit that space because I think it may have a point, but then of course I may be wrong. Yeah. But let me go on and let me go on and move the conversation to Ola. So Ola, let me play you this clip. This guy is not at all suited for the Nigerian space, but his public utterances and the way he behaves publicly is alien and foreign to Nigeria. He is being, and his nationality explains that. I have never seen this sort of behavior by somebody that is in a senior place in Nigeria in a public space. Watch this. You'll be aghast. I didn't want to use that word, but that's the word. You'll be aghast.
You did a press conference when you were talking about fake news. Some people who had fake Twitter accounts in your name and all of that. But it just looked like that scenario changed a bit. But how's that for you?
It really hasn't changed.
Really?
Yeah, it's on the increase actually. But I've been able to succeed from the last press conference that I held. It has made a huge impact on 2023 elections. It was actually intended to call a particular gentleman to order. And I don't need to repeat all his utterances. And they were taking us on a very dangerous direction. It was uncivilized, undemocratic, and unpolitical, the way they were attacking our personalities. It was no longer making sense, the kind of politics they wanted to practice. A businessman like Peter Obi, who was very, very excited at the oil opportunity in northern Nigeria, and all they could do was to say that he was against it. This cannot continue. When I joined the ticket, I impeached certain lies against him, and I saw that they were heading towards that. And particularly my good friend on the APC side, on the same level, he was really, really, when people think they have money, they have power, and the sitting authority is theirs, there is no limit. Someone has to tap them on the shoulder. I did it and I pointed a finger. You do it again, do one, I'll do three. I'm capable of doing it. And they've stopped. However, me and my family have been paying a huge price for, my attempts to save Nigeria, to rescue Nigeria. They sent all sorts of people after me. I would have been a lot happier if only they stopped at me as an individual. But, the thing that I was able to sort with the presidential and vice presidential candidate, I ended up suffering from a much lesser level. 35 years ago, at least, our dad of blessed memory passed away. No one ever insulted him until I joined elections for presidency. This is not fair. No one ever insulted. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. You don't insult people's parents or their families. It doesn't happen. It's a huge price for anyone to pay to insult anybody.
Sorry about that. I know it's a bit emotional. Sorry about that.
So there it is, Crybaby Datti on national TV. I've never, this cringe-worthy sort of a behavior from this Mauritanian character. I think we saw Buhari once, and it made him a laughing stock. But this sort of alien behavior is anathema to our being, because we are stoic people, we are conservative, and men don't cry in public. So what are you then making of Crybaby Datti's latest verbal diarrhea, Ola?
Yeah, greetings to everyone. In fact, I almost missed this interesting program without adding my voice this evening because I find it so interesting. And the character like this is exact character that every Nigerian should find a way to stand against. A character like this, we should not even allow his voice to be heard, if possible. Now, I never knew that this guy can even be talking about someone insulting his family when everything you are crying against, you are weeping against, is exact thing you represent. So it is unfortunate. And you know where I have my concern is the lack of followership that this guy enjoy. Although I know that it's partly due to Obi, not because of Datti himself. Because when you see this type of character, honestly, I don't know how to qualify. I do. If he speak, I want to find something to plug my ear. I don't want to listen to this guy because this guy is a danger to the future generation. Even the current experienced people, if you are not on guard, this guy is going to lead you into criminality. Because this I'm sorry to say, I was saying I was going to curse before, but I've repented. I'm not going to do that. But this guy is just is just a demon. It's a demon. This the type of people that they don't care if they burn down the country just because they've not been able to achieve their personal ambition. I see the way people are trying to, although I would have loved to listen to, I missed the part where Obeni talked because I know that Obeni must have done justice to this matter. You see, when people say this guy has his own freedom of speech or whatever they are talking about, Haba, you okay, you go to football Premier League, for example, now and go and make some kind of racial abuse, racial statement, and say because of freedom of speech, and just go and learn what it's going to tell you, where it's going to land you. Go and ask Adenika, that guy that used to be on YouTube. Go and ask him why he's having a jail time in the United Kingdom today. So what we try to pamper and call freedom of speech in Nigeria is actually in reality is criminality. These guys stood on the national TV, or not even national now, because we are talking of the global environment now. It was even that indirectly inviting the military. That is to say, what will the military do? They will suspend a democratically elected government. That is anarchy. And this guy is saying, oh, because I've not got my way, I want someone to overthrow the government of the day. And we are saying can speak. Haba, people should not forget that when you defame person, defamation of character, okay, do that in the name of freedom of speech. See, come on, see, don't let us find a way to. This guy now is in a position whereby if he created some kind of chaos, anarchy, total breakdown of law in Nigeria, these people like this will escape. But what baffles me is, why is it so difficult for the government of the day to, even for the DSS, to even invite this lunatic? Because as okay, we know those people in the aim of this activism we are talking about. Showore will not come out and say this rubbish. Wale Soyinka will not come and say this rubbish. Even the most fierce activists in Nigeria will not come and say this rubbish. And this glorified idiot is still on the national TV now manipulating future Nigerians against the government. Now teaching people how to be immoral, teaching people how to with kind of some to embrace mentality of criminality, and we are finding a way to justify his freedom of speech. Go to his Twitter space, X space, and see what this guy, the type of hate speech that this guy is throwing up and down, and this guy is saying someone is insulting. Honestly, this is a person that even he should be in jail by now. They should find a way to jail this guy. And he's just saying that I don't care. He's even blabbing about it. Oh my goodness, this guy, oh, anyway, I don't want to do what he's doing. I would have just said this guy is lucky that he was not assisting. He was not saying this thing when Abacha was alive. By now, he will be singing to the DSS.
Ola, can you borrow me 15 seconds of your time, please?
All right.
You just made a point I want to point out, particularly to those that are talking about free speech, because you alluded to the soccer space. So I want to ask them directly, how will they classify a situation where a Dani Alaves was at trying to take a corner kick and they were throwing bananas at him, and they fish out all those who threw the banana peel and banned them from attending the stadium. Same thing for Samuel Eto'o. They didn't throw banana peel. They didn't make any speech. They were just humming, monkey tune, and they fished all of them out. They didn't even speak. It's just by dramatic action. So those that are talking of free speech, what do you say to that? Because they were all fished out. It was a stadium, and the stadium could catch fire because of that. Let them defend that.
People are saying we're in democracy. Let me tell you one thing. If you and I utter this type of statement, by now we will have had a date before a judge in Nigeria. That's what we know. See, I was just making reference the other time. All of us here, especially those of us in the diaspora, we fill immigration form. If just by making a public statement, maybe it's your belief or whether a religion, if you support criminality and you are caught and you say you want to, no country will accept you. That is how bad this type of speech that this guy is uttering is. And we are just saying this is a speech. This is an attempt to hijack power. This is an attempt to overthrow legitimate government. I don't know. Is it tracing? Is this tracing? We call this one of felony. I don't even know because I'm not a lawyer. So head or tail, throw it right or left. This guy has done what any average Nigerian would have done. I would have landed him in jail. Look at those people that even utter. Okay, look at that guy that uttered statement against Oshibajo. He said, "I will waive my immunity and take him to court." Look at the guy that just say, "Oh, freedom of speech." Oh, someone say Fashola wrote the judgment. I think the person knows better now. There was a time, if I still remember, I can't remember the year, that someone from somewhere just made a statement against the president of America. He know what the government of his own country did to him after that time. So there's nothing like freedom of speech. This is a speech. This is very reckless and this is criminal. So let's just call a spade and don't let us dress this thing. Don't let us dress it anyhow. This guy, honestly, I'm disappointed that he has not been picked up. And they are saying, oh, if they pick him up the street, nothing will happen. Because even people from the obedient quarter, they are wiser than what we think. Obi is what people want, not Datti. And it's unfortunate, even though I didn't support Obi, right? But then Obi should have.
Well, you supported him initially. You were an obedient.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I agree. But that's true. That's true, though, woman. That's true. But the fact remains that it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that this is a kind of running mate that this man. He should have done better. Honestly, I wish Obi well in his future endeavor, but I don't wish him Datti. I don't even wish anybody here Datti in the future. Sorry to say, it's a demon. Thank you.
All right. All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Ola. So Jide, you're up next. But Jide, to bring you in, Rufai Oseni has also been running commentaries about Yusuf Datti's appearance on their platform. So let me play you Rufai Oseni's commentaries, and then you pick it up from there. Jide, you're up next.
And some people are even calling for his arrest because him not acknowledging the president as his president should invoke some sanctions. What do you have to say? Did you watch the interview? Have you heard about it?
So I didn't watch the interview because from about 6 p.m. yesterday to about 10 o'clock, I was on a warship. Funny story.
A warship.
Yes. So my friend, the Spanish ambassador, invited me for a ceremony on a warship, a Spanish warship, BAM Tornado, that docked at the Lagos port. So I was there all through.
Yeah.
I didn't watch, but people told me about it. But I think it's that you should be careful. And I think also these are part of the things that criticized Mr. Obi and the Labour Party for. You remember the last brouhaha Mr. Datti caused?
Mm-hmm.
Even as regards NSAS, which is unforgivable and unpardonable. But now, if the Labour Party is wise, your PR team, whatever it is, should be able to work with Mr. Datti or call him to order. And if he's not emotionally mature enough for interviews, we should just keep it on the low. What I expect people like Mr. Datti to talk about yesterday, after that speech, is to take every sector of the economy and give flourishing ideas as regards how we can reform them and start to project forward, while also stating your point that there's a need for public opinion, there's a need for reform in our judiciary system. Not this, caustic talk and all of that. Because see, when you are in opposition, the question is, what are the ideas you have? The world is run by the quality of ideas. So if you have not given those ideas and you are just saying otherwise and saying things to heat up things, no, you don't do that. So that's what I expected him to have done. So I think the Labour Party PR team should call him to order. But I was also convinced, I've not watched the conversation, but I got a lot of messages as regards the conversation. This I'm just saying is based on the antecedents that I know. The other one that I knew properly, that interview that he denied pretty much of some of the happenings at NSAS. And I took him up on that many times. And if I get a chance to interview Mr. Datti today, I'm going to press him on those facts.
Yeah. And
okay. It's come to something when even for. Oh, I'm hearing myself back. Okay, the floor is yours. Carry on.
Jide, Jojo. I beg, Jide, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Please, panel, don't be angry. Belated happy birthday to you. I couldn't find you on that day on the panel. Belated happy birthday.
Well done. Thank you for that, Baba. So Jide, to you.
Woman, I've been asking one question. I think I have my answer to you. Who is the madman that's giving Obi advice? I think we have found the madman. And that is the madman that Obi gets his best advice from. You see, they are trying to...
Sorry.
Actually, that's the way I see it. You see, there is a game, there is a move in chess called the King's Gambit. When you try to trick somebody to take a bit because you already know what you're going to do next.
The Queen's Gambit?
The King's Gambit.
Is it the King's Gambit? I don't know that one. I know the Queen's Gambit, but carry on.
The King's Gambit. No, the truth is this. This guy is trying to call for something so that when it happens, it will rile up the youth, motivate them to go and protest. They have been looking for this room of protest. They cannot find it. But they are doing everything to make people protest. Example, Labor Union. You left your office, went to Imo State to cause trouble. They beat you black and blue. you are now declaring national strike. Why didn't you go to Imo and grind Imo? Maybe it is Imo in Imo State that they beat you up. But these people are looking for an opportunity to create chaos in this country. And for me, the president might be silent. I don't even want them to react to what he has said. I don't want the DSS to, arrest him. What I want is their marketplace should be shut down. Arise TV, shut it down. When they shut down their marketplace, go after these people's pockets. If he doesn't have the money to come and buy any space on TV or newspaper to say this rubbish, he will not be coming out. Every illicit fund in his pocket, drain it. Make sure he runs away from this country just because he knows they are going to drain him. This man is a complete example of an hypocrite. And one thing I realized is that I now know why Obi did not win this election. Because you chose somebody that is from Mauritania, that does not even have a base in the north, that even in his own locality they don't like him, and you are claiming that you won the north. It doesn't add up. This man is a problem to Obi's presidential ambition. Obi should discard this man. Should discard this man. And I don't know why they are swapping Obi, because now it seems that Obi is saying the opposite. That is saying another thing. Obi is trying to play it mellow. That is trying to go all all cylinders fire. But I think
is it because he has a country to escape to? Because we keep saying this guy is not a Nigerian. He's not a Nigerian. Because if they say they want to say his family history after him, then you have to go back to Mauritania. His father was a Mauritanian Arab who traded into Nigeria and got somebody pregnant and started a family. But if you want to look at his family hierarchy, his family tree, all the way through to Mauritania, all his cousins, all his families, they are all Mauritanian. So if he burns Nigeria down, he just walks away.
Yes, one man. And that's the hypocrisy in this whole matter. Obi and his people said Tinubu is from Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, because he has a passport from that place, and they are showing us. But now you went and picked a full-fledged Mauritanian as your vice president. See, and this is the hypocrisy. But when you are telling them, they will not want to listen. And I'm tired of arguing with anybody from that space. Because I think when you add political ignorance to academic arrogance, then this is what you have. When people don't want to agree that they are politically ignorant and they feel they know everything, this is what you have. They will not hear. That is an example of a disaster to this country. And one man, I noticed one thing. If you look at the history of election in Nigeria, from 1999 till now, it has always been everybody clamoring for wherever is going to enter. During Obasanjo time, everybody wanted Obasanjo. After Obasanjo, it was Yaradua. Everybody wanted him. Yaradua died, good luck him. Oh, good luck. His name is going to make the nation great. Good luck. Buhari was coming, they say, Baba, it is a time for change. Abi, it is only Tinubu's time that I think that a lot of resistance was there. A lot, but I believe that the creator of heaven and earth made this man president because of people like this. Because if this man had been the vice president of Nigeria, Obi is in soup. This man would have ruined Obi. Actually, from the way he talks, he seems to be more intelligent than Obi. I think he is more learned than Obi. So we would even have that knowledge, advantage over Obi. Because I don't think Obi can control this man.
You know, Jide, I said that in the previous session, and people came after me, that this guy is of a stronger pedigree than Peter Obi, and he's in many ways superior to Peter Obi. It comes from an old elite stock, from privilege and money, and from a historical rulership sort of space. Peter Obi, to all intents and purposes, is just from the streets. He's just a street boy that made good. This guy, if Obi was president, this guy would still be his boss.
Exactly, Oman. And that is the point. And when you now have somebody that is a fascist, a tribalist, when they were talking about Imo, even though it concerns his party, he was saying, I'm not here for that. He does not want to get himself involved in whatever is happening there. I'm not here for that. They wanted to talk about, and he said he's not here for that. Because why? What is there to sell is his agenda, and the agenda is to rally people to hit the street tomorrow morning. And they would fly out of Nigeria and continue to destroy Nigeria from Twitter or X or wherever they will be using to destroy Nigeria. And Nigerians will be dying. Because you cannot riot against the police and the life of the police in danger, and he carries a gun and you are saying he should not defend himself. We saw that during NSAS. You know how many police were killed. In fact, after NSAS, for months, police were not wearing uniform in Nigeria because they were lynching them. And you now say he carries a gun and he wouldn't shoot back. And these people want to cause that kind of situation, a scenario again in that country, and they will now fly back just because you lost an election. Oh man, you see, when I talk, this man should be crippled financially. Crippled. Then they should prepare his letter of deportation and send him back to Mauritania. With Ghana must go. I don't understand. This man just came to what Nnamdi Kanu did. He's not far away from what this man has just done. And Nnamdi Kanu is there in the cell. This man should be picked and should be locked up. So for me, I don't really appreciate anything he's doing. So I want to leave that space. Oh man. If there's any other thing you want me to just touch before I drop.
All right. We're still in the opening phase. I'm
Have you heard of Alhaji Sugar Bar before?
Yeah,
I think remember.
That name strikes. Yeah, Sugar Bar.
He was a man who was in GNPP, or was it GNPP? I don't know again. That was deported to Niger Republic. A politician, I think he was a senator.
Yeah, Senator Sugar.
Alhaji Sugar Bar.
That was political now. They were trying to take him away so that they can win the election there because he was and because he was maybe
Nigeria. Oh God, we have history.
They even tried to deport Atiku Abubakar in 2019. Remember when they said he was a Cameroonian and they wanted to deport him to Cameroon?
Oh God. Woman, sorry. Let me. I want to say something. I actually have something I wanted to send to you before. Maybe if I will send it in for tomorrow. I think
Send it in for today so that we can pivot, because I'm trying to line up the storyline for because I'm going to take Patrick for just 5 minutes, the prime dot for 5 minutes to wrap up this storyline, and then we'll go into the next phase. But before you is Yusuf Datti, because you are in Lagos, is Yusuf Datti's interview, is it making any waves in the news cycle in Lagos? We just heard from Rufai Seni.
Well, one man, you see, people are already tired of this obedience space. They are only devaluing themselves with this by holding on to this narrative. So people are already moving on. Are you going to tell an Igbo man that just opened the shop in Ikeja to shut down because of this? No, the people want to make money. Things are hard now. People want to make money and just continue to live. I also wanted to say something. You know, the last time I came on the show, somebody was saying something about the person Tinubu employed or appointed to oversee the ministers. That lady, what's her name? That woman.
Hadiza.
Hadiza. You know that woman now. She's developing an app to track ministers' performance, and they said they will be sending the app out to Nigerians. I'm still waiting for them to do it, so that you pass through an area, maybe Minister of Work says he's working somewhere, you have passed through somewhere, you can give a comment on the quality of job they are doing there, and they will be collating it. And
or even if they are doing the job at all, because under the Buhari administration, all of these jobs that they said they were doing, you have some person in that local community take his phone there and it will show you that, look, there's nothing here, just shrubs.
Yes, so they said they will develop an app for tracking those ministers. I think it's a good one anyways, but I will send the link in now. I just want us to look at something there, so that I don't know if the idea is a good idea, so I just want to ask if the government is actually doing the right thing.
All right, thank you. So thank you. So Patrick, you're up next, and then after you, the prime dot, just like a 5-minute monologue just to wrap up that space, and then we'll move the conversation on. Patoski, Baba.
Actually, I've not listened to that interview, so I'm not be able to.
It was a car crash of an interview, the worst of any expect. It was just a nonsense. But it was so wild, you know. It's quite alarming, some of the things he said.
I will need to listen to it again. But from what Rufai just said, I mean, for someone like Rufai,
for Rufai to criticize him, then
it must be something very terrible. And if you remember, I mentioned it earlier that the choice of Datti was a disaster for him. Politically, Datti was not going to create any capital for him. And we all saw it play out like that, you know. If he had settled with someone like Kwakwanso or some, they could have upturned things and make more impact than they did make. You understand? So I think that was a mistake. And I'm sure he wouldn't make that mistake again. This one that he's talking now, by the time 27 comes and Obi chooses another person, then Obi will be the one receiving the bullet that time. But this guy is... to me, I will leave the decision to the government as to what to do with him, because if you want to say they should arrest him, it's like glorifying, it's like giving him some leverage as well. You are giving popularity and everything. But if you want to allow that, it's like condoning something that might lead to a problem in future. Look at Showore now. Showore had not even said half of what this man said now. In short, between you and me, they have never heard Showore say anything that is illegal, that can really be, that they can hold to like this, that says illegal. Showore criticizes government, and he does that so objectively, and he has his own facts. And a lot of people also criticize government too. So, but with his argument and with his position, look at the way they are treating the guy. Held him in the country, can't go out, can't see his family. You understand? And this guy is saying all these things, and they are letting him be. So at times you want to wonder whether we are in the same Nigeria. Is it because Showore is a southerner?
We have a 2-tier system now in Nigeria. There's there's a I've never really known the states to move against the northerner in any aggressive way. Certainly not in the way they move
Because look
against
at
the
what
southerners.
this guy is doing now. Look at what Showore say revolution. The revolution is what we need to change the country. What's the meaning of revolution? The revolution is to turn things around now. It's true now. So the method, Showore did not say violent revolution.
Some of you were anti-Showore at that time.
No,
Some of you are saying,
it's
"Oh, this
political strategy.
Showore deserves to be put in jail."
I
We
never
just
said that. I
elected one
never.
government.
Ajanioko.
He's trying to turn people against the
No.
government violently.
Ajanioko, I
He's
never
trying.
said that.
A lot of guys here that are saying, "Oh, Showore, why is Showore here? Showore did not say much as this guy, but they snapped Showore in jail." A lot of you guys here were against Showore for calling for revolution on the basis that, one government just won and he started calling for revolution, meaning that, he's calling for insurrection against the state. That is what a lot of you were saying here.
Okay, let me answer that.
I can't understand these Nigerian people.
Let me understand. Let me make you understand.
Psychologically bastardized by long-time military rule. They don't know the meaning of democracy. When somebody speaks, exercise his freedom of speech, they don't understand it. It's all brutal for the call. Go and get him, slam him in jail, deny him all his right, let him rot in jail, and that is the way to run democracy. I don't get it.
Let me explain to you. As far as I'm concerned, with respect to Showore's ideology and argument, I have no issues with that. I am 100 in support. But the argument I had against him was the way he ran his party. If you remember, I said, how can you be the chairman, you be the presidential candidate, and then you run it like a caucus? He said it's because you can't really trust people. I said, why would you have a party and say you can't trust? You have to just keep trusting people until they betray you. And that does not stop you from trusting others. And that's the argument I normally have with was it Foley or someone that time. But the point is that with Showore's party ideology and system of political participation, I don't totally buy it. But what I'm saying is that what that guy has said.
Showore should just give up on politics. He's just embarrassing himself.
He can learn it now. You start somewhere. You understand? One man.
that is another thing. One man is embarrassing himself. Somebody is exercising his right to participate in politics as guaranteed by constitution of the country. It should just quit.
One man, if you observe him,
if you have AAC in opposition in Nigeria now, Nigeria will know that they have an opposition in place.
But we do have AAC in opposition now because they are not in government.
They don't have
they are not the main opposition. They don't have representative in
Congress. But they have the platform to oppose the government now.
How many things will it change? Will it not go after them? If Showore that kept quiet now is watching, Ade Luku, Ade Lafu, now each already do. I say waiting that they do say. I must say, Luku and the Lafu. That is what Showore is doing.
Lafu, okay. Is it time for
laugh?
Okay, no. I'm just poking for
the Lafu. That is what he's doing, because anybody with this sentiment, tribal sentiment that you see that is running now, anybody, if you're ready to come after Tinubu now, you will see a lot of Yorubas. Oh, he has started again. He want to dismantle government. They should go after it. That is what they will be saying.
Ajayoku, let me give you something you can write on. You see, Showore, one man said that he's embarrassing himself. No. If you compare Showore participation in 2020, in 2019 and 2023 now, you could see that he's maturing. Either as a person, and the party is maturing as a party. And I'm sure that he is running for office. Was probably not expecting that he was going to win. But I want to believe that this guy is trying to get the process mature and everything. By the time a generational change takes place, then he will be positioned. He might not be running against people like Tinubu, he'll be running against people like Obi, he'll be running against people like Adewale.
I think Kulata, it wasn't Kulata or somebody. I was having this conversation you are having now with somebody, and we were saying that the window for the Showore generation, which probably a lot of us fall within that cusp, that window, it has been stolen. It will never, because when Tinubu leaves, then the last remnants of that space, it will be the Shetimas, the El Rufais, and all of those sort of people. And then after that, it will skip to Gen Z or thereabout. A generation will be skipped, and probably yours and mine.
How old is Shetima? Shetima was born 1967 or 68 now.
Yes, but okay, well, I suppose there's that point, yeah.
Generation is plus or minus 4. In my own village, we have age group, the age group classification. Age group classification is plus or minus 4 years.
Yeah, but Shetima falls within the Showore bracket now. So Showore still,
they are in government now, in a way. So by the time Tinubu's generation move, there's no way another generation, Gen Z will not be mature. When you are talking of Gen Z, you are talking of people like Davido's age, people like, they are not mature
yet. I was even
yet.
talking about people like Uptown's generation, sort of.
No. You see, if Uptown now is preparing himself politically, I'm aware, but I'm sure that Uptown will probably want to run for maybe councillor, honorable, or even rep or something, which is, to me, would be a very good training ground for him. You understand? So I'm sure he will say how he wants to run for governor, like that guy in Lagos. He's not matured enough. He wasn't mature enough for it. So the Showore generation is the one that will come after this one. And that is preparing himself. People are laughing at him now. By the time his harvest comes, they will be like, we thought it was, you understand what I'm saying? It's like that. They will just age into that structure and system like that. So I'm thinking of his generation, apart from people like Shetima and the rest are in the political party. I think he's the most prepared of his generation for that now. All he just needs is a very good running.
But you say it's the most prepared. You mean he's the most exposed? Because he's not prepared, his language does not prepare him for. Just like Obi bypassed him now, he laid the ground. Obi built on it, but he's still not taking the learning. Showore has not pivoted his political language to suit the demography. He wants to stay up high, just this righteous, pious, sanctimonious, whatever. But the people want a more digestible sort of politics. And he is too aloof. He wants to be aloof. How can you be aloof?
So one man.
I agree with you, one man.
So one man. Hold on, Patrick, please, 1 minute. So one man, you and some others, we go after what do you call it?
Datti.
No, not Datti. No, this Datti boss, Obi, that is playing tribal politics, is playing religious politics. So that is the kind of politics you expect.
No. Hold on. One second. You okay? Go on.
Yeah.
But I think you missed the point I'm making. But
so
even though he has not made it.
Yes. So Showore is not playing. Showore is not playing that kind of dirty politics.
Because that was the politics that gave Obi the platform. It wasn't as
no.
doesn't pay.
Hold on. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Showore is playing three types of politics. Showore is playing. He's playing the tribalized politics. He's playing the religious politics, but he's also playing the youth politics. So the abundance of his politics is in that youth space. So Obi. So nobody is expecting Showore to either, because it's not in his instinct to be tribalistic or religious bigotry like we see with Obi. But that youth space, which Obi has seized charge of, he could have. That was his space. That was an open goal for him. He created that space, but then he couldn't enter it.
Let me tell you. you see that youth you are talking about,
Obi youth
and
like
the
football youth now.
tribal wrap
Tribe.
up together. It was because Nnamdi Kanu has been captured, and that space, the youth space that are normally supporting Nnamdi Kanu, they are in like a wilderness. They don't have leadership. So when Obi came in, so let us now switch to Obi, you know, with the tribal sentiment. Now they switch to Obi, chanting him. That
Exactly.
is what happened. Look,
Exactly.
it's you, one man, and some other, the educated, like me and you, that know how the meaning of good governance, how governance is, I mean, government is run in places that we live that fail Shore. It is
No,
not
it is his
we see,
aloofness. It is his
we see,
aloofness
no,
that
it is not
continues to fail
it's
him.
the middle class in Nigeria that knows better, that doesn't come out to fold. Those people are the people that will suffer most in that country because they think they are better off because their children go to private school. They don't care about public school. They don't think by fighting for the community we better everybody.
I think that's an
Irrespective
unfair.
of the
No, I think that's an unfair
yes.
generalization.
So
Ajanle
they
Koko.
believe they can go to private hospital. People
No,
that
no,
don't have money to
Ajanle
go to
Koko.
private, it doesn't
No,
care
no,
to
that's
go
not the
to. Let me
narrative.
land now. Let me
All right.
let me land.
Okay.
So people that doesn't have the money to go to private hospital, that go to public hospital, they don't care to fight for them so that we can have good medical facility in the country, good schools in the country because they have the money, but they're going to suffer it now. So that is the middle class in Nigeria, particularly
All right.
in the state, that fail people like Shore and
Ajanle Koko, I think that's an unfair generalization. I don't think it's fair to say that the middle class don't care. Because even though you feel that they have the finances to insulate their personal life, they live in a wider society that the sufferings of that wider society, it infiltrates into their personal life. You know,
how many of them come out to vote compared to the Yalata and those people at the lower level of the
you are missing it. It's not their personal. It's not their personal vote. It's their sphere of influence. That is really the strength of the middle class. Is their sphere of influence. So
what are you talking about, one man?
Let me make the point now.
Middle class,
okay,
middle class are the greatest voters in this country where we live.
Yeah,
but you don't have it in the country.
Yeah, but you have a big middle class. We have a big middle class there now.
One man, why are you jumping from pillar to pillar? What do you mean by big middle class? What does it matter?
Let me explain what one man is saying to you.
Nigeria middle class doesn't vote.
No, wait, Najane Koko, hold on.
Let me land.
They don't vote in large number.
Okay.
Let me respond to him.
Okay,
what one man is saying is this. In a place like the US and the UK where he lives, the middle class is large, a larger proportion, is a large proportion in their population relative to the proportion of middle class in Nigeria. So what really counts for middle class in Nigeria is not necessarily their vote, but their sphere of influence. For example, when I was in Nigeria, I was a middle class person, I would probably have one vote. And I live in Abeokuta. The category of people in my class then, that I know, we are not up to, if the population of Abeokuta is, let's say 1 million, I don't think we're up to 50,000. You understand? But we have influence because we have people who have supported one way or the other. We have people who have worked with us. We have drivers. We have them within our influence because they think that we are more educated and we have better reasoning. So when they tell us, they say, Mr. Patrick even said so. You know? So that's the influence that one man is talking about. I will vote, but all of us, total of that vote in Abeokuta, even if we voted for one person, will probably be 50,000. Whereas even that 50,000 will be divided. If we don't have block vote, because we are middle class and because we are intellectuals, we hold our opinions and our ideologies separate. But this Yalata, they can have block vote. So that's why it shows that their vote counts more. and it looks like the middle class doesn't really vote.
And that is where Showore's language is not reaching to, because he's speaking to that middle class who are not really buying his narrative because of his aloofness.
Because the Yalatas then, as you see them across the country, the people at the lower, you have to pay them to vote. Showore said he's not going to pay anybody to vote. You understand what I'm saying? And the politicians that were stealing billions of your money pay most of these people to come out and vote. So we are in for a big problem. And when I said earlier that the democracy you have in Nigeria is a sham, some people are coming after me. They said, "Oh,
no, I don't believe it's a sham. I believe it's a maturing democracy."
Oh,
you
okay.
Understand? If you read the story of your country, that place where you are, well enough, you will discover that when they were at our stage, they were worse than this. You understand? Look at
Are we not living in modern world?
Wait now.
First time we are practicing democracy.
Wait now, let's talk first.
I mean, this kind of excuses. Oh, if you compare America when they were like you, they are this. In this modern world,
let me finish
everybody
now.
is educated.
Let's finish first. Let's finish. What I'm saying is this: if you look at America, I'll tell you. Just hold on. If America, when they were in our stage, they are worse. Now we are we have an accelerated pedestal, because now we have had an America that has run that process. And that is why we could institute a democratic structure within 2 years. Absalom Abubakar could put up democracy and do it within 2 years. You understand?
Patrick, does Ajale Koko remember two party men, different parties, had to pull gun on themselves in American history, democratic history?
Yeah,
that's straight fight.
Yeah, you understand? So if you some of this democracy of America, there's a book. I think I'll give you that sign up to my Audible so you can listen to that book, Why Nations Fail. That guy talked about how the democracy evolved. It was just corporate structure that is like a board, company's board. So the process is, in short, it was authoritative. It was an authoritarian system. You understand? But ran in a very structured way. Then later it was evolving and evolving. But we didn't have to go through that. Abdulhamid could put up a democratic system within 2 years. We're expecting the Niger guy to put it up within 1 year. So that's the kind of acceleration that we need to have. But the society, the structure can be accelerated, but the society needs to metamorphose. The society needs to grow, because the formation that we currently have, everybody, whether we like it or not, we have been formed in one way or the other. The formation we have had took time. Now, the reformation that we need to have will still take time, but it must be deliberate. That's the only excuse I have for this people. I voted for Tinubu. I'm not excusing him anymore. You understand me? I'm not. My own is I voted for him. Now I've campaigned for him, but I must hold him to account. But we must understand that he's working within a context. Our democracy is evolving within a structure and system, and we are getting there. This American democracy that we are talking about. When was the first time they allowed women to start voting, or allowed blacks to start voting? You understand? America just produced its first black president recently now. The democracy of how many 100 years? You understand? So it takes time. It takes time. It's good that we are holding them accountable, because we feel that, yeah, you have more opportunities, you have technology, then you have examples, you have patterns, but there is no two society. There are no two societies that are exactly the same, and you can't run the social system like you run a mathematical system, like 1 + 1, or put this input into a function, you expect this outcome, you hold this one constant. You cannot hold a social system constant. They must continue to run. They must continue to run. So it takes, our generation might not witness the Nigeria that we hope for, but our generation can witness the Nigeria
I don't see why our generation should not see the Nigeria. At least we should. I think our generation can still get the green shoots of the Nigeria that we want.
No, you see,
because the Nigerian that we want is a 10-year project now. No. If You know, they say it takes 3 cycles of good governance to recalibrate Nigeria to a first world
Who said
country.
that?
That's the received wisdom. If you,
No,
yes, in terms of the resources available, and in terms of what needs to be done, if you had 3 cycles, which is 12 years of good for-purpose governance, Nigeria would turn around better than Dubai.
Now you see, you see, it depends on the Nigeria that we want is as defined by different people. Maybe the one that it looks like me and Ajani are looking at, it would really take time. For example, we want a Nigerian system that is capable of producing good leadership. That is what we need. We don't just wish, Nigeria can have good, if we have 3 good successive leaders. That we cannot wish that. We must pursue, and that is the point. We must start now. My concern should not be, I want a government that will build good roads, government that will provide healthcare. No, I want a system that is capable of producing good leadership, and then I can leave the rest. You understand? And that is why the argument of Obi about IREV and everything is also a positive one. Let's be very objective. It's a positive one. If you have an IREV, you have a system.
It's a pedantic argument. It's a pedantic argument. It's not it's spurious and vague.
But one man, if you notice that I've never criticized that argument of having that result posted, even though I'm not supporting him, because let's be objective, it will add credibility to that. If we can have that kind of system, in short, other countries will copy it. As we are voting the results, America will copy it.
Sorry, please, can I interject quickly?
Yeah.
I think sometimes in Nigeria, we overestimate our capacity. You know,
we forget that we're a third world country, Abi. Sorry,
we do forget, especially for those of us living outside the country. We tend to take what we live, with what is normal to us. We tend to always take it directly home. There are so many limitations to that issue of IRS, or what is it called? Because if you really consider the internet service of all these things, there will be delays and there is not going to be a way to convince people to. So if we cannot live and try to progress incrementally, I want to discredit the whole system because of something like that.
The infrastructure does not support the ambition.
It doesn't support. It's like the entire European Union trying to move towards electric cars. And some of them are saying if 20% of the cars in Europe becomes electric, it's going to collapse the electric grid. There's an argument on that already, that we are not yet despite how developed the union is. If 20% of the vehicles move to electric, it's going to collapse it. So that is one of the arguments for that thing. The second argument is the issue of hacking and all those stuff. The youths in Nigeria clamoring for these things, they are the ones getting the knowledge, but using it in the negative part. They are the one hacking banks, doing all kinds of systems. So I don't think that argument really stands too much for now. I would like to probably just hit the ground again.
Okay, yeah, I get that. You understand? But what I'm saying, I'm not even talking about
all right, bring it home though, Patrick, so that the prime can take the floor and then we'll get into the next phase. Yeah.
I'm not talking about IREV. I'm talking about we having a system that is capable of producing successively good leaders. You understand? Because it's them that produces the leader. You understand? If we are able to have a system that is capable of successively producing good leaders, such that even when a bad leader slips through that system, we have structures in place to check him, such that is within a national legal mode, that he had no choice than to just do what is good for the country. And that's what we need. Look at America today. If that system produced a bad president, the president will have no choice. It's very obvious within a short time that he's a bad president. So we have to behave and still manage to just do good things and eventually just get out and not get a second term.
That means we have to have some cabals, because those people monitoring that something will eventually be called cabals.
Yeah, cabals are not totally bad after all. If they are not few, if there are a lot of them,
You know,
in every country you have
it's just
cabal of some.
it's an unfortunate choice of word, that cabal, because a cabal under a different inflection is a kitchen cabinet, is a sphere of influence, is a people presidential advisors, but we use that word cabal and then it becomes a nasty thing.
No, in the national space there are people. Even in America there today, there are people who have very strong influence on government, very strong influence that they help check government either through their funding to make sure that the government behave in a particular way. Nigeria is becoming like that very soon. So I see somebody like Dangote or even the Dangote Corporation becoming a cabal with time. When we get to that point, those capitalist people will ensure that the economy runs very well. And when the president is coming with a policy that is going to ruin the economy, you will see the capitalist people group that eventually become a cabal telling him no. You understand? It's going to come to that. But so that's why we need to mature. We don't have a corporation. If we have like 10 or 20 of Dangote corporations in the system, then you will see that they can talk to president. I believe that Tony Elumelu is getting to that point. When the president won election, and one of the places he went to say thank you was to Tony's house. So which means that if that man is taking a policy that is against going to ground the banking system, that guy is going to say no. And then at times there will be people in the country where the president can never say no to. Our prayer is just that those people be very good people. That's all. That's all we should pray for.
All right, excellent. So that's Patoski, of course, the inimitable, one of one. There's no other like. So that's Patoski. So thank you, Patoski. Hold steady. Let's go on to the Prime Dot to round off this Mauritanian guy space, and then we'll go to another round. The Prime.
Yeah. Good day, everybody. People on the comment section and people at home, try like and subscribe.
Yes, we only need about 12 more likes to take us past the 100. So if we can get that, that'll be good.
I can't do it twice.
No, don't do it twice, because otherwise we'll remove it. But we have 160 odd people, so clearly not everybody has clicked on the like, but there it is. But carry on, the Prime.
Okay. Alibaba, or his name. I fear for that nation where we have this set of politicians that don't seem to understand that we need to save the poor before we incite them into frenzy and they end up burning the country and there won't be anybody to govern. People should put some caution. That man doesn't understand that theorem. What he was doing was purely incitement. And the moderator sat there nodding his head, not interjecting. And I'm like, this is not good anchoring. So that is what I just look at him. And concerning his being a citizen, most of the people on this panel, I think they've stayed long in foreign country. They hold dual nationalities, and we know that allegiance is a very tricky thing, especially when you still have your direct first and second cousin on the other side. So Datti Ahmed won't mind the nation going ablaze. He has other home. For those of us that probably, see Nigeria as our first home, because, the formative years of our lives was in Nigeria, we cannot risk that. So I hope he can calm down. That's why the likes of Obi will still, is still more reasonable than him. The election has come and gone. In 2 years' time, campaign will start all over again. I don't understand why this do or die. If the Nigerian people want you, they're going to vote for you. That is my summation on that early space. But I have more concerning issues concerning the Imo politics.
All right, carry on. Yes, you start to open up a new conversational space, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah. I don't know. I think they said thunder doesn't strike someone twice at the same spot. This message is more for the Indigbos. I know it's going to be a bit sensitive, but I just have to say it. When APC was formed, the leading Igbo voice in that party was Ngige, and he was the rightful person for Senate presidency. Unfortunately, the Eastern region felt they don't like him, but they weren't seeing the bigger picture. They couldn't give him just 4 local government and return him as a senator. Now we are almost having the same thing play over again. LP is sweeping across the Southeast.
Are you sure that Ngige won election on the platform of APC?
No, that's not what I was saying. Before 8 years ago, before 2015, I think Ngige was a senator already. He was supposed to return and be a ranking senator and become easily the Senate president before Bukola Saraki hijacked the whole thing when there was no rightful, in quote, a rightful heir to that seat from Southeast. Now, fast forward, Hope Uzodinma is not the most cherished son of that land, but is a powerful ranking member in APC. And the funny thing about politics is about electoral value. If you don't have your state, it depletes your electoral value. And the value that Hope Uzodinma can bring to the Southeast is greater than obviously, if they kick him out, the APC government is going to find him a ministerial place to go and stay. But it's not as much as a very powerful Southeast governor. So I would just want them, before they make this decision, they should also reconsider that, because if this marginalization, you cannot continue to contribute to your own affliction. So if Hope Uzodinma is kicked out, then you have a Labour Party, and Southeast does not have an APC governor in the government. So it's a kind of food for thought.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So excellent.
Man of prestige, no shaking. Come Monday, he will be declared.
That's
winner.
no man of prestige. That's the prime.
Okay, the prime.
There is an inevitability that Hope Uzodinma will be returned. Is the chairman of the APC Governors Forum, if I'm not mistaken,
and is the main sole founder of Ohanaeze.
The thing I was seeing during the day, or probably what I've been seeing on YouTube and all, doesn't confirm that narrative. Coupled with what happened in Southeast in the last presidential election and the historical background I just gave, it was
don't
just
worry.
That could have been given.
Man of peace, don't worry.
It's not. It's just like trying to bring to the consciousness of the people.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No wahala. Relax.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me bring you this. We're still with that thorny issue of the Nigerian currency. Let me bring you this. Root shock awaits currency speculator, and this is the presidency. So the naira, the way it is now, it's in an artificial position. I think we all know that. It's not essentially the economy that is driving the value. it is currency speculators and money holders who are playing the market just for the profit of it. But it looks as though the government is about to make a move. Root shock awaits currency speculators. This is the presidency. The presidency on Tuesday warned foreign exchange holders and speculators to turn a new leaf and let the finance market breathe or brace up for root shock ahead. The warning comes amidst unprecedented levels of speculations in recent months, which has destabilized the market and sent the naira tumbling in a frightening velocity. The special advisor to the president on economic matters, Dr. Tope Fashua. You know, now this Tope Fashua, he was a president. Remember that space when was it Madame Obi Surrogate that was trying to gather him, Showore, and that one that does fine boy, I can't remember, the preacher one that was trying to get them into a coalition. He's now a bag carrier with Tinubu. The special advisor to the president on economic matters, Dr. Tope Fashua, who gave the warning at the Cowries to Cash lecture in Abuja, said a cocktail of interventions and policy tweaks were being pulled to pull the economic out of the doldrums. Fashua, who represented, and by the way, is an appointee of Kashim Shettima, Fashua, who represented the Vice President Kashim Shettima at the event, said, when you want to destroy a country, destroy its currency first. For those who are speculating and praying and wishing that the currency would become nonsense, I believe that the policies being rolled out by the central bank and the government that I serve, led by the president, will shock some of them. You need to listen to the agenda, the man himself, Tinubu, and you will see that the level at which he's thinking is far ahead of most of us. You see, this is what really disappoints me in politics. This is a guy that was lambasting Tinubu just barely less than a year ago. You know, he has, yes, you do remember, you know, he has some very great ideas coming up. Some of them are what you have seen reversing the fall in the value of the naira. But he has also challenged us to review forward many of the targets. For example, the idea that Nigeria's economy will get to $1 trillion. He wants to achieve it by 2026. Some people thought that the naira will continue to lose value. Of course, we can already see what is going on, and who knows, maybe the naira will strengthen even further to maybe something 500 to 600. I am beginning to see some of those. So this is the speculation to that space. So what are you making then of this continuing I can't find the word. This continued volatility is the word I was looking for in the naira exchange space. So who wants to come at that first?
Okay. I think there is no country in the world that the government does not regulate the forex market. If you don't do that, you are going to find yourself in problems. That's why you have money laundering, know your customer, all those kind of things in the West. Now, I've often thought of something like, why is the government allowing bureau de change in the country? If the Nigerian currency should be stabilized, all foreign transactions should be done at the bank. The excuse of not learning should not be attainable for forex. If you are not that smart intellectually, if you cannot read, or probably are stark illiterate, what are you really doing with foreign exchange? Because it doesn't really add up. If you're a common man doing your trade within the country, I don't know why you really need forex. Now, the other thing is the hoarding level. The amount of foreign currency within Nigeria If the government doesn't bring a strong law, they will continue to pull the country down. A law has to be made concerning it, like no currency, no bullet change outside. Everything should be through the bank, and it should be regulated. That is the permanent solution. Every other solution is just quick fix. That's just my summation about that.
All right, Brian. Let me play this clip and then use it to bring Emeka in. I'm not sure if Emeka acknowledge if you're still there. Emeka Mekus, the Basharoon of Canada. Emeka. All right. What about Bishop? Is Bishop still there? All right. Let me play this clip anyway, and then somebody can pick it up. I think this might be a light-hearted one.
You ask anybody, the name America is an Igbo name. America is an Igbo name. The real meaning is Emerigomunka. Ask anybody, the founder of America is a black. No matter what is taking place today. And that will take us back. You, the English people, said civilization started in Africa. Yes, it started here.
So there it is, right there. So the name America, now we know. So I think the king of Uma here can move in to reclaim America. Who wants to have a go at that?
Let me go one man.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, yes.
Ajale Koko, let me just say something to one man. One man, you are a troublemaker.
No, somebody said that in just to tease up the place a little bit. Yeah.
This one is not something we can comment on. You take me to another thing. This is just I don't know.
Okay, let me bring up something I wanted to talk about tomorrow. Is that okay?
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. Atiku actually, in his speech after the Supreme Court judgment, came up with that formula of one-term presidency for Nigeria. That is, he proposed 6 years. Thank you. He proposed 6 years, and Obi picked it up yesterday with a little twist. Obi said 5 years, but then it has to go around the 6 geopolitical zone. That is one by one, so that governors can, every region can taste presidency. Well, that idea actually is not novel. The first person that proposed it for African government, if I remember correctly, was President Kufuor. I can't remember the period of his presidency when he was receiving the Mo Ibrahim Pierre, what do they call it? Pierre, this assessment, $1 million award. Then I think it was Kufuor who first mooted that idea when he was collecting that award, followed by President Jonathan, who said the same thing. Now, I don't agree with the Obi one, which proposed circulating the presidency across the 6 geopolitical zone. I feel that is a quota system again being rearing its head to Aso Rock. I disagree, but that one-term presidency, I think I support it. I support 5 years. I don't support 6 years, because 5 years, I think, is more than enough for a president that will actually show us what he can do. All that needed is for the next president to build on whatever infrastructure or improvements it has brought into the economic life of the citizen. Why I said that? For the 4 years, 2-term structure we are operating right now, as we will observe, this is Tinubu presidency. We've gone 6 months now. It's all about politics. We just rested from the Supreme Court brouhaha, and 6 months is gone. For another 6 months, we'll be speculating on the budget and things like that. So the first 2 years actually is about getting ready, putting down place structure and stuff like that. So by the time they go into the 3rd year, when governance began, they are already setting their eyes on the next election. and the next election requires money. This is where we start. They start all this what I'll call nyama arithmetic in the budget, because they need to save money for the next election. And always the next election is always a bloody one, because the president wants to do his second term as constitutionally allowed. You understand? But if it's a 5-term president, I mean, there will be governance throughout. The president will do something to fix his name in the annals of the political history of the country by doing well. There is be no repetition of campaign. There is nothing that will make him want to look back other than look forward to his legacy. So even if that 2 years is still there to settle down and structurally direct his government, he has clear 3 years to fix whatever he wants to fix for the country in his own name. So the second term is not there. So the question of that thievery that happens to save for the next election in order to perpetuate himself in power for another 4 years will not take place at all. So this is my own.
You know that idea is not original to Atiku Abubakar. It was a Goodluck Jonathan idea, and he came up with that idea in his towards his second term.
It was not even Goodluck. He plucked it from Kufuor of Ghana, actually. So he was the second person that proposed it. Kufuor was saying all African governments.
Is it a good idea though? Because how much can an administration achieve in 5 years, 6 years?
Oh, Jack Conde did how many years? And we're all talking of Jack Conde till tomorrow. I think it was just it was in his 5th year.
4 years.
Yeah, before they took over government. It's more than enough. Is this second term election that is always causing problem for the country, and we lose a lot of money because election costs money.
Baba, what Obi was suggesting was like parliamentary system of government, because he suggested that the president and vice president should be member of parliament.
No, I don't support all that one.
Even
it's a cheap way when he's talking about rotating the presidency. That's an easy way for any manner of person or geographical space to get their own president. Let the presidency be a contest.
Yeah, you said they should be member of parliament as well while they are president, so that they can be checked thoroughly within everything, every policy and everything they want to do. The parliament can check them right inside the parliament. They can be probed there. They can be, monitor very well by the parliament, and not the way we run it where we are. Anyway, that one by the wayside. Even Atiku that was suggesting 6 years and nonsense, when Jonathan came up with that idea, he was against it.
Yeah, he shut it down.
Yeah, he was against Jonathan, though Jonathan was crooked too with that
proposal.
That proposal rather, because you already spent 2 years and now you are proposing 6 years, and you expect Nigeria to support you so that you will balance, you will make up your 8 years.
That was how we saw it then, Aja. But actually, we could stop that and say, no, you do your 4 years and go. The next government 6 years.
Let another guy, yes, that's right. So, but anyway, let's forget about it. It's just, everybody's just, when I say, okay, the democracy we are practicing is a sham, people don't agree, and I'm saying it, I will continue to say it, a democracy where at the local government level, we don't have, local government administration that function without the control of the state is no democracy. And that where the what do you call it? Where the governor can call for election anytime, can sack there anytime, and nothing will happen. And if it doesn't like, it will not hold the election for 8 years, throughout its own. We just have administrator to direct the affair of local government. That is not democracy. That is what we have in Nigeria.
Yeah, I think we have to change that system. And I think one of the things mitigating against that system actually is, our constitution recognizes a local government, but not the local government development area, which Tinubu started. And that was what caused the quarrel between Lagos State and the federal government under OBJ. So if the federal, their money is there to be disbursed, but then almost all the states now have LDSA or what LSDA they call them. So who do we give it to? A state is entitled to maybe 10, and the governor has created another 30 LSDA, and they have structurally about 40. So how does the federal government disburse the money? So they always hand over this money to the governor of the state for him to disburse, because he is the one who knows the LSDA or whatever they have created in the state. I think the constitution should be amended to allow the local government development area government. If we recognize it, then they can disburse the money directly to the local government development area, so that they take it out of the government. And the election for local government position, I think INEC should take full responsibility of that. They should take it out of the state governors, because I can't see a state governor not. You can see all of them are scoring 100% when they conduct the election of local government. All of them, all the seats belong to their party.
They just write figures. So that is not
Yeah, exactly. So INEC should create another department for local government election. I know it's massive, because we have how many local governments even? I can't remember the number, but some over 700 and something for the whole 776 local government or so, or thereabouts, or 778. So imagine to conduct election in all those places, but then it's doable if we are very serious, because democracy is not yam. That's my take.
My brother, under the military, election at the local government level was conducted clean, clear, and we had local government chairman that operated without the interference of the state governor, of the state
military administrators.
They didn't interfere. They were running their local government. The money was coming to them directly. The allocation comes to them directly from the federal government. It is, and that is the way it started with this democracy, this Fourth Republic. But somehow they changed it in the new constitution that we have now, that it has to go through the state. And this is where the state government, develop so much power that, yes, they can do whatever they like. They can strangulate local government that does not listen to them financially, because the money comes to them first. So, and that somehow they develop this system of, conducting, removing, appointing local government chairman at their own will, against the will of the people. So that is not democracy at all. Imagine our city does not function. Imagine we have the governor in this America controlling every city, and the city is not autonomous from the control and the interference of the state. We won't have good governance in America. We won't.
Even I will go radical. You understand? I will want the local government eligibility to be non-partisan. You don't have to belong to a party to contest local government election. Honestly,
It's
It's
never done.
radical.
It's never no. It's never done anywhere. Even in America, it's on the platform of party that people contest city mayor and how do you call it, the councillorship and.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's a radical idea I'm just thinking of, because this control is just too much, and governance start from the local government area.
It is a corrupt system being run in such a corrupt way to empower the the governors, so that there cannot be any person that can rival them from any local government. Because, when local government chairman, perform very well, so they, noticeable of everybody, that person, want to upgrade himself by saying, I want to go for the position of governor of the state. So in order not to allow anybody to compete with them or to outshine them as a local government chairman, so that is why they are doing all of this. So this is not democracy. It's just a sham. And I don't think that if we continue like this in our own lifetime, I don't think we're going to have a good governance in that country. We just be parabolating in the same place. And it's getting worse. It's getting worse. It wasn't like this in the Second Republic. Worked well. Even the abrupted Third Republic under the military, the local government functioned very well. They were building roads, they were building drainage, they were building public tap. What do you call this?
Public washrooms everywhere.
Yes, they were doing all sort of things. They were building street lights.
We need at least 10 more likes to get us to that 100 that you want.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, listen to us around the world. You are the backbone of the this platform. Do it now. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. We rely so much on you. Let us cross 100 likes so that we can come back tomorrow and come and do this good work we are doing to your delight. So thank you from you.
All right, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. So you see, I'm over for 60 now. Nigeria have deteriorated all since I was a young boy up to now. It has deteriorated. It never improved. That is sad.
Well, the cup you see as half empty, I think I still see it as half full, because I know definitely there is no problem that is insurmountable. If we put our heart to it, that is why we need a robust, even if it's quasi-independent of legislature, we will make a lot of progress, because everything starts from the National Assembly to amend the Constitution, to change our laws, to create new statutes. That is where it starts. But this bunch that is there, they look very unserious. They look very unserious.
They don't love the country. They are just after money
because
they want to make.
To me, I still insist that car they give them 160 million is really an insult to the citizenry of Nigeria. Because it's really an insult. Because if all you do is empower them, go to the bank, we as National Assembly, we will guarantee it. You take a loan, and in other climates, I know, for instance, in this same Africa, those the rich ones in the parliament, they constitute themselves into car dealership. So even the new ones that have not chopped in the political pot, they sell cars to them on loan. and they will be paying small. It is their problem. It is their car. Why should government involve themselves in buying cars for legislators? I mean, it is sickening. It is sickening. It is maddening. It is maddening. I don't know how we got
It's
to
not
that.
only, even the presidency is going to buy some fleet of vehicles too, and the president's wife for billions of naira.
It's unbelievable, you know, when we have Uber service in the country, why would the president need a fleet of cars? He
I
can
don't
catch
know.
he can catch Uber
Oh
now.
man,
I did not catch
you are taking it
I
to
did not catch
that state. Look,
what are you talking about? So the president don't have cars?
one
We
man.
don't have
Let me
cars.
just say, look, if I were Tinubu, I've said it here before.
What happened to the fleet of vehicles he has now? What happened to them?
Look,
the vehicle that does
No,
not ride
those
2 miles
were
a day.
Buhari's vehicles now. Those were
They
Buhari's
don't ride
vehicles.
2 miles. They don't ride 2 miles a day. To and fro from residence to the office is not up to 2 miles. To and fro. I mean, why are we like this, for God's sake?
Baba Janle Koko.
I don't get it, man. It just, you can't be saying this and be happy with the people managing the resources of this country. You cannot.
Baba Ja, those vehicles can be booked from the previous government to spy on the new government. So we have to dispose them.
Oh no, stop that, man. This I mean, I don't understand. Can be bugged. So the people.
No, but I know most of these people, like OBJ. The day OBJ was leaving government, he took along to Ogun State 26 SUVs, all the cars. He took along, and I will not put it beyond people who came after him.
Baba.
You know, this is a government of APC to APC. They don't want to say a lot of things.
Baba, sorry. Let me know.
Go ahead.
You see, for Obasanjo's case, you know, I'm giving you an information. This was one of the issues that caused the problem between Obasanjo and Buhari. All his professors in his university, Belgium University, that was where my brother worked. They were all given federal government plated vehicles. All federal government property, and they were given to all his lecturers in the bells. Even his poetry. You can hear my voice when it comes to underground. Even his poetry. All his top officials were given official vehicles from the federal government. I don't know how we got it. This is the problem.
That's what caused problem between him and Chief Adenuga when Adenuga went on exile. Anybody remember Adenuga went on exile? Ran away.
Yes.
It was Bob D who first hosted him in Ghana for some months before he found his way to Europe. What caused their problem? He wanted money for his university, and he has consistently provided funds for him until he refused and said, look, this is too much. There is just an extent to which a man can bear. It was, at the end of the day, it was Awujale that intervened, and Adenuga had to come back to the country. And he was saying that he gave him the glue license, so he has to compensate him. That is where that. So the man himself. So when he comes these days and start to pontificate, write letters, I just laugh. Because people will be hailing him, but when you know things like Jide just said now, how do you reconcile that?
Well, anyway, that's like you said. Well, they know what is going on. Like you know, Jide said, and you were saying too that maybe Buhari took all the vehicle away, but this is just. I don't get it. It's
No,
just
like I said before 3 days ago, if I were Tinubu, it's like he should pander to us. But I've come to realize that it's not a man like that. I will just come and say, I'm not taking salary. All these cars you see in this Aso Rock, I bought it for my family use. It is my money. I just want to serve you. It takes nothing from him. But some people are just not caught like that.
It's just.
But Nigeria can afford. I'm not sure what we're even talking about. The presidency has to work, and Nigeria is a senior country in the global community. So yeah, everything has to be befitting of the country's status. It's almost as though we're suggesting that the president should go to the front of the gate and hail a taxi. I mean, where are we going with this?
No, you see, one man. What I'm saying is, we have this office. I don't know those who prepare that thing. Nigeria has a way for highfalutin words. You see, they wrote in a budget a yacht.
So who is going to suffer this now?
Is distasteful, whereas you are not even buying a yacht. And Nigerians don't ask the right question. I've been waiting now for 3 days to see who will come up with that question. Since Ndume said that yacht or that boat has been delivered, nobody has come up to say, we want to see it. We want to see the photograph. We want to see how it looks like. If we are going to pay, you said it has been delivered. It's a long time. Ndume said a lot of things, but nobody has asked questions.
We have been hearing. Well, all we have been hearing on that yacht matter, completely conflict report here and there. We don't know the truth of what is surrounding that yacht. So, and this is the way the country is governed. You don't know the truth on what they're saying. The assembly said that they cancel it, and that money for the yacht is being added to student loan. And Dume is saying another thing. And we heard that
exactly
the money is still budgeted for the yacht, and it's been approved by the assembly for the yacht. We don't know the truth. We don't know the truth.
Can I keep in one or two words?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. You see, unfortunately, our even though they were applauded, and I said it here, our National Assembly acted very irrationally on that matter. Unfortunately, so people that know, I said something here which was based on some privileged information on this yacht when the conversation started, because I called someone, and some facts are very clear. We were going to have a fleet inspection some years ago under Buhari, even though they suggested that Jonathan buy one in 2011, which was turned down then. Under Buhari, we were going to, and we actually did have one, but it was in a borrowed. It was on a borrowed. What was used then, like the yacht, was for the.
I think it was seized. Amaria was seized from a governor.
No, it was borrowed from Jubril Ayinla. Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned his name. It was actually borrowed.
The admiral.
Yeah, the admiral Jubril Ayinla, and it was after then that the decision to buy one, and they added certain things to it, to make it operational, part of the naval operational fleet. One thing, if not for the unfortunate incidents of Boko Haram, no military in the world give out the details of their military acquisition. They just give a faint, that you don't give out your capabilities, your entire capabilities. So when it comes to military procurement, even though eventually purchases under NIA and defense were a little bit more, but they give it, I don't know the name they give it to cover some of the purchases that will not give the detail, because nobody wants to.
That's what they do. So I'm surprised when they say yacht.
So when this matter came out, what the National Assembly should have simply done, instead of making a show of it, it become a show, like a circus kind of a thing. They want people to applaud them. Is to just call the relevant people within the NIA office or the chief of naval staff. What
was this for?
What is this thing? We just made a sensational news. Everybody was feasting on it, and some of them were just looking because
that's the problem.
Because they know, let's even call it a yacht. Okay, what is it for? Because that is not the entire money. A major part of the money has been paid. part of the hardware acquisition for the military. We have made a lot of progress in acquiring fleet. I mean, a few days ago, our attack helicopters.
Bishop,
Yes,
we have
please.
militarily we have improved.
That supplementary budget was sent by the presidency.
Yes.
And they mentioned it, and they make that allocation for that presidential yacht.
That's what I'm saying.
So how come they if it were to be what do you call it, the NAF, is it NAF or the
Navy? It's for Navy.
I never said that. Yeah.
If it were to be the Navy that proposes that, why can't they correct it from their side?
Who will correct it?
Is it not from the president that
That's what I'm saying now, that all the National Assembly should have done is to call the relevant, to query it. There's something they call to query it and call the relevant agency, whether it is the National Intelligence Agency, the DMI, the Department of Military Intelligence, Chief of Army Staff, CEO, Chief of Defense Staff, Ministry of Defense. Somebody should have been able to give a proper insight instead of making it a sensational, became unnecessarily politicized. We are talking of military hardware acquisition here. I think they did not play it well. I'm not blaming anybody.
Naval patrol boats.
Exactly.
This nonsense will not come up.
We launched one of our recent boats of a warship a few days ago. Those things cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and I'm sure that yacht they are talking about, if it is as equipped as they say, will not cost 5 billion naira. 5 billion naira is just $6 million. They are just buying a toy.
They said that is smart payment. They said
exactly. So, but what I'm saying, exactly. So if we have paid for it before, that the thing has been delivered, it just requires the final payment. Why don't they just call on the relevant people that can supply the necessary information instead of making a big show out of it? That's what I'm saying. There is a proper way they should have handled it. They did not handle it that way. They just wanted a distraction that will take attention away from the SUV procurement for the legislators. That's where I see it, because that controversy was completely unnecessary. That's my contribution. Because we borrowed for the fleet review that our president did, and they said, okay, there's a need to acquire it, and that was years ago. So these things are not things you just buy within 3 months or 6 months, not even 1 year. Because you give them the specification, they review it front and back before they approve, and they now build for you. Just like when we wanted to acquire Tucano. You know how long it took. And people were complaining how long, but that is not how it is delivered. They don't build them and now put them on the shelf that somebody is coming to buy them. No. So for me, I think, showroom. For me, I think the National Assembly, I don't know why they did what they did, but in their wisdom, they acted right. But for me and a few others, I think they did not act right. They did not act in the best interest of the nation. They're just looking for opportunity to call a dog a bad name to justify its hanging. That's my.
So what's your take about these legislators' SUVs?
You see, the legislators' SUV, morally, I am pained about it, because what I would have expected them to do is to use the opportunity to launch at least 3 of our auto manufacturing and task them. Look, if you are supplying a vehicle to National Assembly members, whether it is not or this other man, what's his name? Innocent, or it is Pan, the one in Kaduna, you put some condition like warranty, 100,000 miles or 200,000 miles service with both parts and whatever. Then 3 years or whichever one come first, that you will use it, so that you will use them as to give them incentive. Call them, ask them, can you give us incentive or so thing or so area? Because I don't see anything that will not make National Assembly to use those vehicles that is being manufactured in Nigeria. Yes, they are not fully manufactured. They are being assembled in the regions of the world, and none of them have up to about 15%, up to 15%. I think the highest one had about 12.1 or 12 or something % of local input.
I think Innocent actually came out on telly to say he has 60%
He said lie. What kind of 60%?
let me see if I can find where he said that.
Find it. We can interrogate that 60% from where. In the real core components, in
But,
the
but, but
the only
Bishop,
all it was bringing. Yes, go ahead.
in reality, actually, they can't meet up the production.
Why?
The local, they have to wait about a year. Innocent said it, I think, when they come up with this CNG buses and stuff like. He said he cannot meet up demand, and I think he willingly said, "Well, they can acquire from our side, but whatever he can do, he will
GAC,
provide."
GAC, the one Lagos State is working with, should be able to supply the state assembly, even if not all, at least Lagos State Assembly, because it's a partnership between that, that's something. But just in a nutshell, not to take too much time in the interjection, is that they could have handled that space a little bit better. That space of the presidential yacht. I must confess, I used to call it yacht. This is now everybody's calling it yacht. Yacht. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. What is yacht? It's yeah. Anyhow, that's by the way. So for me, I think that just sensationalism took the better part of them, and then they just played to the gallery. They could have called relevant people that are in charge. Okay, what happened? What is the origin?
But Bishop, you are trying to exempt the presidency that submitted this thing. That you want to blame only the assembly. You don't want to blame the president.
Well,
They prepared this budget before sending it to the presidency.
I think it's inexperience. I think those that are in
How come they didn't know?
No, I did not say. Well, if you took me to that direction, I will answer you. I did not. I'm not exonerating the presidency. I am saying the query, even in our little organization that we have been involved in, where you're something that is not there is a way you query things and send it back, not to make it sensational, because when you don't have the true picture. Even before they query it back to the budget office or whatever, the thing have been all over the media, set over sensationalized. That's what I'm talking. It is that sensationalism that we don't need. Either you are querying it back to the presidency, or there is origin, there is a source for every request in the budget. So go to that source. Is that the total sum? What is the total sum? There must be document that will state, okay, the final payment, the whatever delivery, for every contract. So it's not like it is just that 5 billion. What I'm saying is that if they had done what they are supposed to do by querying it to the right source, we will not have this over sensationalized subject on our hand. We remove the money to join to student loan so that to sound that they are good to the. I mean, it's just anyhow. That's what I feel.
Yeah, one man.
All right. I want to open up this space. And I think I have the right people to go at it as well. Niger governor demands 13% derivation from oil revenue, threatened to shut down Kanchi Dam, other national power infrastructure. So this is the Niger state governor now. His argument essentially is, if the oil space in the south in the creeks, if they are getting this 13% derivation for reasons of their contribution to the national space, Kanji Dam, he's insisting that the water in that Niger River, which they are using to bridge to provide electricity for the country, is also a natural resource, and is insisting then that derivation should extend to what that Kanji Dam is providing to the Nigerian state. So when I was reading through, I was somewhat starting to get dismissive, but at some point I wondered if there's any logic to it. Is there logic to what the Niger state governor is arguing?
There is no logic to it, one man.
Why not?
If you are talking of somebody that is, how do I describe it? That is, I don't know the right word to use now. So if you are calling on somebody that is trying to cause anarchy, I think this is the guy that should be arrested and thrown in jail.
For demanding a fair deal for his own people. I mean, I don't like Coco, man.
Number one, Kanji Dam is a national property. It's not built.
No, it's situated. Right. No, but the river that propels it is situated there now. It's a bit like you are arguing that the rigs that they are using to drill the oil is national property. Yes, look, they can. Yes.
Look, Kanji Dam was not built by him. The river itself flowed down to Nigeria from Niger. So him coming up with this kind of rhetorical, senseless argument or position that is going to do this, I think what he's telling us that he is an economic saboteur. You want to sabotage the economy of the country, the national security of the country by, interrupting that, the function of Kanji, against the interests of the country. So he doesn't own it, and he cannot claim it. He doesn't own it. He cannot claim it. He cannot do it. It's under the control of federal government. Just as we have oil is under the control of the federal government. So it is a national asset. It's not an asset that belongs to the state. It's just like Lagos State saying, "Oh, you know what?
It's claiming for the river, not the dam."
Hold on, no. It's just like Lagos is saying, "Oh, you see, the lagoon belongs to Lagos. We don't want Third Mainland Bridge. Yes, we don't want Third Mainland Bridge. Federal government have to be paying us so for Third Mainland Bridge now." The guy he doesn't know what he's done. Maybe he was drunk when he made that statement. He just trying to gain maybe a publicity. He's trying to attract some publicity to himself and to his state, because this asset does not belong to you. The river does not belong. The river flowed through your state to other part of this country. So you cannot claim that river that, oh, we this our. It's just like as I described now, Lagos saying, oh, Third Mainland Bridge, federal government have to be paying because the bridge passed over the lagoon, and the lagoon, federal government is interrupting the flow of lagoon because that's our state asset. That lagoon is our state asset and stuff like that. I don't know what it's trying to achieve. It's just not saying. It's just telling us that they want to carry out an action that is capable of, it's capable of disrupting the electricity supply to the country, to the entire country, which I think is an economic sabotage and a national security issue. It should be checked. It should be checked. It should be taken. If he's so serious about it, they should take him to jail right away, because this form of rascality.
So they will have to suspend the constitution to do that now. What about the immunity and whatnot?
Yeah, the immunity will not allow them to carry. But
sorry, Ajale Koko. And by the way, we are past the 10 minutes slot, so anybody can interject and come into the conversation. But in an orderly fashion. Ajale Koko, he has gone excellently well today. So that idea that Baba came up with, I think we'll go with that. It's more structured, more listenable. How have you found it? These are, more organized sort of, yeah.
we thank God that it works well. So we have to continue in that manner from tomorrow. But this guy, if not for immunity, I would suggest you should go. They should go and arrest him and throw him in jail, because it's a threat to our national security by saying you want to go and disrupt the function of Kanji Dam, and that is not good. That's a threat to national security as far as I'm concerned. So let me leave it there for others to talk.
All right. Others can talk, and I think Ola wants to come into that space as well. But let's welcome Ekene to the conversation. So, Ekene, you are late for class, so I hope you brought a note to explain your lateness. The Megiddo of Alaba, Alpha.
One man, thank you very much. I slept off. I have a busy day.
So you sleep. I was starting to wonder if you actually do sleep, because you go to your shop at 8 a.m. And you're with us till about 4 a.m. So I'm wondering, is this guy, when does he sleep? Good to hear you sleep.
Well, just that I just wake up. I just had someone say that innocent is not 60% produced in Nigeria, so I just have to hop in immediately because I have to kill that.
Not produced, or the content, the content. So the content that goes into the car, how much of it is locally sourced? I think that's where the conversation is.
I said it's 50%. It's even more than, because yes, people that don't know Nigeria very well always give that narrative. If you want to know the truth, just go to Nnewi. All these shoe brake, battery terminals, all those small components that you see in car are produced locally in Nnewi there. Not even necessarily in Innocent. You have all those local factories that you even think that those things are made in China. You just go to Nnewi, make inquiry. You see those small factories that produce those little components you see in the car, both in motorcycles. Tube and tire are no more made in China today. It's made in Nnewi. Tube and tires. Those small components, those shoe brake, battery terminals, even the wires, electric wires they use, those things are made in Nigeria. Those wiring component and all those things. So people that don't know all those things, what you need to do just to make inquiries, or you go down, you can go for excursion. Ask for those little factories that you know. That you now talk about of Innocent. So Innocent said at a given point in time that he has about 500 units down for production at any particular point in time. So I don't know. I really want to kill that narrative, so people don't continue to say that those vehicles are not 60% produced. When I know that even if you go to Nnewi, we see small factories producing things that you even think that they are made in China. So people should understand that, so that we continue to promote our locally made stuff. So that is just the reason I just came in, one man.
I don't know how much of it you caught, but sorry, Ola, you go ahead.
No, I just want to support Ekene on that Innocent, because like I keep saying, we have a way of killing our own products. Innocent Motor is a brand. Brand itself is a product. So whatever finished products you say you want to import from somewhere is the input to that. See, a finished product somewhere is a raw material for a product somewhere. So it doesn't mean just because, Innocent Motor, we have to provide both and not produce engine, met iron. It doesn't work that way. Even the country, the nations that the countries that are manufacturing countries, they source some part that are finished products in some other country to become raw materials to whatever they are doing. So this is just pull him down syndrome, just to mess around with it. It's not good. When we were producing pan in Nigeria, Pojo, well, how were we manufacturing all those stuff? You bring finished door from somewhere, bring finished tire from somewhere, because it's a product, it's a brand. That brand itself, that kind of service, the product, and you are using different finished products to manufacture it locally to create job for people, to pay your adequate tax for people. So that is what you call product. So I don't know. We should just we should be busy promoting.
Can I respond?
Of course.
Yeah, it's really very shocking and sad that my contribution, my statement could be misconstrued to me, pull him down, whatever.
No, not you, Bishop. I respect you.
Because okay. Because what I said, okay.
You are my man now. No.
Okay.
I won't do that.
What I said was not to pull down. I supported that we should patronize. What Kenneth said, I'm not going to respond to that. It's not factually correct. Inosun manufactures several things. Some of what he manufactures, some of them can even be 100% locally. He manufactures keke napep for asking. And some other thing. Keke napep, what is there in keke napep? What is there in some other parts? The particular one we're talking about, those SUVs are not 70% manufactured local, but I don't want to go there. Even if it is 10%, even if it is CKD is what they call completely knocked down, that they bring in and they come and assemble in Nigeria. The fact that we are assembling it locally, there is a local input. It's creating job. It's still better than the one we are importing completed vehicles. So I did not say that to disparage or to remove anything from Innocent. Absolutely not. And if that is his interpretation, then it already shows that we already have a mindset of when people say things, we already prepare combative on what we're going to respond. If that's the only thing he had, because that was just on the side of my explanation. And I did say very clearly, I supported that they challenge Innocent and Nod and Pan to provide incentive, even if just to ask them for guarantee, 3 years guarantee, both service and parts, or 100,000 miles or 200,000 miles, because for National Assembly member, they are not going to drive 100,000 miles in 3 years or 4 years. It's not likely. And that guarantee that if anything happens, those vehicles will be replaced. That will serve as an incentive. I did not take anything away from Innocent, but facts are sacred. Opinions are free, because sometimes our opinions are shaped by our emotions. If you can go back and do his job, I've been to Nnewi very well several times. I lost count. And I know that yet the manufacturing hub is not where it should be, but they are growing. And I will be the one that will advocate that let them grow properly, let them give them, but it is not there yet. If you say the manufacturing keke 100%, I won't dispute. But for the category, I can't remember those IDM, whether they call it GAT or something, those 4-wheel drive. And if you go and check, you also have it has collaboration with a lot of manufacturing companies. It's not just one brand. Different brands. The last I checked, I think there were about 4 that supplied core components. Body parts are different thing. Replaceable parts are different thing. They call the engine. Yeah, the chassis in Nigeria we could be able to manufacture. We don't even have the steel.
But Bishop, is that not really the global system for manufacturing, though? Because to all intents and purposes, a lot of these car manufacturing plants, they are actually assemblages because they have this what they call the just-in-time sort of system, where they will order the engine from Italy. They will order the paneling from wherever, and then they get delivered in the sequence of manufacturing, and they just put it together. I'm not sure that what Innocent is doing, that they are calling manufacturing, is that different from what is done globally.
Well, what we're saying is this: if there are things that we have control over, globally, American car manufacturer. I can mention a few of them, but they themselves situated those. I know some of their parts manufacturer. Like when you talk of American cars, you talk of GMC, you talk of Ford, you talk of Chrysler, you talk of which one again. And I've been to quite a number of their manufacturing because I've done enough a good number of deliveries for them. So what they do is this: like I can tell you for free, in America today, about 5 auto parts manufacturing companies are leaving America for Canada between now and the second quarter of next year, through next year. They are leaving. Now, it still remains their own company that they have contracted manufacturing certain parts to. It's still their company. What they are simply doing is that, according to them, the cost of production in America has become too high. So they are taking some of their factories to Mexico. Mexico, I meant, not Canada. They are taking some of their factories to Mexico. So it is the aircraft, both Boeing and what's the other one? Airbus. There is no single place that they manufacture the whole of the parts. If they tell you of the engine, the people that manufacture, what's the name of this engine, they are in a different continent, not even countries, different continents. The people that manufacture, the people that assemble. So it is an arrangement that goes. So that's why I will not criticize the fact that, the one that can be sourced locally that we have, of course, why not? So that's why I'm saying I did not make that inference at all in it. Let me just give me a second. I did not make that inference to disparage or to take anything away from innocent. I just stated the good side of it, and my emphasis was on the beautiful, on the positive side. Don't let me use the word beautiful. On the positive side of it, that it will help every one of us. Well, if the National Assembly can make it a law that, look, let us patronize them. And it is by patronizing them that they will improve. Where somebody now said they do not even have the capacity of supplying those vehicles, which I remember, I think I had something like that, but that was not even part of my submission at all. Thank you.
One man, when I see those factories, when they work, they give me a lot of excitement, because even the ions they use, those metals they use are locally. Just imagine if we have Ajokute still working today, those factories will have a lot of materials on ground, because those ions they use to assemble those the body parts and all those things, they are all locally made. When you talk of even this assembly of a thing, do you know that even a Kostaris assembles his own vehicle in Nigeria? Yes, the man admitted, yes, that he's assembling Kostaris. So, and that one is pure assembling. He imports everything, then come to Nigeria to assemble his car. I mean Kostaris. But when a man is sourcing a lot of materials in Nigeria, iron stuff, even you see all them picking, all these aluminiums, you see all these people picking on the road. They buy all those things, they melt it, they use it to produce a lot of things here. And when I say they produce a lot of local materials in that vehicle in Nigeria, I mean it, because I see them do it. Today in Nigeria, they don't, all these shoe brake you see, they don't import most of them again. Tube and tires, they don't import most of them again. A lot of all those little components you can find in your vehicle, they don't import most of them in Nigeria again, and they can still grow. So and that is what I want to bring in, because those iron, the chassis, everything, they build it they build it. When they set up a factory to build all those chassis, before they start to put the material, assemble a lot of things on top of that vehicle. It's a great achievement. He don't import those chassis, he built it here. So when a man comes up and tell you that his vehicle is 60% locally made, and you say that he's just making noise, it means that you want to tell me that you know more than the owner of the factory. So I really want to kill narrative, because I used to see them put a lot of effort to develop that that vehicle. So I don't buy that idea that is 10%, 13% and all that. Before he started that vehicle manufacturing, it took him 10 years to set up that factory. If you want to follow, I followed Innocent very well. Right from the time he was, because when you talk of motorcycle, he was the person that brought down the price of motorcycle in Nigeria. The first person when they were importing motorcycle. The only thing he has to do is to go travel to China, get the idea. Then he just imported. The first thing he did was to assemble it. Another thing was just to manufacture it in Nnewi. Then that was too small for him. He moved to vehicle. It took him 10 years to study it. He said it in his first interview. It took him 10 years to study that vehicle manufacturing before he was able to set up that factory.
That
It's
is
not
the way Suzuki started now. Suzuki started as a motorcycle, and then they converted or they expanded into car manufacturing company.
I didn't see manufacturing motorcycle Suzuki. But it's the long time I saw Suzuki motorcycle.
I didn't even know they made cars. Suzuki
make cars. They make good cars. So they make good cars. So good cars.
No, they are
one man.
I want to talk
first car, first one.
Kanji before I run. No, I want to talk on that kanji.
Ola, before you talk about kanji, I want to ask some questions because each time we talk about vehicle in Nigeria, we always talk about innocent. Is it because the guy is making noise that everybody is talking about innocent as if it's only locally assembly plant that we have?
Is our biggest brand now?
We need noise. We need noise. Noise is
it because it's making noise? I think it's because it's making noise. And people also make noise for him.
The noise is good because how do you market yourself if you don't make noise? Yes.
Then what? Okay, what Ekene is talking about? Ekene, you said they make tires, they make tubes. I stayed in Nigeria. I've never gone to market and seen any brand of tire that is made in Nigeria. So this one that you are talking about, even the shoe pad and everything that you are talking about, does that mean that they are labeling it as foreign or what? Because I've never seen any locally made in Nigeria of all these things that you are talking about, and then you are claiming that innocent is 60% locally made. I don't understand.
Simba. Well, if you go to Nnewi, you can ask of it. Another thing is this. You know, innocent is not. Let me talk about the noise you talk about. You know, if we have two manufacturing vehicles in Anambra today. Do you know that? Anambra alone, we have two manufacturing vehicles company in Anambra State. They just Soludo just launched one few months ago.
Which one?
They have been manufacturing.
What's the name?
I think I don't really remember the name, but if you Google it now, one man can find it there. It was just launched a few months ago, but they have been manufacturing. It's just that they increased their capacity, just the way that the one they did at Lagos few months ago. But that one has been in existence. But the reason why we talk about innocent most is everybody knows about it. If nothing is a brand that has gone too far before all those ones started to come in. So those were the one in Anambra State, the two of them. Even in Anambra State, they are two, but we know innocent more than that one. So it's not all about making noise. The man has built a legacy for himself. So if other people,
I want to ask you, if I ask you now, your car, the tire that you are using on your car, is it made in Nigeria?
No, but Simba, that is not the problem of Innocent. Innocent is manufacturing car, not
No,
the
I don't
problem.
have anything. Ola, I don't have anything against. They can even import 100% and couple it. I don't have anything against it. But the narrative that 60% is made, we know what makes a vehicle. When you are talking about battery terminals, you are talking about all those small things, and you are talking about it as if that will make 60% of the vehicle. That's what I'm trying to correct. What makes a vehicle?
It can only
It's not. No, you don't get my argument. I don't have anything against Nigerians using
Simba
Innocent.
is not a Kenneth that says so. It's by the Innocent himself in an interview. I think I had
over
it too.
65%.
I watched that interview that when he mentioned it that maybe around 50 or 60. I can't.
Maybe the guy is just being economical with the truth. He just want to portray himself as
I
if
know,
it's.
Simba.
You know
Simba,
that the whole body. You know that the whole
depends-
body and the interior, those one are
it
made in
depends-
Nigeria.
It depends on how you look at
Yes.
it. The labor is
The
part
body
of
and the interior, everything is made in
Both
Nigeria.
the chassis, everything,
And
they are
the
made in
chassis,
Nigeria.
and that constitutes a larger
The
percentage.
way even produce iron in Nigeria. When you say that the whole body that is iron, do we produce iron in Nigeria?
Universal still produce iron in Nigeria. So what are we talking about? We still produce iron in Nigeria. So don't even go there.
I mean, if they imported the raw material and then they converted it into the body part, they took it through some processes and then metal sheet and then
see,
put it on the body part. And
even the concept is this: even if Innocent is even importing all those things and doing in Nigeria, it can only talk about its own brand that is manufacturing. So your own, okay, what is my brand now? Assuming that is copying everything from overseas and bring to Nigeria, so it's no longer local content. Even if it bought everything from Nigeria, as long as it's using its welding machine, it's using its own labor, it's using everything within its workshop to do that, it can claim the percentage of what it does, not what it bought from
Ola, we should stop only. We should champion all our local manufacturers, not only Innocent, because we are making as if it's the only one in Nigeria.
Simba, the person that talk is a person that you support. Only you understand? Someone that keep quiet, that is not promoting his products. What's my business promoting his products for him? You come out and tell us what you can do, then we can now talk about your products. So you sit down in your
a lot of those even those most of those people that other manufacturers, I don't even know their faces. So they need to come out and speak, grant interview.
So it's Innocent that is borrowing money from that is borrowing from Access Bank, Broadway, from everywhere that we know. So those others we are talking about, we don't know them.
No,
so
that's granted interview is a young guy. I saw him.
Yes, I think that Nord is also selling.
I must applaud you. Don't mind Ola and Co. You are promoting your brother. This is a clap for you. Let the Ola and the others just be saying that what is no there?
If there's anybody that promotes local product here, I do it more than even you, that you are even a local manufacturer, a local producer. The question is this: if you don't tell me about your products, how can I blow my trumpet? So is it my business now to start Googling, okay, what product is I start doing your promotion on your behalf? Innocent is promoting himself, and we are helping him to promote. Other manufacturer cars, I don't know their name. I only know that.
How many times have you listened to? Have you ever listened to interview from Innocent? How do you know he's promoting himself? If not because of people promoting him on this platform.
How did I know Innocent? How do I know that he won case against a GT Bank? You understand? So the thing is, Innocent is when no. So don't. Let's just go to another topic. I beg you. Innocent is a grandest. If you like, buy. But I know that I'm proud of Innocent, just like Sweaters. I'm proud of Dangote. Even though you can say it's monopolizing like your own, but as far as I know, that's made in Nigeria. I don't care. So let the entrepreneur, all those things, let them fight their own battle. But as long as they make products in Nigeria and they give my people job, I'm okay. So I had the one story of he's producing in the I don't care.
Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
I sent a link to you. You didn't talk about it.
All right. Let me bring it up now. But I think Ola wants
Let
to
me talk
speak
about
on.
my kanji, and you bring
Hold on, Ola. Yeah, hold on, Ola. I was just going to say that. So Ola wants to talk about kanji. So let Ola talk about kanji, and then
It's the space you would like to. I just want to know if that decision is the right decision to take. Just that.
All right. Yeah, hold on. Let him have that submission first. Then we play this clip, and then we'll do the conversation around it. Ola.
Yeah, my point about kanji. You see one thing now. When we were talking about decentralizing all these things, that government should stop, federal government should stop doing some things. This is time we need to tackle this electricity. If I find myself in that position of that government, I will call Niger State government. No problem. You want River you want Kanji Dam? No problem. This is how much Nigeria spend on it. I'm even going to hand it over for you to operate. While I will encourage other states to start generating their electricity, just pay the federal government.
Ola, you cannot encourage what you cannot. So you'll be handing over all assets for federal government to use it. If you start something, you are laying a bad precedent.
Let him land, and then you push back. Ola, yeah.
ṣé ń bà ṣé kọ́ lọ gbé máa yẹn kọ́ sọ sẹ́wọ̀n ló ń sọ ni.
Ẹ wo bàbá ọ̀mùtí ni bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn jèrè ọ̀mùtí pátápátá ni.
Ṣé kọ́ kúkú yìí ń bọ̀ ká
people like us that have been promoting that we should let states do their things. As far as I'm concerned, for those countries I know, not the one I don't know, each region, whether city, whether state, they produce their own electricity. I will give him the headache so that he can negotiate with some other West African countries too, because he thinks Nigeria is only in Nigeria. You want money and you think we are creative. The guy never realized that he's so stupid. We only have less than 1,000 megawatts from Kanji. And it doesn't have capacity of Egbe. Not the same capacity as Shiro Dam or some other things.
Yes, it's very small now. The capacity is very small.
Exactly. Less than 1,000. I said, oh boy, look, just pay federal government their money. Shebi, you want money. You don't worry, be controlling. Be controlling it. Shebi, that shaking up. Instead for the guy to look into agriculture in his own state, they prefer to finance religion, Sharia, and whatever to focus
on. The guy is a lazy man. He's looking for quick money. He's a lazy guy.
That's exactly what I'm telling you now. I will give him the quick money now. Nothing there for
Kanji. Among them. All of them are lazy now, not only the
guy. See, nothing there for Kanji. If you give him that Kanji as it is now, it will beg you to take over.
He can't manage it. He cannot manage it.
Ola, beg. Let me correct something.
Let me quickly round up. This power we are talking about, since state can now generate that, they can now invite their own investors. I will encourage from the federal government to leave this matter for the state. And state that can produce. If you left this power to Lagos State for a very long time, I know by now Lagos State would have even produced probably over 5,000 megawatts. Maybe they will be selling to Ogun State or to your state by now. So leave it. Give us our money. Take your dam, because that's not the most efficient dam in the most source of electricity in Nigeria. Give in. But
hey man, yeah, how are you?
Back. So you can't be comparing.
Before you wrap it up, you should analyze the situation from
the reason why
it's asking. From the reason why it's asking to get a 13% derivation. What are the reasons? Why is he asking it? That's
Prince Daddy, is the same reason that some people are asking for amnesty for bandits, just because the Niger got amnesty. You understand? You took the land of some people. These people cannot farm. They cannot do anything. You destroy their land, and these people will have to leave. And they now demand for derivative. And you, that Kanji, has never destroyed your land. In fact, if there's anything, your ecosystem it should even be better for it, because you have a Kanji there.
But I think that person is approaching the matter from economic prosperity of the country, how they are contributing to the economy. I think that's where the argument is coming from. You don't think there's value to it?
To me, it's not valid. It's just a lazy man argument, honestly. Because why I'm giving this my own alternative is that if it's a normal person that can be tried for economic sabotage, I will just kill behind too. Try that guy. The guy is saying rubbish, absolute nonsense. So it's like what are resources? Other countries, do you know that other countries can stop kanji too? They can damn kanji and stop the flow of kanji. What's he talking about? So we've seen hydro.
Ola, you are forgetting that we have an agreement with Benin, because that rivers passes through the northern part of Benin, and we had an agreement that they should not damage.
Not only Benin,
well, that's why we are and even Niger too.
Understand? So if you want it, to me, since Nigeria have a more efficient way of generating electricity, the only thing is that speed it up. Say, don't worry, this governor, you want your this thing, I will give you maybe 15 years. You can sign an agreement of 15 years, 20 years with him, where you can transfer the ownership to him totally, and you let others stay build their own electricity, and let him go and get his own 13% their derivative. The crook will be thinking of how to build value chain around agriculture. It should be thinking of how to chase bandits away from his own forest, instead of some of them romancing all those bandits. And he's talking of 30%. Just the same way all of them want to be getting VAT. So to me, the guy has said total rubbish. If I were in the shoes of the president, I will complicate his issue. I will give him a plan of 20 years that I will transfer that down to him. No problem. You have to keep paying the federal government back. We'll be giving you your money. Maybe in the next 20 years, you're able to pay. Take it away. By that time, hopefully, maybe Lagos will be able to generate like 10,000 megawatts. Another part of the country will be able to generate. Then you go and be negotiating with Benin Republic and other countries, and just hold on to your kanji. But the guy is very, very unserious, honestly.
All right, Ola, let me play this clip that Jide sent in. So this is how the special I don't even know what her designated role is. Hadiza, this is how she wants to proceed with her portfolio.
Over the years, the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure has come up with technological research, which was later developed into prototypes and inventions to solve local solutions in the country.
Upon assuming my
Up next for the agency, according to the Executive Vice Chairman, Mr. Khalil Salisu, is the commercialization of these inventions for which he has set a target.
There has been a lot of wonderful research, over 150 products in prototypes. However, the commercialization aspect of this, is very little. There will be some products even by the end of the year, but tentatively, we'll say first quarter of 2024, you'll be able to see products in the market.
To further scale up their operations and inventions, especially with a focus on technology transfer, Mr. Salisu says the agency has entered into a $2 billion agreement with foreign investors and local partners, with more in the offing.
Recently, we just came back, from China with the vice president from the Belt Forum, where we signed a $2 billion partnership MOU, for technology transfer into Nigeria, which is something we're able to achieve in just 5 weeks of operations. At the same forum, we received a lot of partners that, provided letter of intent to partner with us to invest in the country of an amount worth $4 billion.
He also speaks on areas that investors have shown interest to partner with the agency.
The areas that we've received interest are around unmanned aerial vehicle, electric vehicle also, around agricultural equipment, around electronics and electrical equipment, and many, many, many other. And this has sent, a signal, to the world and potential partners. Everyone is looking at Africa. There is no better time than now. We have resources in abundance, and we have to add value in whatever, we are doing.
Naseni is mandated to design and conduct developmental work in the areas of manufacturing and the proliferation of technologies developed either within or outside of its centers, including patents obtained.
All right, Jide, so what was that all about?
Oh, okay, one more.
But just give us a condensed so that
Yes,
we can.
just one line. This man is saying that they have a lot of patents, Nigerian ideas, technological ideas, and now because they want to partner with some foreign partner, they are moving those ideas now to China to produce some of those ideas from there. And that some of it will be hitting the market soon. So I was now thinking, does it make any economic sense for you to take a creative idea of yours and take it to China to now produce and send it to Nigeria?
In fact, I must say, that cocoa, you must let it survive that Christmas. So that cockroach has been bullying you every night. Carry on.
So that's the long and short of it. That's the only area that captured that. So I was thinking maybe the likes of Kolata or maybe they have any idea. Does it make any sense? As in, for a country that is developing, does it make or trying to develop, does it make any sense? Is that a form of technological transfer, or are we shooting ourselves in the foot? Because for me, I'm feeling like, why will you take the ideas of Nigeria, something that is natural to Nigeria? Why not create the environment for them? Why are you taking it? But at the other end, I'm thinking we don't have the facility to do taking up. So I'm like, divided. So I'm like, okay, let me ask. Is it a good idea?
All right. I thought you were bringing something different. I thought you were bringing some app that had this. My uncle used to be the DJ of this organization. Oh, but carry on.
You see,
Okay.
I think Jide is asking a very critical question, and I share the same position with him. It looked awkward to me that your intellectual capacity, or how do they describe it, you are taking it to another country that is more advanced than you, fast fast operator, like China, for you to share your ideas or your intellectual capacity with them. I think they will steal it. So I don't get it. So sometimes the way he was talking about it, it sounds really good, but that aspect that Jide observe, that how can you, your own brain, why do you take it outside for others to steal from you, on the basis that they're going to make a product and then bring it back to Nigeria? Chinese are smarter. America this similar thing. Not that even America, surrender their, intellectual capacity to them. But Chinese, one way or the other, they stole it and they use it to make several products that America could not even imagine that they could make. Some of the products, they are very fake, they are inferior, but they make similar things like that of America made, and they will ship it to America. And the one that is made with high standard by America confuses people in the market, because when they see it, they cannot easily determine which one is fake, which one is which one is the original one. So you will sometimes you will be so confused. You will see the cheaper one, you think it's the same product, the same body made, the same everything. You will buy it, and you see another one that is far higher in price, and you'll be so confused. And that is how Chinese were able to penetrate American market with some fake products and then confuses America and take a lot of money out of this country. So for us that doesn't even have the capacity of manufacturing, it'd be very easier for them, to steal that intellectual capacity and then, use it to their own advantage against ours. So if China can make Adire and some other things now, and I don't know what these people are going to achieve with what they are trying to their intellectual capacity they are trying to share share with China. China will just buy you and just make tons of money out of us.
Aja, can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I talk about the kind of government we have and the way they think, I don't understand them. You see, all these things they are going to China to go and take our brains there, develop them, bring them. What stops them from building our technical schools where all these ideas can be developed within our space? Why are they too far from that thought? Must everything involve the Chinese? Why is our government like this? These things is just what you need our technical schools to do. Why are they not thinking towards that direction?
Sorry, hold on 1 second, Ekene. Okay, yeah. So sorry, the person I wanted to speak to, he's already carry on. I've got what I want.
Yeah. So most of the time, I don't think we really want to develop as a nation, especially from the part of our government. They are going there because of the money they want to sign, not necessarily even to go and get that brain or take that brain there. Sign this MOU, $2 billion, $4 billion, all this and all that. And that is how I see it. They're just going there because there are some money to sign. And when they get that money, you will not see it, and you will not see them talk like this again. You will not even see them appear on national television to discuss it, whether they have got that deal or whatsoever. Because I think as a nation, what we really need to do is to believe in ourselves, come together, build those technical schools to develop our ideas. Then other countries like China can now come in to learn from us. You haven't have anything on ground and you are going abroad. You have to show your own capacity first before you go abroad. And that is how to build. We have not shown any capacity at all. Nothing to show.
Okay. Can I add my own view too? Although it's unfortunate. Although let me say I don't know the full detail than what I heard here. But if we are manufacturing from China just to dump in Nigeria, then it's unfortunate. But if we are inviting China to Nigeria to establish the factory, and we restrict them to a real local content that, okay, if you are going to have 1,000 workforce, maybe your expatriate will not be more than 100 and the remaining 100 will be Nigeria, and everything will be done in Nigeria, and the Chinese will bring their money to come and invest in Nigeria to make the company, to localize the company in Nigeria, then it's not a bad idea. But doing everything in China and dumping, then that is where I have a problem, because if this guy call himself the executive vice chairman of National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, and he just want to go and produce in Nigeria and dump it, people forget sometimes that Nigeria need to earn money to even buy all those stuff. When Nigerians cannot even earn, then how do we buy? So I think because that's what China will never allow. That is why you see the US go there to invest there, because they don't want to come to your country just to invest like that. So come to our country, not otherwise. So as far as I'm concerned, they can come to Nigeria, they can go to Nigeria, invest there. That is what Trump forced some of them to do. And you see under Trump administration, some of those Chinese companies that will produce and will export from their country to United States, they started localizing the company in the US. So if we can do that, then it's okay.
Ola, do you know one funny thing about this Chinese company? Most of them you see in Nigeria, they're not even producing anything in Nigeria. They finish the product and bring it in Nigeria, maybe some kind of factory or warehouse. As in the ones I know, most of their warehouses you cannot see anywhere they are producing anything. They just finish it in China, bring it here. Then most of our distributors will not go to their factory. They call it factory, but it's not factory. It's a warehouse. I call it a warehouse to buy those products to distribute it in Nigeria. So I'm not seeing any knowledge. Chinese are more wiser than us. If they really want to do us good, most of those things like standing fan, we have the warehouse here in Nigeria. This torchlight and all those things. Most of those products we have their warehouse here in Nigeria. We don't normally import them. They call it Chinese company. Yes, all this rechargeable torchlight, rechargeable fan, rechargeable. Many of those
they do
products.
it in Nigeria or they import it to Nigeria and
They say they produce it, but they are not producing it. They finish it in China because most of those warehouses are owned by Chinese. So it now take the burden of our people going to China to import those things away. So what they need to do just to go to maybe somewhere in Abara where they have their warehouse and buy those things, bring it to Alaba market. You understand?
I believe what Ekene is saying.
So they don't really. What if they really want to help us? What they need to do is to establish that factory, really, maybe somewhere in Abara, then produce those things. But you don't see them do it. They only import it in larger
why do they want to help you? Why do they want to help you?
Yeah, let Prince come in a minute. Prince come in. Yeah.
So everything that Ekene said, I believe, but I mean, I'm not sure why China would vacate China with all the billion people that they have to work. They need workers too. They need to have a producing economy and feed their population. So what Ekene said, I totally believe it. You know, even though I've not read it elsewhere. Those places are just warehouses for, and they pretend they have a manufacturing a hub or base in Nigeria. I don't believe they do. But the question is not the problem of the Chinese. If you ask me, who's looking out for the Nigerians? Who's looking out for Nigeria is the question. Okay, so if they graduate to us, that's fine because that's our problem. We are the one that we're supposed to be looking and making sure that truly that they're manufacturing and they're creating jobs in Nigeria, but we're not doing that. We rather do what this minister is doing right now, go to China and sign deals so they can manufacture something so we can ship it back home, become a dumping ground. It's unfortunate, but and China, look, Angelica said it earlier, the Chinese, they're taking advantage of American economy and politicians. How much more Nigeria or African countries that have no leverage? Okay, and he mentioned about Trump. You found a way around it somewhat. Hey, why don't you localize your manufacturing base in America and produce the product? At least you create jobs and whatnot here. But we don't have that leverage, and we don't have people that go out there and negotiate for us to make the best of every deal. We're always shortchanging every deal, and it doesn't have to be that. Really, it doesn't have to be that. But our leaders are so short term, focused like the Wall Street people, and it's all about what they can get right now. It's just immediate gratification. That's all we're all about. And by the way, one man, since this is a global platform, I thought we get the proper pronunciation of that word that Bishop said earlier that it stands corrected, that he's been pronouncing it wrongly. Is that the case? Yacht?
As far as I'm aware, it's pronounced yacht. But you Nigerians pronouncing it yacht. I've never heard yacht.
Yes, and that's the proper pronunciation. Yacht. Yes, it's not yacht. That's the first time I ever heard it. I heard it on your show, and the next night I heard how you're pronouncing yacht on a rise. I'm like, what is yacht? I was kind of confused. It is yacht.
It's pronounced yacht, not yacht.
No, it's not pronounced. It's spelled. It's spelled like
trying
it's.
to reinvent you Americans. Reinvent
No,
the
I'm
English
not.
language.
Obviously, Bishop pronounced it the right way. That's the way it's been pronounced. I'm not reinventing anything.
No, Prince Daddy. American pronunciation call it yacht, but British call it yacht. So as we are talking, I just check for the pronunciation. So
American pronunciation is correct. Is the correct one.
The British one, uncle.
No.
Yeah, it's pronounced yacht now.
It's spelled in its pronunciation YOT, but yacht. It's not yacht. But anyway, that's okay.
It's pronounced yacht. If you go and call it yacht, if you call it yacht in public, they'll look at you funny.
Yeah. No, there's a way you pronounce it. Anyhow, let's leave that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pronounced yacht.
Can I just quickly comment on something?
When you want to kill me, there's a way you
woman. Let me quickly comment on one or two things very quickly. Number one, let me start from this. I don't know what that person was saying. That the video clip that you played, it doesn't really make sense. If you are actually going to be taking our own innovations to now go and be manufacturing them in China, I think that is stupid. It's the height of stupidity. It's what we're actually trying to work against. So, but I don't know what the guy said. I did not really understand. Maybe I would look for to be able to read and have an understanding to make sense of what he's saying. That's number one. And number two, there are actually Chinese manufacturing factories in Nigeria. There are. It might not be enough. It might not be everything. There might be other things they are importing and they have warehouses for. But there are actually Chinese manufacturing companies in Nigeria. At least I've had to interact with one or two, at least two minimum. There are, but it might not be enough. It's not like it's everything that there is what they are importing from their country to Nigeria. Number three, the issue of the Niger governor. I did not hear what he said. I don't know if what he said is what is being actually reported, but maybe we are getting it a little bit wrong. What that topic did not start today, that there should be derivatives, derivation, like a royalty that is paid to people that owns those national infrastructure, to especially the power, especially the dams. And I don't think it is only Kanji Dam that is in Niger State in Nigeria. I think we have one or two other dams that are I think Shiroro Dam is in Niger now, if I'm not mistaken. There's somebody.
They have about 3 dams.
Yes, no, it's claiming that as well.
Okay, so they have about 3 dams. Now, the truth of the matter is this: when those dams were created, it displaced several thousands of people, their villages. It affected people's livelihood. So what he's asking for is not saying they should add him to 30%, that they should create a derivation for people that were impacted in one way or the other, since the power is coming from there. It might be a very complex thing.
That's not what he said, though. Hold on. No, hold on. Don't worry about that. That wasn't what he said. That wasn't what he said.
I thought you were going to say what you said. I'm saying you do not let me finish now.
I read it out, so carry on.
That's what I'm saying. That what you read sometime might be what the person wrote now, and I said that much. That maybe we did not, but that question had been on there in the public space for a long time about some sort of derivation or compensation to the land owners. It's not something that started from this government. It has been there. A few years ago, Afam power station was shut down for more than 2 years because indigenes of the around that facility insisted on some form of derivation. They shut that power station, both the first train, second train, they shut it down. and they were not. And the first thing they asked for was, okay, give us power. At least indigenes that are located around that place, give us free power. So the government gave them, so after much front and back, they gave them power. Then all of a sudden, they were selling land to people who were now bringing their manufacturing, manufacturing companies and factories around that place to enjoy the free power. So the landowners were actually collecting money from those people, but they put them under the umbrella of enjoying community-based power. So, and that was what brought problem, because people were now bringing that time when it is season to sell ice block, everybody is the River State were going to buy a rent house or buy land, just build something there. They just tap power, put like 20 freezers there. They will just go in the morning, carry freezer because their lights, they go, they blink eye at all. So, but the fact that they stepped it down for them and allowed the community people, the locals, to enjoy is a kind of what do I call it now? Like a kind of compensation. So when this argument about Niger started, like I say, I'm repeating again, that argument did not start today. I have not read what the man said. I don't think what is threatening sabotage, because I believe he will know the implication of sabotage. But if we are asking for it in a decent way and it could be incorporated, I mean, somebody will come one day and say, okay, they've been crying for this thing, let's look at what can be done. But in doing that, it's not going to be just about Niger State alone. How many other people have infrastructure, especially if it's impacted? The argument then was that, look, the dams impacted locals more than gas-fired plants. Because if you know the amount of land and the people that were displaced in the case of the dams, so yes, it's more than one dam. It has no right to threaten Nigeria, but if you approach it well and they see that people are impacted, I wouldn't be against giving them a form of whether you call it compensation or remuneration or a palliative, at least to the people that were impacted by the presence of those national facilities or national infrastructure. That's what I want to say on that.
All right. Let me just it says Niger governor demands 13% derivation from oil revenue, threatens to shut down Kanji Dam, other national power infrastructure. It says Governor Umaru Bago has threatened to shut down the Kanji Dam and other power infrastructure supplied to the Delta region if the federal government does not extend the payment of 13% derivation fund enjoyed by all producing states to Niger. We will take the federal government to the Supreme Court unless the 13% derivation from our land, water, air, grass, and everything given to us is paid. We need 13% derivation for water supplied to the Delta. Our people are ravaged and displaced in year and displaced year in, year out because of the flow of water from the Niger to the Delta, stated the governor, etc., etc. Apart from Kanji, so essentially what he's asking for is not asking for compensation and it's not asking for a one-off payoff. It's asking for the same arrangements that the oil-producing regions are getting. So that's what it's saying. But let's welcome Kandu to the conversation, who is joining us for the first time. So Kandu, good to see you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Just like everyone else, I want to encourage people out there to please like, share, and let's get this.
So you finally succumbed to it, Andy. I finally bullied you onto the screen.
No, I've not been. No, you see, the thing is, because of the different accounts that I have, somehow it has not been allowing me to get into StreamYard for some reason. I've tried many times, and luckily this time around I was able to get through. But yeah, obviously our issues are so numerous. Sometimes it's really difficult to to get an idea of where you start from. It really is. I'm somewhat baffled sometimes, though, when I hear us talk about, well, it took America 400 years to become what they are today. Granted, it did. But the Saudis didn't say that they will continue to go on donkeys till 2090 in order for them to be where they are today. Obviously, some things do take time, but you will have to work within the space where you are at. I've heard conversations about Obasanjo letting some people go away with whatever he let them go away with. You see, in the world that I reside in, someone should get Obasanjo, Jonathan, whoever, have them sit down in some office and talk about all of the funds that have been appropriated to whoever. I don't think people really understand the situation that we're in. We talk about the Naira going up somewhat and what have you. It's just a temporary thing. That is how currencies move. You move down, you move up again, then you go further down. There's nothing, and there's no cabal anywhere against Nigeria. I wrote in the comment section earlier, the entire US economy, the stocks, the bonds, the TBs, everything that is traded every day is $400 billion. The Forex market trades $7.4 trillion a day. Every currency in the world. So there's no conspiracy anywhere. This is just what money does. Money finds returns wherever it can find it, whether it's in pounds, lira, naira, CDs. That's what they do. And these things, they trade even Saturdays and Sundays when the real market is closed. It's traded by bank behind the doors. But my main concern right now, see, I think Baba just stated it as clearly as I can. You see, the people that you have, whether it's Obi that is there, or Atiku that is there, or Tinubu that is there, these people don't have a love for the country. They really don't. Anyone that has a love for the country will not appropriate 140 million naira to buy a car. You see, what China did many years ago was that they made sure that every government vehicle was Chinese made, even when those cars were not good. And that's how you support the economy. I mean, I understand those innocent and whoever else needs to promote their own products, but it's not about them. It's about the Nigerian people. It is about employment for your people, which gives you taxes. So even if innocent is not doing what it's supposed to do, you do it because there's a bigger picture. When I understood where we were was I think 2004 when I read in Sahara that they appropriated 1 point something billion to buy trash cans from England. 1 point something billion dollars to buy trash cans. When you have Eleganza or whoever, all these people that are making things in Nigeria. So unfortunately, I don't know what it's going to take for us to get to where we need to be.
Kandu, you are in America. We can hear that from the tone of your voice. So let me ask you this. What's all this business of Donald Trump going to the courts to insult a judge and make threats? What's going on? Is that guy, is he headed to jail? And where that divide are you, by the way? Are you a Trumpist or a Trumpian or whatever it is?
No, I'm never a follower of any human being. I look at issues for what they are. I look at the facts from the understanding that I have, and I make a judgment. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. But you see, I have no.
Are you a voter? Are you a voter? Do you vote?
Yes, I am. And the last few elections, I've voted democratically because you see, one thing is I know Trump. I actually followed Trump from way back in 20, in 1985, during the days of this show they used to show in Nigeria called Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And Trump used to be featured on that program. This guy has been a liar from day one. The first building he built, which was 30 something stories, he said it was 55. So I know this guy. Look, I'm not against people, even if you're a drug dealer or you've
Do
done
you think it's
something.
a scammer? Do you think Trump is a
Oh
do,
no,
they
there
call
is no
them
they
they call
look
them
they
guy man in Edo? Is
oh
Trump a
it's
guy
look
man?
look we know people like this. Trump has been very lucky. He's been blessed in his life, and I don't have anything against people like that. But people like that should not be running the country, no matter how well they might think they have good ideas for the country. Go and enjoy your money, do whatever it is. But that guy he has been a narcissist from day one. From day one, it's all about him. All he uses people. That's all he knows how to do. But that's his problem. What concerns me is where we're going. I have had this ongoing debate back and forth with Kulata on this program, and he is one of those people that I think really, really has a very good. I mean, I'm sure a lot of other people do too. I'm not saying that he's the only one, but where we are, the things we need to do, the only thing that I know, or maybe there are other things, all the things they're implementing. Some people have talked about getting rid of the bureau de change. There is no reason why anyone should be um, transacting any business in Nigeria in dollars. That should be against the law. You don't transact you don't transact businesses in England in lira, even though who want to transact in lira, you know. But I mean, we're in serious trouble, one man. We really are, and I don't think the people that needs to understand right now. Nobody is saying they should be taking Keke Lemu to work. No one is saying that. But okay, one man, the cars that they bought 4 years ago, the ones that they bought 4 years prior to that, did we sell them to whoever had them? And where is the money?
No, they get inherited by the outgoing now. Do they not get
Well, you
inherited by
see,
the
that's why I
outgoing?
say we're not serious. If we're serious, look, one man, we don't have time to be giving anybody that comes to the governor's house. If you can't drink water, that's all we have for you. Bring your own, buy moi on the way or gala. We don't have money to be entertaining people. We are in serious financial trouble, and I don't think we really have a good understanding of where we are.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's have stay with us for just for as long as we can. Mr.
Oh
Triumph
yeah, I'm
joins.
here. I'm here. I'm here.
Yes, Mr. Triumph joins us as well. So, Mr. Triumph, good to see you. I thought you were excited by the car manufacturing talk. That seems to be what has piqued your interest to come in.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening,
French
wherever you
president
are.
is here.
I'm happy to be here, and please like and share. One man I was happy is Ekene still here? I can't see him. Is Mr. Ekene still here? Hello? Can you people
No,
hear me?
no.
Yeah,
I
I
think he
can
may
hear
have
you.
dropped. I think he may have dropped.
Okay, because I was eager just to talk with him. One thing that I love what he said concerning concerning innocence, because I'm speaking again, is that we have over 10 manufacturers in Nigeria. You understand? Let me say 16 altogether, car manufacturers, and again that what they do, they don't manufacture it there in Nigeria. They bring in the parts and they put the parts together. We see that we have this local steel factory in Nigeria. If Nigeria can start manufacturing steel, then I can believe him. Because we import everything back in Nigeria. Even me myself, we import things in Nigeria. Even when he was talking about the tubes, I don't know if tubes tires still exist anymore. Because here in Europe, we don't use tube tires anymore. We use a tubeless tire. So that's it. And let me see, in the east, sorry to say, in the east, I don't know what they do there when they say about the brake pads. Asked him the other day that there is a rules and regulation, this OEM, and if they don't have this aftermarket license, they cannot remanufacture it. That means they are doing rubbish, sorry to say. That means they do something that Mogbomoya. It doesn't work that way. For you to be in the global market, you have to have license, and without the license, you can't work. You can't work. I'm sorry to say, but I believe that with time, Nigeria will get to that aspect, and we are working towards it, and we are still trying to bring people back to Nigeria to come and invest. And I believe like now we spoke the other day, me, my Mr. Mike, Mr. Ola, Mr. Simba, and Mr. Remy also, we spoke about there's now the insecurity is now reducing in Nigeria, but many people don't see that. And people still complain what happened last year. We're in 2023, the end of the third quarter, and everything is going great now. It is slow, but it is steady. It is steady. I believe in the next 10 to 15 years, Nigeria will start manufacturing things. The Chinas, I don't really, I work with them. I don't want to criticize them because they might be, they might be hearing me also. So they're also my clients, my suppliers. So I don't want problem with them in the future. So I know the way China behave. One moment you criticize them, they cut everything from you. So that's just it. So I will relax here for the moment, Mr. Woman. Take care. Thank you, Mr. Woman. Are you there?
One man, you look like a drop.
He's sleeping now. He cannot start sleeping now.
No, maybe his system drop him out. So he will sure
Okay.
come back. Not sure.
Okay, because of I'm here for the morning section. You understand? This is where the big boys relax in the morning and talk real subjects, real life history, and that's it. I know that is the and that's why I connected, and I wanted to give him to speak with Mr. Ekene and some things to give him some. How will I put it? What Inose can do. Maybe he has gotten the license, because of because we have something we call in the world to the verification. Every car you manufactured in the world, it has a number, identification number. I don't know if a car has it. That means that the moment the car has it, I will know. Understand? The moment he has it, it will be better for him, so that we can have spare parts, automobile spare part that can match with it, because of the from the original constructor. You don't see, not everybody has that money to pay, because it's a bit 40% expensive with the one that we call aftermarket. So that's what China they do today. Everything they do, they ask for the license to remanufacture everything they do. It might be low quality, but it's cheap for the common man. You understand? That is what the government of Nigeria will start working in with, so that we can advance in our country. I still believe that I don't lose hope in Nigeria. I never lose hope one day. No matter what they say, people are complaining. And again, that for me, I prefer yes, I prefer that
Speak on.
I prefer that Mr. President Ahmed Tinubu should start using iron hand now, iron fist. Because of people complain that Mr. Buhari is strict, but he has peace during this time. Nobody opened their mouth for him because of Mr. Tinubu is a bit loosed, and people start talking anyhow to him. So they lack respect. If he can come back just to make those to silent people, I think people start respecting him because everybody can come to the air because we have a keyboard warrior on the internet. They talk, right, but they never show their face on air. So one thing is that I don't like the way they talk about my president because of he represents we Nigerians. If they say they can say anything they want to say about him, but they should just remember whatever you call your president is the one that represents you, is the one that is talking behind for we guys. Anything is the one, and anybody delegates, he know what he's doing. You know what he's doing. You can see, even though the currency of the exchange market today, you have reduced it. And it made many people disappointed because many people were saying that it will clock in 2000 before the end of the year. I was just laughing. The dollar to 2000 is impossible. It's just that they have some people in charge of the bureau de change. They have some people and we know them very well, but we don't want to say. We Nigerians, we are the one, the problem of Nigeria. So that's what I used to tell everybody. And we are the one, when we Nigerians are ready to solve the problem, I bet it with you guys. It will be within a year, everybody will sit up. It's just that everybody want to do chop by chop, turn by turn. So that's it. So I just pray for the president that God should give him more wisdom and strength and good health to lead with Nigeria to put us in the path of the promised land. Thank you.
But do you think Tinubu is up to the job? A lot of people feel that we're looking at him through the rose tinted glasses of past glory.
He's going to do it. One thing is that I spoke the other day, that was last week, that he has delegated the people around him. As a good CEO, you cannot do everything on your own. You have to delegate. And when people did not deliver, you do what? You fire them. He said it on the air. It is written on the air. So everybody's now afraid. Everybody's sitting up. Have you people heard that he stole money or siphoned money? Nobody now in the government and his administration that has siphoned money. Oh. People should take note of it. The day the last administration start doing maneuver some things, everybody start misbehaving. Because when the head changes, the body follows. You understand? But he never did that. It's just when people are complaining about yacht, that's not the main thing Nigeria needs now. One thing that they just people just trying to to dislocate, just to damage his administration. It will not work. You understand? I believe he's moving ahead, he's moving forward, and he's going to do the job. I believe it is going to do. Well, just give him time. What we need is time. We cannot. If you plant a tree today, a seed today, will it give you a mango the same day? No, it will take time. After it grows, they will start reaping the fruit. Now, for now till the finished, in the middle we call it the process. The process. So we are in the process now. The seed has been placed in the ground. So it's now we have to start before you start germinating. We have to remove the bad eggs. That's what he's doing. Changing the people in the position. They remove it, then start watering. So it's now watering, putting people in place, putting people in place. Let me tell you something now. We don't have a lot of manufacturing companies in Nigeria. So I can understand why you people were saying the other time, a few minutes ago, we have to import for the first time. Then later, after being importing, then we can start
All right. I think
so does it. So I believe so we can start constructing our own manufacturing companies. But for now, we need them. We need them in every business. In every business, sometimes let me say before you start your business, you need a bank and you need people around you. So that's it. That's what Nigeria needs now. We need countries that are ready as a role model for us just to follow their footsteps. After we've gotten strong, we can start moving on our own. Nigeria is still young, eh? Why do we want to compare ourselves with America every time? Sometimes people are just making people. You cannot. Nigeria is still a baby. We are moving up. 60, over 60 years. Oh, yes, but we are still a baby in front of America. America did the same thing, passed the same way. Even the UK, the same thing. And Rome is not built in a day. Rome is not built in a day. You people want to compare yourself with the with the Western world. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. Even though people complain, I hear people even in this panel say that India and China, even India, I've been to India, I've been there. I see poverty on their streets. Even in France, there are poverty in the streets. They have people have problem. Is we that bring us our own problem out. Yeah? So that's just it. But I just leave. I just have to calm down. Okay, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Triumph. Let's hear from Simba, who has been unusually quiet. Simba, what's happened? Maybe you are not available because it's not like Simba to be quiet. Simba the sailor.
Well, I'm at work. That's why.
All
I'm
right.
at work busy.
You look at that. Well, what do you mean you are work busy? Should I come out muti in bed? You'll be making tea. Those Kenyan nurses and all those. You think we don't know what goes on? Doctors, look at that.
Fiyelele for now.
So Barney, can you talk or okay?
I want to start my word right now because you just passed it here.
All right, I should get into there.
I'm just interested. That's why I joined, just to listen to you.
All right.
So if I finish early, I'll be able to make more contribution.
All right. Let me hand over to Thomas, and then he can navigate the rest of it. So just like Yusuf Datti was asking for on Arise TV, he wanted the military takeover, so he gets a military takeover now. So General Thomas, he rejoins us. So let me so I'm just looking for your music. It's been that long you were here, Thomas. I think. Oh yeah. So there it is. Let me acknowledge.
One man, wait before you acknowledge. Wait.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm back. I've been away for a little holiday. One man, I have to commend this platform. I've been listening. I didn't come in, but I've been listening. We have a great panelist here. One man, you are really blessed. I don't know how to quantify. I don't even know I don't know the vocabulary or the how to express myself. I've been listening for days. One man, you are really blessed. We have brains here. Thank you, one man. Go on.
Oh, all right, brilliant. And you are one of the brains, of course. So you are one of the blessings to the space. So all this Hollywood sort of hugging each other is not the form. But let me acknowledge the super chatters. AB came in first, and of course, with Ayo's as tradition. And you know Ayo doesn't go once; it goes severally. So that's Ayo again. Ola joined him in that instance. I think it was duking it out on something conversationally, and that's all again. So there it is. So keep them coming. So at the military administration, General Thomas Ogbeni Ijabalogun. So thank you everyone. Rejoin us tomorrow. The conversation pivots to now Thomas's own inflection of it. I know a lot of people actually have a preference for that. So there it is. General Thomas.
Welcome back. Me too, I welcome myself back. I've been off for a couple of days. I've been enjoying this section. Yeah, let's hear from the new voices. They haven't spoken at all. Yes, let's start from Remy. Remy, are you there? Do we have Remy in the house? We don't have Remy. We don't have Remy. Yeah, BQ B. Do we have you?
Yes.
Oh, yes. How are you, my brother? How body?
We thank God. We are coping.
Yes, yeah. The main topic of today is your friend from Mauritania. What do you think about the interview he granted to Arise TV?
Yes, I watched the interview like 2 times or so, and then I have some comments some noise is coming from the background. Maybe somebody is.
Yeah, if you are not speaking, yeah, mute yourself, please. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so it's I don't understand the kind of strategy the man from Mauritania and his principal from Anambra. I don't understand the strategy they're trying to use. What do I mean by that? The man from Anambra earlier in the day had supposedly addressed the world in their. I don't know why they are always putting in the World Press Conference. I don't know what they want to achieve by making it World.
BQB, Nigeria is all over the world, so that's why they call it World Conference.
Okay, World Press Conference. So I know I'm just trying to put the leg of trying to analyze the what they want to achieve. So almost every country is on the global map now. So it means that if you have any issue, you have to be telling all of Indians too are everywhere in the world too. So any of their local politics, local issues, maybe they call it World Press Conference to hint us about the political development in the country. Anyway, that is just aside as a form of getting into the discussion. So I see him as somebody that has this kind of grandiosity in the sense that he comes out like to
General,
me.
did you call me? General.
Who is talking?
This is Kandu. Did you call me?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can I go ahead? Can I go on?
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So he come out like somebody to me that has a kind of grandeur. That means somebody that is appearing, presenting, and saying things that he is not. So that's the kind of approach that I see him. Then he always wants to come out to be strong, and especially that kind of appearance. That kind of appearance. What's the adjective now? Interest and makes the obedient happy. Because I was following also the Twitter.
BQB,
Yes.
do you think Obi is the one pushing this guy out? Why do I say that? Because he's from the north, and it will be difficult for Nigerian government to pick him up because he's from the north.
I don't think so, and I'll cite so many examples. I'm still building up my discussion, my talk to that point.
Yeah.
So
go on.
So I'm just trying to analyze his personality based on what I know about him. Of course, I don't get to know anything about him until this election issue that he was in CPC, he contested, he lost, he rigged his election under CPC, he was disqualified. He spent maybe 1 week in the house or something. So that was just. So I'm just trying to tell you based on my perception of the way I see him. Of course, assessing him through his media interview, the series of media interview that the man has done. So that is just the way I see Datti Baba Ahmed. That this is a strategy. Peter Obi will come calm, then Datti Ahmed will come strong and direct and harass and abuse anybody. So, and the obedient space people, they are usually very happy. Like what I said earlier, the Twitter space of most obedient, they are still circulating and reposting that clip of the interview. I said, there's really nothing in this interview that I see. It's just somebody that is bitter and that has not moved on as a result of the outcome of the election. If you think you win an election and you go to court, you have to substantially prove those points you brought to the petition, to the tribunal or the courts. But if you don't prove it and you're saying the court should judge based on public opinion, so I don't understand. public opinion of obedience or public opinion of Nigerians? How can you distinguish? Is it that there are more obedience in Nigeria than non-obedience? Do you have more obedience than the others? Some of us that we are not obedient. So that is just that point. Then the point that is he come out straight and arrogantly speaks because it's from the north. I don't think so. That is from the north. If you have followed Tinubu's political strategy, you didn't just go out straight and attack. You study your enemy also. You look at the strong point, the weak point, and know how to attack. This man is even not a strong northerner. If you said he's a strong northerner, maybe it's his family or something. But even his brother also. Part of the question that was asked is that his brother too took up an appointment with the Tinubu's government, I think special advisor or something. So him coming out and attacking him and calling him a drug dealer or something, or inferring that, and the government is not doing anything, I don't think necessarily it's about the fact that he's a northerner. That's what I feel. And I'll give you the example. Apart from the fact that there are so many other northerners having issues with the government, but people will say because Ezazaki is a northerner, and because maybe it's Buhari that is against, that is why Buhari was able to go after. I don't think so. Buhari is no longer in government now. Why is Ezazaki still having problem with government now? So because Buhari has left government. So if you look at, if you want to explain it based on that, then maybe Tinubu will now think
But
that
I have to stop. I have to stop you there, my brother. Ezagizaki and Buhari, they are fighting religious war. That's what they are fighting. You know that.
No. What me I'm saying is about persecution. I'm not necessarily interested whether it's religious or political war. Do you understand? The perception is that because the guy is Hausa Fulani, so he can abuse Tinubu and call Tinubu the drug dealer, and nothing can be done about him. That's the perception now, right? Is that the perception? It's not necessarily about whether it's political or religion. What I'm saying is that a northerner can be persecuted also. Okay, the Dasuki issue, was it religions too that was jailed and persecuted and in prison? So the reason for the conflict or the persecution might vary. It might be political, religious, it doesn't matter. But people are just painting the picture that is an Hausa Fulani, that the government cannot go after him. That is the narrative we want to how would I put it? That's the narrative we want to dissuade and state that is not true. There is a guy from Alaba here that works in Alaba that said it. If you remember that day, General, the day we had the conversation about closure or non-closure, you know, the man said that the government did not lock Alabarago. Can you remember?
I remember building. Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember.
Yes. If you you know, I put so many links. If you follow, Alabarago 2 was locked. In fact, Alabarago 2 was one of those places that the commissioner even went to. Alabarago 2 was locked. So he was painting that same narrative that Alabarago is Hausa, Fulani people, so they can't do anything about it. But the Alaba International is Igbo, so they can lock it. It's that same narrative in that same line that because if it was Peter Obi that was speaking like that, he would have been picked up. But because it's Datti Ahmed, that's why he was being left. When our brother with Champs, what's his name? That is in, I think he's in Germany now. That was in Benin Republic or so. When he was when he was moving his Oduduwa nation, did anybody pay attention to him initially? He was moving on. He was getting influence. He was going along, just like Nnamdi Kanu too. So it was as if there was nothing. But the government is looking at it. This government, they are very powerful. They are looking at it, collecting evidence, studying him. But they will, and if he doesn't stop, they will come for him at the right time. When they came for Ugbo, nobody knew. We just saw in the news that his house was raided. He disappeared. That is the same way me I see this so-called Datti Ahmed, that if he doesn't stop is this part that is going, that he feels that he cannot just, that he can just be attacking the president. The president is so much powerful that he doesn't even need to go. He doesn't even need to give any order. There is a government in government. There are some people that are interested in protecting the interests of the co-called president from his clan, the same Hausa Fulani people. That will be the one that will do the job to sort him out, whatever they want to do.
BQB,
Yeah.
don't you think they should just ignore him? Because if they start going after him now they are giving him some relevancy. Don't you think
Yeah,
that?
that's what me too I think. And having known how Tinubu works, he can ignore you. He doesn't necessarily attack all his political enemies, so to say. As long as you are not perceived to be a threat. This guy is not yet, he's not a threat to me as Atiku or even Peter Obi and Obedience. It's not like that. So me, I just see it as this, what he's saying now is still the only, apart from the fact that the Naira is devaluating, there's something that is making Obedience very happy. The Naira crashing and this man speaking the way he's speaking. At least those 2 points, at least for some couple of weeks, is still making them to be happy. That's why they are silent when they say the Naira
No,
is
Ekene is not happy
appreciating.
about Naira devaluation. No. He has said it here that
No.
it
I'm not
affected the
talking about Ekene specifically. I'm looking at the space, the general conversation already. We know this man. The conversation about Naira crashing is that we know this man is not going to do anything. Naira
No,
will
it's not
crash
going to be
before December. It
okay.
will get to 2,000. Yeah, it will get to 2,000. My conversation is not specific about Ekene. Where the Ekene came in, I've addressed that already, Baba. You were in the conversation last time. Alabara Go-To was locked. Alabara Go-To was locked. It was not because Alabara Go was dominated by Hausa Fulani, so it was kept open despite environmental infraction. So it's all those points that if I see him coming here to propagate, I'm going to come out with counter point to proving that it's not true. It's not true that they were leaving him because Hausa Fulani. His time has not yet come. When his time comes and he did something that they see that he needs to be taking in, it will definitely be. So it's not about because it's Hausa Fulani, he can come out and address the president in such a manner. It's not right. That's just what I feel about him. They should still leave him in the space. Let him continue to make their space to be happy. His video interview is the one they are circulating all the time, because that one is still much more interesting in a way, even to me that I'm not obedient than Obi press conference. There's that one that cannot read the prepared speech. So that is just what I feel about him. It should still, there's nothing the guy has done. Let's leave him in this place. Let him enjoy the defeat.
Why didn't you respect that World Press Conference? You just say it'll be press conference. It's World Press Conference. So,
And that's what I'm and that's what I'm saying. That's what they say. They said World Press Conference. I don't know the concept of tagging any press conference, World Press Conference. So, and it's only the opposition that is doing World Press Conference. The ruling party are not addressing the world, but it's only Peter Obi that is addressing the world, or Atiku. That's just my perception about it. So, but I've just been able to capture what I think. Let's leave the man. Yeah.
Should this guy should be arrested? He made one comment. No. Let me land, please.
Okay.
He made one comment suggesting the military takeover. He should be arrested.
See.
That is a dreadnought.
That's what I'm saying, that any comments that he makes, the intelligence people, they are there, they are seeing it. It's not the only Hausa Fulani. And there's nobody that is more powerful than the country. That is just what we believe, that if it's somebody else from another region, will have been taken. No, government doesn't work like that. Ugbo was very popular within those space for some time, until something was done about him. So it's not necessarily about where he belongs. Even Nnamdi Kanu was not arrested immediately. He was moving along, getting more interest, getting more influential, and his movement was, before government stroke now, it's not like that immediately. They will just take you immediately. No, I don't think that's the way it works. We are just trying to give him a form of exaggeration, and which is the narrative obedient are painting that is making them happy, euphoric feeling like his Hausa Fulani is the one that can attack them. There's nothing they can do for him. Blah blah blah. I said, okay, we will see. Let's see how long he can be able to push this abusive disturbance and felony act, and see. Let's see what the government is going to do
Do
about
you
it.
hear him calling Tinubu drug addict? Did you hear him
What you
calling
said?
Tinubu drug addict? Do you hear
Yes,
him calling Tinubu drug
it was
addict? He
not.
did.
It was not. I think he was not direct the way he said it. He was not direct. He was not saying Tinubu is a drug addict. He was referring to, like, just making a statement. We can't leave our country to be run by people of unproven integrity, people with drug issue. Do you understand? It's like a statement. It's not. It's not coming out straight to say Tinubu is a drug. It's all those. If you look at the reports,
Yes, we mentioned for certificate for jobs too.
certificate
Yeah.
forgers too.
Yeah.
But if you look at the point of certificate forger, it's not only Tinubu. Most of the petitions in the court, so many senator reps, they have that kind of issue. Now, in fact, certificate issue is one of those points, those points that the opposition is raising to. When I mean opposition, not necessarily Labour Party or PD, anybody challenging the outcome of the result in his area. So he's not coming out straight, but people know that it's Tinubu that is referring to. But is that intelligence too, not to say Tinubu is a certificate? He knows the implication too also. So I think that's just the way it is. Let's still give him the benefit of doubt. He's still making the political space interesting. For me, that's the way I see it. I like something to throw and then let us catch it around for that few weeks. Any event that is in Nigeria around like in 1 or 2 weeks, then we'll see another development that will come up. Any space. I think that's just my perception about this.
Okay.
So apart from him, is there any other discussion apart from this Datti space?
Thomas.
The governor of Niger State
Yes.
is asking for derivative, 13% derivative for Kanji Dam from the federal government, threatening that
Yes.
he will disrupt the electricity flow from Kanji Dam to other part of the country if federal government
It
doesn't
doesn't
give
need
him
to.
13%.
Yeah,
Yes.
my comment is that it doesn't need to. But what we see with the run in Nigeria, from my little experience about Nigeria, is that what we call electricity too is energy, just like petroleum. So me, I want to look at it as a form of, you don't do selective justice. If you generate oil from somewhere and you give those people money, so if you generate electricity too, majorly from another area, you should give some people those kind of benefit also. That's the way I see it. But not just to now say you want to go and disrupt the area. It might have a point in terms of the activity, just like the activity of generating oil or production of oil has a negative impact in the community in a way, environmental pollution or so. I'm not sure if electricity generation in that state has a negative impact on the community or the state in a way. So if it does, definitely there will have to be some form of compensation. That's the way I see it.
Can I come in now?
Yes, somebody else can.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, Thomas, I was in the bathroom the other time you called. So I've been listening, and people should like and share so that we can reach 100. I think about Datti Ahmed. I think that guy is just talking out of being still very hungry. And I don't think Datti Ahmed is not a popular politician in the North. Even if he's going to contest as a presidential election in 4 years, I don't think he's going to garner any votes at all.
Absolutely, it's not popular.
So we should not even discuss about this kind of people. They've lost an election. But one thing I don't like about, I'm sorry, I'm a black man. I don't like about black people is that
But Remy, that is wrong. That is wrong. It's people from his section, they will still vote for him. What are you saying?
No. It's
They
not.
will.
No, listen.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Are you telling me Peter Obi will come out 2027? Ekene will not vote for Peter Obi,
No,
or
I'm not
Joel will
talking
not vote
about
for Peter
Peter
Obi?
Obi. We are talking about Datti Ahmed. I did not mention Peter
What is
Obi.
the difference from Peter Obi and Datti Ahmed?
There is huge difference. The northern people or politicians, they don't work that way. When it comes to politics, all the northern states, including the North Central, they all come together and pick a candidate. And they already know who they are going to vote for. And majority of them will vote for that person. So even Datti Ahmed is coming as a presidential candidate against people that come from maybe PDP or whatever. They will probably prefer to vote PDP than this guy. Okay, so unless the only way they can, and it's not easy to in the next 4 years telling us that okay we should vote Tinubu out and then nothing now will come in. I mean, it's not going to be easy that way. That means what you are trying to say is that you just left power 4 years ago and you want to come back again. Then you disrupt the system because Nigeria, they have to find that kind of system for 8 years for this place and 8 years for North and South. It's not because that is what is the best practice in the world, but because it's a diverse country and want to take all interests along, we must find a way to do our own local politics. So that is the reason why. Maybe in the next 40 years, when things are stabilized, maybe anybody can now vie for presidency. Nobody care whether you are North or South again. But for now, we have just to go along with what is at stake. So for peace sake, and I think that's what Nigerians really like. So don't let us talk about 2027. The only thing we can talk about 2027 is God forbid if something terrible happened to Tinubu. If something terrible happened to him, and then the problem of the issue that Jonathan came in the other time was also settled, then we are going to have Shetima as your substantial president. But if nothing happened to him, I don't see him losing in 2027, no matter what happened. Because the Northerner, we know that after his 8 years, he's coming back to the North. So for peace sake and everything, and to be frank with you, relatively, Nigerians have been stable since so many months now. The Boko Haram in the North, it's declining so fast, and insecurity is declining so fast. I'm not saying we have totally eradicated insecurity. It's not easy. But for this Datti Ahmed, I don't think it just, but there is some way people talk that I don't really like. And black men, I'm also a black man, they always say things in terms of envy, jealous, angriness, so many pettiness. I've never seen an average Nigerian politician that would just call it a day. Okay, I've lost. Okay, I move on with my life. I can contest another time. I've never seen a black man in African setting doing something like that. Most time is that if you lose there, you have to blame it.
Do you know the unfortunate thing? Throughout that interview, you never hear Datti saying how they win the election. He never
So,
mentioned one
so
statement
you can see.
how they won the election.
Thank you. And you can see from the court proceedings, they never proven, before they went to court, and when we are discussing on this platform, I made mention that if you want to prove an electoral case, you must prove how many units you are churching. What is your vote? Why were they churching? You must prove that. All of them, even Atiku, they did not go to the court of law to prove all these cases. You are just there on frivolity. You are talking about certificate. Let's be frank here and be objective. This guy went to this university. It's enough. And I made the example of Junior Malay that he spent about 7 or 8 years in ABU. The university came out and said they went to their university and he came out with a pass. And that's all. They did not even give you a transcript. They didn't give you nothing. And that's what everybody, and the Supreme Court said, yeah, it's okay. That's what we need. He went to the university. So I don't know why, for God's sake, you think you are smart. Then you rubbish this guy name. But when they now cook up your own, look at Obi now with 2 passes and he went to one of the best universities in Nigeria. How come? How is it possible? He never mentioned that. Even the same article, you use different name and you just do an affidavit. How come?
So at the end of, just let's put all of those ones, just let's put beside us and let's forge ahead, because we have a new government and all Nigerians should be patriotic enough to support the government. And just like you see, the naira is the exchange rate is coming down gradually from 1,200. It's about 800 plus now. Let's hope that maybe it will stabilize around 700 to 750, and then we can move ahead from that. And when you guys talk about China,
Lenny, do you know the obedience were happy that everything is getting bad in Nigeria?
of course, they will be. You know what? Let me be frank with you. And I see some Nigerians that actually they don't want the progress of that country. Well, for whoever they don't like that is there, they don't want the progress. All what they have in their mind that that country is continuing to go bad and terrible, and that is what make them excited. They thought that if it's go bad and terrible, then their man will not come in the next election, which is that is a stupid idea, something that is so dumb. Because if you are wishing your country doom, what about you or your relative or your extended family that are living in that country? So in the long run, you are shooting yourself on the foot, because it will affect you even more because you stay abroad, and if they are not really living better in Nigeria, you are in serious trouble, because they will continue to bombard you with telephone call, they will continue to bombard you with helping me this, doing that. You are already in a big trouble. So if the country goes well, everybody smile. For example, there's so many opportunity there in Nigeria. For me, I always believe that one thing. This is what I was taught in China. They told me that you look around government policy and then you find a way to make your own way. Not everything that nobody will give you something just on a platter of gold like that. I have lived in that country, and I know that even when they started doing their own made in China car, one of my friends bought a QQ for 30,000 RMB. That time it was just about let me calculate, about $500 or $600 or $700, new one. But an average Chinese man would never buy that vehicle. They still continue to patronize the established one like Toyota, like Ford, all American brand are there. It is in China that you see more Ferrari, even more than America. You will see more of these concept vehicles. They are continuing to buy them. But what I've noticed is this: throughout like 10 years span, the government continue to provide new regulation, continue to promote e-vehicle, I mean electric vehicle. They continue to promote that, and they continue to seek for license, and they continue to seek for international license for their made in their what do you call it, uh, made in China vehicle. They continue to seek for that license. I don't know whether innocent or not, or all other local manufacturers in Nigeria are going after this license. It is when we get this kind of license, then we are talking about quality. But if you don't have this license, if an average, you are just, I know the money the lawmakers are using is a lot of money, but you are just blaming them. You are not talking about the safety. You are not talking about the car itself or the vehicle they are going to buy. What about the quality? You are not talking about it, but you people just look at it from one side that the money is too much. I agree, the money is a lot. They would have buy made Nigerian vehicle, but what about the comfort of the car, the quality, the durability, and so many other factors they have to take into consideration.
But Remy, those people that bought innocent car, within 6 months they said the car is breaking down. We treated it on this platform. If
So
not, Ajali Koko still remember very well.
So and then you expect all your lawmakers to buy maybe Nord or Innocent and everything, and after about 2 or 3 months or 6 months, they said the car break down.
They said they can't even maintain the car. Innocent
The
themselves, they can't maintain the car.
problem most of these people are having, because of Nigerian factor too. First, their car or their vehicle does not come cheap as a new one for an average Nigerian. I think if I was them, I would look at a concept that I will come with a new car that an average Nigerian can buy easily. Like, why not produce a sedan under 1 million? And then you try to sell this idea to state government so that what do you call civil servant can buy in the space of 4 years, by maybe 5 years, paying the money in installments like that. Why don't you look at it from that hand? That is how the Chinese started. They started as little. I know Shanghai and I know QQ. They started as little as nothing. They target the low-income earners, and people are buying cars from their countryside, from their local, from the small town or something like that. But just opposed to today, they are one of the best. They have a very good electronic vehicles, and I think if they can introduce that one to them, like e-vehicle for buses, I've seen some of them here in Finland too. It's electronic vehicle, but that means we have to pay more money for electric charging pole. So there's so many ways to beat incessant gas prices. You go electric, and these buses are good. They are using them in Finland, but we have a lot of problem. Our electricity is not good enough. So even if we are paying us, they are going to spend more money on charging pole or charging this vehicle. So many ways we can beat this. And when Nigerian thought, I asked myself, do you have the technology to do all of these things? Even if they put you there to do something in Nigeria, that black man mentality is about interest that we get is still always there. The mental, especially Nigeria, so what is in for me, not what I can do for my country. If that mentality still continue to look like that, it will take some people will be trying, and some people will want to draw it down and make it bad most times. So we should do a total orientation. You want to produce something in Nigeria, but you don't have the technology, you don't have the expertise, you don't have so many people on ground. Most of our technical guys, they went to do apprenticeship. The formalized aspect of it, they don't know how to do it. So I don't understand how they are going to go about it. So maybe we have to reset our technical clear, as we usually said here. So many troubles, so many problems. But I'm glad that at least the country is moving forward. Though it might be at a slow pace, things are getting better, and we hope it's much more better in the nearest future. So Thomas, I think another person can talk if they have, if they want to say something. Baba Jali Koko. Simba. So Thomas, I was just trying to call you if you have something to say.
Simba not there.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think General is back.
Prince
Yeah, I don't think Simba is here.
And Ogbeni is also there.
Prince
So I was just trying to talk about.
Prince is here. I mean, you guys.
Yeah. So I was just trying to talk about we should forget Datti Ahmed and calling somebody is, and I think that sooner or later he will use his mouth to cause problems.
Remy, what are they going to gain instigating people? Because let me summarize the interview to me. What he wants that Nigerians should eat the streets and protest. What is protest gonna do to the obedience? Is protest going to sack Tinubu from presidency? Then what can take Tinubu out of the presidency is another vote come 2027. So what is the protest gonna do?
When you don't have nothing to say anymore, and when you don't have nothing to fight on anymore, you just yarn anyhow you like. If he really want to contest, why doesn't he step on Abuja and he lead the protest by himself? People are more wiser in Nigeria, especially, I don't know, all part of Nigeria. Everybody is looking how I'm going to make my money, or how I'm going to put food on the table for my family. Why I go and protest? Just like my brother just told me in just some few, I think it was yesterday, that in your state alone, they are going to provide about 15,000 for their pensioner for the next 6 months, and they are going to pay the state civil servant another 25,000 to push the Fed before they now arrive at the new minimum wage. So, yes. Hello. Okay, so I was trying to say that, so you can see some states are really doing fine, why some are not doing nothing. And when you talk about the Niger State guy, I think what he's trying to do, I don't really support it, because no matter how you look at it, there are some things we call national assets. Kanji Dam is a national asset. Our NNPC is a national asset, although being privatized, but giving it to that state, I don't see any reason. And the river you are talking about does not emanate from Niger. It came all the way from other West African countries. So that one is immaterial to me. And when I will talk about Ekene also saying that all these local manufacturers 60% content, that is a blatant lie. That is untrue. That is being economical with the truth. Because actually any manufacturing plant, I mean, they get all their parts all over the world and then you put it together. Although it's under your patent in Nigeria, but you buy most of the parts all around the world. Because I happen to work with one company in China, and they get all their product for car manufacturing from Japan, from Korea, from Malaysia. Even as simple as a plug or some other small item, you will not believe that they also import from Mexico also. All of them did not bring them together in China and then they assemble there. The only reason why China was able to succeed that they have big assembly plant that can manufacture hundreds of vehicles in a day, whereby in some countries it takes them maybe 1 year to even manufacture 10 or 20,000 units. But I can guarantee you that in most of big Chinese plants, they can do more than 200,000 cars in a year. So Toyota, VW, Buick, Ford, all of them have big assembly plants or they are in partnership with local car manufacturing company to manufacture American cars there. And all the product, the auto parts, the engine, everything, they were being brought from all over the world. Not that China is producing them. So telling us that innocent is 60%, I don't believe that, because I'm damn sure that the engine, the chassis itself is being imported from China. I can bet it on that one. The chassis, the engine of the vehicle are being imported from China. So you cannot tell us, Anna, that the 60% of it is
no, Remy, what the most they did in Nigeria is the fabrication of the body.
Yes.
And the other part came from abroad and they assemble them. That's what they do. That's what they are doing. But the body is being fabricated. Yes. I think the body is being fabricated in Nigeria.
You can't say that. And BQB already said the same thing about the when they closed Alaba market. It's not that day we were asking question. It's not only Alaba market were closed. They have a lot of infractions about environmental concern. And if you have been to any Nigerian market, if you look closely, you see that the environmental, the sanitation is nothing most time. They don't. Everybody is just interested about making money. They are not concerned about the environment at all. So closing them down. And I told him that sooner or later they will open it, maybe 2 or 3 days. And voila, after 3 or 4 days they open. But the narrative stand here and people like Ajani will quickly condemn Nigerian government, and a lot of people now say, they are disturbing there, Nigeria is hard, blah, 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 like this. People always look at it from one side. You don't look at it from the other side. So because he is the only one that will go to Alabama market, what about other Lagosians? They should kill them with emissions or with unsanitary environments or something like that. So when we try to look at things, please let us be looking at it from both sides. Not every time is the government at fault. Every time is government. Who are the government? Are we not? Is it not the same people? Is it not that the followers that will become leaders? So are we not from the same stock? So at the end of the day, some of these allegations are not totally true. So if government, just for example, I would have, maybe Thomas, you have that video. I just say a video of Lagos. They just opened the Yaba Bridge bypass, and somebody have an aerial drone of it. It's quite beautiful. You can, Lagos is having a totally new look, And if these their red lines will start commencing as from December.
Remy, with Tinubu being president on top now, Lagos now even get federal support more.
So, and then to make it more beautiful, maybe you guys don't know. Shetima went to China in the last 1 or 2 weeks. It came out with a $5 billion investment. They are going to start the Port Harcourt to Maiduguri standard gauge, and they are also interested in standard gauge of Calabar to Lagos. So they have already promised Nigeria to provide $5 billion again. I hope Nigerian lawmakers will now start talking rubbish again, because sometimes I am a firm believer of something. Get things done, And even if you cannot pay all the money in future, there's always for you to negotiate. Because you don't have the power, you don't have the wherewithal to make money to do all this project. And if somebody is giving you this loan, bringing some of their expertise and also using your own people, at least Nigeria will work there. Look at the big picture here. All these countries we want to emulate, they all started developing their infrastructures. When I was new in China, I took a train ride from the northern, I'll give an example, from Maiduguri to Lagos. It took me 28 hours train journey within the same country. But ask me how many hours is that journey today? Please ask me. Thomas, ask me, how many hours do you think the train journey today? The train journey from that same period, from 28 hours, is now cut down with a fast train, only 8 hours. From solid 28 hours to 8 hours within a space of 7 years. That is the country. Everybody believes in their country. They know that somewhat.
What is what was the previous time for the
28
journey?
hours. 28
28.
hours. 28 hours journey, and today is under
Wow.
8 hours.
Wow.
You know, I think people should find time. You should, if you have the money and the resources, go on vacation to most of these countries. Because if you've never been there, you will not believe that things are really changing around the world. The first day I set my foot on Finland, I was disappointed. Because I was coming from one of the biggest airports in the world, Shanghai, and I arrived in Finland and I saw the airport like a third-tier city airport in China. I was like, am I in a developed country? What is really going on? And then, secondly, a friend of mine came from UK to visit me in Shanghai. And when he stepped in from Shanghai, I picked him from Shanghai airport, and I was telling him we want to go to another city. And I told him we are not going to drive down there. And from the same airport, we took a train, a fast train, and it took us about 1 hour to that nearby city, which if you drive, it will take you about 2 to 3 hours. And within 1 hour, we were already there. It was dumbfounded. He was telling me this airport alone is 2 or 3 size of Heathrow Airport. So many things that is happening around the world. And
So Remy, here's the question. So why does China work? Because there's a lot of misconception about China. And yeah, I mean, you have a first-hand experience. Why does China work?
For me, I will look at it from their cultural revolution of the 1940s, when they fought a bitter war, where the Second World War. They are fighting with Japan. Japan want to control them in the Second World War, and there also a civil unrest in the country, like a civil war. So they fought 2 wars. They lost a lot of people. And I think they have a good leader who is so selfless, although he's also brutal, because if you want to be a good leader, there's no way you are going to be soft. I'm sorry to say that. So it's brutal one way or the other. And after those kind of war, they came together as a country. And they have one political system. So everybody joined this political system, a political party from the grassroots, and they have the way of choosing their leader one way or the other. It's like an inner caucus or something like that. But all in all, I think with it's not totally authoritarian as what people thought. Chinese people are very free. So far, you are not infringing. So the people are patriotic. They put their people to work. People don't want to work, but they have to force them to work. So if they want to build this road and they say we are going to conclude this road in 6 months, then you have to do it. And then secondly, if you are an engineer or anything that has to do with field work, your home is not in the office. You have to go outside there and do the work. Not like in Nigeria, you see an engineer or you see someone that stay in the office. Everybody go outside in the field and work. And then second,
let me ask about in Nigeria. So engineer entry level, do they work in the office or are they in the field?
In Nigeria, I don't know. I think most Nigerian engineers work in the offices, even if it's a mechanical engineer or whatever.
I'm saying out of university, entry level, do you just start working in the office or do you spend time in the field then?
I'm not an engineer. Maybe we can ask an
Yeah,
engineer.
because I mean, I know, like here, I mean, coming out of college, you have to study your first couple few years, you're more in the field, you
So
know.
what they do,
Ask Mr. Ola. Mr. Ola can give us
After
a
some time, of course,
yeah,
now you'll be in the office.
so what they do in China is that first and foremost, the people are patriotic. And the reason why the people are patriotic, I will tell you, it's not just by easy hand. They also use carrot and stick for that. If you don't fall in line in China, they will discipline you. They don't care whether you are a minister or some, they will discipline you immediately. And when they discipline in China, they don't only discipline you, sometimes they discipline you and your family together. So many cases like that. They will
That's what
discipline
Nigeria must
you and
practice.
your family
Nigeria must
together.
practice that also.
Yes. So when they discipline you and your family together, you will also behave because you know
One
that
of our biggest problems is discipline. Remy, Remy, I always say, like, what Nigeria needs to start doing is people you recruit into the civil service, you have to let them serve in the military first, because the only disciplined people you meet in that country are the military men. I'm sorry. Only disciplined Nigerians you meet are people, they are military men. Soldier, like those guys are very disciplined. And many of them, like when they serve in the army for a few years, sometimes, and some of them leave the army, they don't have work. I'm like, if I ever start a business in Nigeria, the first people the question I'll be asking is, hey, I will be looking for those that have served in the Nigerian military, those guys that have served in the army. Those are the people I'll be employing. I'm sorry. They are very disciplined. They understand what discipline is about. But regular Nigerians, they are very indisciplined, man. Very, very, that thing, they're not so, and I'll say this, in their personal life, Nigerians can be disciplined. We believe in that. But when it comes to performance, like it's time to do things, we just do everything in so disorganized manner, and it's like we don't want to do it. We're very disciplined when it comes
Mike,
to,
so
yeah.
quickly, how come if Nigerians are disciplined in their personal lives, how come it doesn't translate when they go to work or engage in other stuff?
I don't know. We only believe in discipline in terms of interaction. You understand? Like the way you talk to someone, the way you no, sorry, the way uh you're respecting somebody, all those things. They want you to be disciplined and control how you behave yourself and things. But when it comes to going to do things, get things done, we're just so
Wow.
disorganized.
So is that discipline or that's culture and it's ethics also? Maybe we don't have strong ethics when it comes to work, I
That's
guess you
what
want
it
to
is.
say that.
That's what it is. Yeah. Even
yeah,
yeah, you're
you're
right.
right.
I mean, we have to promote it.
Yeah,
Uh,
you're right.
the culture of how we do things has to be
Do you know?
emphasized, has to be addressed. I
Do you
think
know,
sometimes to fix things, you just have to be it's a matter of addressing
Mike?
it.
Mike, I want to tell you something. This is a personal experience. There are some people I know, they have business in Nigeria and they are Chinese. And do you know, because they also have a blog where they can write something about their experience in foreign land. And I happen to know one of these blogs and I can translate their impression about Nigeria. They thought that Nigerian people are very firm people, but in terms of work, they are very lazy and they don't want to put in the hours, and before the middle of the month, one or twice they will call in for sick leave, and before the end of the month they will ask for raise, which the hour they did not put into. So I know that sometimes the Chinese workplace can be hectic because in China most people they the way this is the way they do most time. They go and employ a lot of people from small town and the countryside and push them into the factory to work for them. They will provide accommodation for them and they give them maybe breakfast and lunch together in that accommodation.
Remy, can you have that conversation later? I want to sample
Okay,
everybody's opinion about
okay,
that
go ahead.
those new ones.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I'll come back to you. Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that interview? You have the floor.
Oh, that's it. That, see, let me tell you, that's it. Things he's saying, that's not something really coming from him. What it is the Obi and Isaku, they are the one pushing him to go say those things. They are using him as they are using him as a puppet. You understand? To go and say something they are afraid to say. Because
sorry, Mike, when you are done, I would like to answer your question. You asked one question the other time.
Because what's going on is Obi doesn't want to look like a coward to his obedience. They don't want to lose that obedient crowd. You understand? So they don't want to look like coward by just giving up. You understand? Like giving into the system. Like we just give up. We didn't do anything. You understand? So his obedient followers, you know, he doesn't want us to start saying, Obi now, he didn't even lead us. We didn't go out because Obi didn't tell us to go out. We are waiting for Obi to tell us what to do. Obi didn't tell us, you know, he don't want to. So now he's not pushing Datti to go and say it because, you know, think about it. If Datti says something like that, we all know nobody will follow him because Datti is not going to speak. And the youth from Southeast will not go out to go and be listening, follow what he says. You understand? Of course, for anyone to follow, it's going to be people from your region. We all know the northern youth are not going to follow what Datti says. That is not going to call the northern youth and say, let's go on the street, and they will all go. Because we all know in the north, they didn't support, they don't support, they didn't support to be there. So we all know that. So Obi knows if Datti go out to say, let's come out, nobody will come out. So Obi didn't want to look like a coward to his followers and then giving up on him. So, and he knows that if he uses his own man to say it, they might come out too, and they will, you know, he will be in trouble for that. Because if something happened, people come and start burning things down, he knows he will be in trouble, big trouble. So he understands that, let me send Datti to go and say it. Of course, after all, if Datti say it, and the northern youth are not going to listen to him. So, of course, the south or southeast youth are not going to follow what Datti says. They can only follow what Obi says. So Obi now is in a situation where now later they call him and say, why didn't you tell us to come out now? You cannot say, but I said Datti to tell you guys to come out. You guys didn't come out now. So they are just using sense. They know that Datti saying it is not nothing will happen. So, and everybody, even Obi, everybody's in the government know that Datti cannot, what Datti is saying, nobody will, nobody is not going to lead to anything. So we all know that. And even if Obi say God was obedient, those guys are cowards. They don't come out. All of them won't come out. They just make noise. First of all, we already know the fact that those same obedient, most of them are the Ipobians now. So when they did come, when Kanye was arrested, they didn't come out. So why would they come out for Obi? Are you kidding me? Those guys will just make noise. They won't come out. So we all know nothing will happen. So that himself know that nothing will happen. That's why he's saying it. Because if he's sure that something will happen, there's no way he'll come out and be saying those things. So it's just Ogbono can lose. They don't want to lose that obedient followership. So they're just trying to act like, we didn't give up. We already know, you guys know that there's no way you win all these things. It's just deceiving everybody.
Mike, a quick question for you. Don't you think most Nigerians, especially the youth or whatever in the South, or most, they have already moved on?
They've moved on now. Even Obi and Datti have moved on. They're just trying to keep, they don't want to, they just claim their follower. They don't want to lose that follower. It's like they felt like, wow, we have this huge following. It makes them feel powerful. You understand now? This region that are following us, you know. So they don't want those followers to just leave them. You understand? So that's why they keep playing along.
50 or 60% of their followers already evaporated already.
Even the obedient, most of them already moved on their life now. It's just those ones, the online ones, and those not the online, the ones that are trying to make money out of the whole thing. Like those one collecting super chat and the Faruti, me and the what's her name, Aisha, because they are all making money from the whole obedient thing now. So they are the one that they keep the noise going. So that way they can keep profiting. But the normal person on the streets, people like Kene, all those people in Nigeria already moved on their life now.
So you see people like that Aisha, you would think it's too related. It's so fake. They are just using people. I don't know why Nigerians sometimes they cannot just reason very well. I don't know why they cannot reason. They are just making use of you, making money, and you are going to donate your money to them, and they're going to use your money anyhow. Who is Aisha in Nigeria? So
it's the game everybody's playing, man.
It's the game, man. You lose that, take it, and then you regroup yourself and fight back 4 years. I don't know why you want to die for this one.
I shall never give a damn about Obi or supported Obi.
It's not
It's
about
just
making money.
everybody's just looking for that relevance. I think the person that came up with that idea, he started with Kanu. You know, Kanu started this and all this follower. Those Obi Apobian crowd. Those Eastern South. That's what they are. They just like someone to be exploiting their victimhood. You know, so everybody saw it like, oh, that's a space to make money. It's an industry. You know. So everybody's just cashing in on that area. Even my group, some Yorubas are cashing in there. Pharaoh all of them, they know that even Rufai, that area can easily gain followership. That space.
Yes, and they are donating money to them.
They will donate now. So who can be pandering to the Southwest or the North and you get followership? Northerners and Southwesterners don't have time for those things.
Mike, do you know my first day here in Finland? A friend of mine in Denmark quickly introduced me to that Mayigo. And I just listened to that guy for 10 seconds and I shut it down.
Me too. I don't even. I listen to the guy like 3 times. Like, this guy's very irritating.
And you know, because of that thing that I did, the guy called me again and said, "What do I say?" I said I only did it for 10 seconds, and I think this is just a blogger, and the blogger can say whatever he likes, and I don't believe and I don't accept what he's saying, and I shut it down.
The moment I listen to that guy, I don't think he goes up to 60 seconds before I just like, okay, this guy's making my stomach done.
Can I come in for a second?
That guy cut me off. That guy never talked to me since that day.
Can I
please let Kandu to say something? Okay, Kandu, you can speak.
Yeah, Mr. Remy, I heard you, and I agree with you to some extent. I mean, not that it's important that I agree or disagree with you. I've heard, I think even the general said that people say that innocence cause breakdown and what have you. That has not been my experience. I know my anecdotal experience might not be, the experience of everyone else. I know people who have innocent car in Nigeria that worked very well. But on the whole, it's not about innocence. It's about building the economy. And like China did back in the day, the Toyotas and the Datsuns were not the best cars in the world, but they ensured that all government cars
Toyota is not from China.
Listen to me. I know this space. I don't just read what
I'm
somebody
saying
else
Toyota
says.
is not from China. That's what I'm saying.
Well, okay. I get you. But what I'm trying to say is you have to build and help those industries, whatever industry it is, whether it is car manufacturing, whether it's any other industry. If you don't promote your own thing, who is going to promote it? If somebody
can you? I have to stop you there. Let me hold on, please, friends. Let me push you back. If everybody can remember, maybe Mike will remember, Ajale could remember, we treated innocent issue on this platform maybe some months ago. The car they sold to one of the eastern states in Nigeria broke down in 6 months. In 6 months. So are you telling me that the car they sold to the government officials that bad cars and the one your sister bought is good one? Because it doesn't correlate.
Okay, General, I hear you, and I'm not saying that just because some cars broke down that is the beginning and the end of the world. I'm talking about the multiplying effect. Look, we're talking about not just the fact that the governor or the councillor is using a car, the multiplying effect. The woman who is selling akara, the woman who is selling water, all down the line. But give me a second quickly, Mr. Remy.
I just want to put this one to you so that you can take it along.
Sure. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that when they start producing their own car, I made mention that they started with low price sedan to create a good impression in the public. And I told you that as the price is as cheap as $600 to $700. in which most of the countries, small town, countryside people quickly buy. One of my friends also bought that car that time. He was a big guy in China. I was new. He bought. But now, Innocent started the prices compared to what an average Nigerian can buy. It's too expensive for them.
And on that, I totally agree with
Sorry,
you. What you see, what I think.
Can do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Give me 1 microsecond. Let me just check something. BT, can you unmute and speak? Something odd seems to be going on here.
Yeah, what's going on? Like, is somebody messing with my stuff or what? Like,
no. So it is you. I thought it was an infiltrator. Because the name changed, and then no, it is you. So apologies for that.
Apologies not accepted. We need to talk about that in the board meeting.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I wondered who it was.
Yeah. So
because the name changed.
I was sidelined on the platform by one man.
No.
And Thomas, there's this conspiracy theory by the Australian and the British lad, and all you Babati haters on the platform, which is okay. I will do it to you.
Babati, one man, you go hold responsible. Hold one man responsible.
Let me get out of the way. I just wanted to be sure.
Get out of the way, one man. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
All right.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you see, really, what I would have really expected at this point is for, we need all hands on deck, just like Mr. Remy clearly stated. You see, you need government, you need business to come together. If we could get the likes of Tata Motors, for example, to come in and start making low-cost vehicles. I mean, they're not going to be as good as the Toyotas and the Jeep and and all those other vehicles. But right now, if you can create some sort of a napep type of car size, but that is geared towards individual, family of 2, family of 4, and take it from there. We're not going to arrive at Rome overnight, but we got to start where we are. And that's what we need.
Okay, let me come in real quick. So, can do. Go ahead if you're not finished. Go ahead, please.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. In addition to what Remy said, so we've just like Thomas said, we've had this conversation before in different ways. But so Innocent Motors, unless it has all the factors of production in to his advantage, right? Then it can produce cars that are, entry level vehicles that are much affordable, just like Remy said. But I don't think he has that advantage. And not to mention also many times when you see companies like Tata or these Chinese companies, right? They have the backing of the government. Okay. Many ways they have a lot of subsidy one way or another. They can afford, in the West, I guess in America, they have what they call like maybe loss leaders, or they can sell cars at a loss. Can Innocent Motors sell cars at a loss in order to gain market share or advantage, in order to promote this product? I don't think he's able to do so. Now,
Prince
but
Daddy, that's why I said we need all hands on deck. This is not just private enterprise alone. You need government and private to come in.
Exactly, and I totally agree with
tax
you.
subsidies, be it giving them free land, be it giving them tax holidays for 10 years. All hands on needs to be on deck at this
See,
point.
and I totally agree with you. And that's if we have, we always talk about leadership and organization right here on this platform. So what you're saying now, and I made a suggestion like maybe a couple of days ago or so, like Innocent Motors, for example, if the federal government of Nigeria wants to invest or buy a lot of cars, okay, of vehicles from Innocent Motors, they can have a plan in place. Let's say, hey, we've budgeted like, I don't know, $5-10 billion to spend to buy cars in Nigeria made products, for example. Then that gives Innocent the opportunity to plan ahead. Okay, if he has to do, if they send an MOU or whatever, some kind of an agreement in place, a contract in place, whereby Innocent Motors can now maybe invest in expanding its manufacturing, and perhaps have a lot of service centers across the country, especially maybe in Abuja or Lagos, where people buy most of his cars, right?
and that funding, that injection of funding or capital into his business will allow him to grow. And in so doing, of course, we eventually improve the quality of his vehicles. Okay, this kind of thing, it goes in a, it's a thing that goes in a circle, kind of. The more is able to push his product out there and try to invest in technology, the better the opportunity for him to have his vehicles have higher quality, I would say. So just
Prince
like you said,
Daddy, you
all
see,
hands on deck.
I think yourself, Mr. Remy, and I, we just all basically said the same things. We're talking about people at this point. We need people. I mean, we have all these people in Nigeria. Just, I mean, look at right now. We have 10 elbows on this panel, and for the most part, a lot of us are pushing for these things. When these people in Nigeria, in the Senate, in the government, when these are some of the things I ponder in my brain. What do these people talk about? Where is your 5 year plan? Where is the plan for the next 20 years? Because personally, I don't really care about today. Even in my own personal life, today is of no use to me. And personally, people say, "Oh, if you're there, you will do the same thing." Trust you me, I am not bribable. There is no amount of money on this planet that is what me being bribed for. I thank God for the opportunities that I've been given. I thank God for the things I'm able to, God has allowed me and continue to allow me to do. There is, because I understand something. You cannot take it with you. I cannot eat money. So for maybe some people can be bribed. I'm not one of them because money doesn't make me. I make money.
So what is the plan?
Yeah. Maybe you're you're 1 in 8 billion with that mentality, which is good, of course. But we Africans, or let's just say Nigerians, we don't think like that. Okay, it's always on a short term basis in everything that we do. Um, yes, and the issue also has to do that our government is not, continuous, in the sense that, it's we think about 4 years and who comes next. um, People think the LP candidates would go into the Senate or the House and do something and be different, but obviously it's proven to be wrong. They just part of the whole gang. They're part of the same thing. Um, See, greed is not unique to Nigerians, by the way, and I know you know that, or
No,
to
I
Africans.
totally.
Okay, so but we know, just like the Remy said it numerous times, the reason why things seems to work in other places because they plan and they have repercussion for people that that deviate from their plans. Like China does that very well. See, what we're asking for in Nigeria is really a stretch. And that's when we talk about institutions. We talk about good institutions, or institutions that are able to manage the affairs of the people. We don't have that yet. There's corruption everywhere. It's amazing. We think Nigeria is the only place they have corruption. There's corruption everywhere around the world. But the question is, and by the way, we talk about China. If you know the level of corruption in China, you'd be maybe flabbergasted too. Although when they get caught, they get punished a lot, it's up to death for that
Oh
matter.
yeah.
But
Oh
but
yeah, I
but
know.
nonetheless, there is corruption.
No, no,
At the
no.
same time, I was asking Remy earlier, why does China work? Because things do work
Prince
there.
Daddy, Prince Daddy, there's no corruption in Australia.
No, there is corruption in Australia. I can tell you for a fact. I can tell you for a fact there is corruption in Australia.
We are the
Especially
most
in
sane people.
especially
We are the most
especially
sane
in
people in the whole world.
look. I've never been to Australia, but I follow economic news, and I know especially in their water management sector. Oh my goodness, it is unbelievable.
Bro, I was just joking. Go on.
So, Prince Daddy, I mean, I totally agree with you, and I think a lot of us, I mean, we understand that greed and the average human's need for more. And don't get me wrong, me and money don't have a problem. I enjoy making money. There's nothing wrong with it. But having an understanding that if you live to be 120 years, in the biggest scheme of things, you're only here for a short time, for a nanosecond. So the issue is, what do you do in your life, in your professional life, in your individual life? It's not about how much money you make. It's not about you becoming this and becoming that. But how many lives are you able to help to change? For me, anyway, that's what it's about. Because I know everybody's gonna go. And when you go, they're not gonna pile up all your money and convert it into diamonds and put it in your casket. So you're
Well,
only here for a short time. So how many lives are you able to impact? Because at the end of the day, it's all about what you did, not how many houses you have, how many
no,
private jets you
no,
have.
okay, can do.
Where are the palaces of the pharaohs today? It's all nothing.
Well, can do. You're kind of thinking or talking. It's anti-African or anti-Nigerian. I'll tell you that. We don't think like that. I don't know. You're maybe
Thank
a
you,
special
Prince
breed.
Daddy.
You're a
Thank
special
you, Prince
breed.
Daddy.
No,
Thank you,
I'm
Prince
not. I'm not. It's just, it's just really having an
Well,
understanding. Really,
well,
I'm not.
I
There's nothing
understand,
special about
but
it.
the reality is that if even 50% of us think that way, there'll be great changes in Nigeria, and we don't. That's just the
Prince
fact.
Daddy, you know what's really funny? The original African um culture, that's actually our way of thinking. You make name for yourself within that society, whether the village or the tribe within the empire. Everybody strive to make name. That's why Yoruba people will say, "Wow, any more," or something like that. Like you want to make name, want to become like Yoruba people say, your goal in life is to become a deity in this life. You understand? So you remember. So that was our actual way of life. But we actually, our
Well, I
consciousness
guess
have been
the white people
shifted.
stole it. Then the white people must
No,
have stolen our way of thinking.
but
Then.
yeah, most of the things they learn from Africa. Philosophy, they learn it from us, man. But the where we are today, it's like they created these new countries, right? Where everybody's no longer thinking their natural way. We just have this new system of capital where British brought, where it's just a capitalism. Everybody's just, it's about go and make this money. That's what Fela sang is up. They say this money making organization, this money making system that is just brought to us, introduced to us, and then this our education system, we're just indoctrinate. The orientation is about you make money in life and we'll worship how much money you make. We'll watch, just become a rich man, and so we just became these people that have lost their African values, and we became this we're becoming English people. And unfortunately, if we're even becoming English people, we're not even really becoming the English people, because in the English society, there is really their philosophy is their orientation is more of on their top level. Yeah, it's more of the African way, the philosophy, but on the maybe the societal, they just say they are regular people to think capitalistic. So it's not our value really. The way we are raising it today, it's not the way we were. If you're gonna look at the way the old, go and sit down with old people, like the way they were thinking, they was
So,
different. They
Mike,
were
then
not
should
this
answer this question. You should
capitalistic.
answer this question also because these Western ideas and concepts have been exported around the world, and other cultures and other people are doing well with it. How come we're not?
But other people never left their ways. They didn't really. The other people never abandoned their ways and just accepted some new concept. What they did, for example, I'll say the Chinese or the other people, they kept their ancient way of thinking. They never changed their way of thinking, their values. They never changed it. What they did was when the Western people brought things to them, they looked at it, they examined it, and they look at what they want to take out of it, right? They took, right?
Well,
And what they don't
Prince
want,
Daddy,
what they don't
Prince
want,
Daddy,
they dump. Hold on, let me
Yeah.
land. Give me a second, let me land. For what they don't want, they dump. What they didn't do is just copy and paste. But what we did in Nigeria is this: the British just came, set up parastatus, set up system, and just give it to us, and just relegate everything else about us, like to the side. Our way of thinking, even our language, we call it vernacular, our Asian, all the things, our value system, we just put it aside. Everybody just want to be westernized. We just want to live west. Our everything is just copy and paste. And when we copy and paste, we don't even examine, like, okay, what are we copying and pasting? and we didn't even pay attention to what is good in. There are a lot of good things in it, but we just took it and don't understand it and just following it, and we became these confused people.
Well, Mike, you see, I mean, I'm a Yoruba guy. I grew up in Lagos, and back in the days when I was growing up, back in the 70s, 80s, um, there were certain things that I understood being in a society of people. Back then, if people did not know the root of your money, nobody looks at you with a good eye. I think it started during the late 70s, early 80s when people started becoming rich overnight. All these directors that driving Mercedes without an office, that it became as peculiar as it has become today. The white people in America that I know that have real money, I'm not talking 5 million, 20 million, real money. They don't worship money. They don't wear money. You won't even know that they have money because it's just a tool. But in our environment, at least to the extent to which I understand it, it's all about, oh, Mr. Rich Man. And the rich man will actually, instead of empowering the people below him to become self-sufficient, they would rather have you come and beg from them. And I've never been able to understand that.
So they
What
can
I
feel
do,
good, man.
just like I've listened to you guys over the last several days here about helping people in Nigeria. If you want to start something that is going to empower you to be able to feed your family, whether that is carpentry, hairdressing, selling water, whatever, I'm with you. But if you want to have a birthday or your father died, don't call me. If you want to have a wedding and you don't have money, go to the courthouse, go and pay whatever they pay there. When you have money someday, celebrate your wedding. No, serious. No, this is what I did in America. There was
Can
when I
I
didn't have money.
interject
That's
you?
what I did. Went to the courthouse, paid $120.
Can
And
I
got
interject
divorced.
the speaker real quick? Can I interject the speaker real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, yeah.
I would like to interrogate what you just said about the white people, how they don't worship money. That is only peculiar to the people of color.
No, I said the
Worship.
ones I know. I said the ones I know. I
Oh,
preference
okay,
it.
okay. Well, because I there's some other white people that I know that they really cherish, acquiring material things. They love good things. As a matter of fact, they live ostentatiously. They love to wear good stuff. It may not be one of those flashy stuff with a big chain on their neck, but they love good life too. But it's
What type
just
of
that.
white people? What
I
type of
don't.
white people do you know?
Yeah, that also you have to distinguish also quickly about. There's good life and just living lavishly. There's
I
something.
mean, it's subjective. What No, do you prioritize
Adewale,
in your life?
the difference is this: what does society value? Not what. Okay, every individual in life want good. Even animals want to live good. Everybody want to do that. But human ego by nature, we want society to recognize us and respect us. Now, what society will respect most about you is what you're going to value. You want to tend to want to forge to attain the most, right? So, in a white society, they will respect somebody that actually makes something or invents something than somebody that's richer than the person that invents something, right? You can be a billionaire, right, in the Western world, and a guy can invent iPhone, right, or have less money. That guy that invent that thing is what the society will celebrate more, right? Or someone, in fact, when you live in a white community, wait,
Mike, what are you saying is that they don't value money like, you know what I mean?
no, as
Yeah, money is not
individuals
their
value the
value.
money for himself. But what I'm saying is, as a society, they don't value the person with the money than the person with the idea.
Yes.
They celebrate the person with the idea or there's contributing, they have something to contribute to society than someone that just possesses money. But in Nigerian
Mike,
society, for
you know,
example, let me say this.
Mike.
Let me make it clear. Let me make
you
it
can
something
have
clear.
a lot of money and you cannot even get into certain society.
even with your money.
Even let me say, in America, for example, you can be a rich guy and walk to a neighborhood, and they will say because you have a criminal record, you can't like to have buy property here. They do it to rappers all the time, American rappers. They'll say, you are a rapper, you became a millionaire, but we can't allow you to live in this community because you have a criminal record. They have the money to pay, but they have rules. You understand? That's just one example. Now, in their society, when you move to white community, right? They're not talking about who has the most money in that neighborhood, who they respect the most. They will say who is contributing, who's doing what, contributing more, who's donating more to charity, is who they will celebrate the most. But in Nigeria, for example, you can be the greatest guy in the community, right? Even volunteering to clean a community, volunteering to mentor kids, volunteering to do something or contributing. But guess what? They will respect the guy that has more money than you in that community, that has bigger car than you, that's not doing nothing for them, that they will give you respect, that they will respect you. That's just the way we are. That's why I always wonder in Nigeria, why are you celebrating that guy that's driving special car?
I mean, you're talking about our culture. You talk. I mean, see
We
what you.
became capitalistic. We start
But
worship.
how come no, but
It's
how
not.
come the
It's not
people
our
that you
culture. It's something we
how
just
come the
started
people the
doing.
so-called people we learn from they don't behave that way? For example, just like I think Ken was saying, look, you can go to if a bunch of people like friends got together or people got together and went to a restaurant, and amongst you was a millionaire, billionaire, whatever. At the end of the day, everybody, doesn't matter how much you have in your damn pocket, you want to pay for yourself because people they will know you're a billionaire, but they don't care that you are a billionaire because they have a self-respect and the cultural decency to want to pay for themselves. But not in our culture because we defer everything to the rich man. But not so much in the Western culture. They have values. There are certain things that they respect. If
Self-respect.
Yes, if you want to, yes, absolutely, because and it has to do with culture, the way you've been trained. Even a friend that has a son, an average person that has a friend that's a millionaire, will feel so whatever way to ask that person money because it thinks that look, I can go get myself a job and work. I can do this and that myself. They don't care about that rich person because they see that rich person as having their own capacity to operate and do whatever the heck they want to do. But they too, they believe that they have seriously, they believe they have the same opportunity as that rich person in a different degree or capacity that they can do themselves too. But
Prince Daddy, every time I go to Nigeria, people automatically start worshiping me and stuff. I'm like, dude, I don't like this, man. This ass kissing shit, I don't like it. Because first of all, I'm not giving you anything, and you're kissing my ass just because I look nice, I'm dressed nice. I mean, what is this, man? You understand what I'm saying? Like, even when I go there, when I go around Nigerians, I usually pay attention to people and see what they have to offer. Like what like when you open your mouth, see I measure people's intelligence and their potential, and I tend to want to hang around that person. Sometimes I go there, they're like, "Why are you hanging out with that dusty guy? Why are you talking to that dusty guy or
Oh
that poor
yeah.
kid?"
Oh
And I'm
yeah.
like, because when he open his mouth and he's talking, I see intelligence, I see richness in his IQ, I see something in him. That's why I'm hanging with him. But then when I hang with that one Ajebo kid that's from the higher class, he's talking, he's not making sense, he's retarded, he's not. So why would I just be hanging with him because he's of a upper class, upper echelon of society? You
Prince
know what I'm
that is
saying? I focus
correct.
more on substance.
Part of it is our culture. Our culture worship rich people. At least the culture that I come from, it does. I don't know exactly when it started. I don't know why it is the way that it is, but and unfortunately, from what I've been able to see, just like you, when I go to Nigeria, I mean, I have people that that will be like, "Oh yes sir, yes sir." I'm like, dude, you
You
and I are
notice
the
in
same
Nigeria,
age.
in school, they
You
will
and
say
I are the
that
same
guy is the
age.
son of a minister.
What do you mean, yes sir? Please don't say that to me again. Then he will say, yes sir.
You know when they will say, that guy is the son of the director of this thing. That one is the son of a minister of this thing. That one is the time. They start promoting, I'm like, who cares if you are son of this thing? Who cares? Who cares?
Hey, Mike. One day I was in Lagos, right? And this one fine lady, they brought her to me and all whatnot. And she said, "Oh, I want to feel what American sperm feels like." I said, "And who is that?" I'm from here. I'm from Surulere. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
That's
I'm
funny.
from Surulere.
Excuse me, guys. Is Prince Daddy?
Yeah.
Let me take you up on what you challenged. You challenged Remy earlier about this submission about was it with me or Babajale Koko about Trump speech that landed him into trouble.
Come on,
Same,
Oh,
go to Trump again. Adewale, you
no,
Americans, you know the year Trump for here.
okay, Adewale, there you go again. Go ahead.
no. We need to clear this. Look, this man is immersed in a lot of court cases that stem from his pronouncement on that fateful day. So, and a lot of people have gone to jail, gone to prison because of what he said, right? And there were a lot of testimony abound, in the court of law where they referred to him as the inspiration. So,
Actually, I will let you continue what you are saying. Adewale, hold on. I will let you continue. Do you think any court in US can jail Trump?
He's going to
Answer
jail.
that,
It's
then
not about a
continue.
matter of whether any court. He's going to prison. He's going to prison. Mark
Are
my
you
word.
sure?
Yes, I can assure you this. It probably is going to go into a plea bargaining or something.
He will use money. He will use money to buy himself out.
Look. It has a lot of enemies. Okay, I'm not saying that a lot of the court cases are not politically motivated, but the law will take its course. Even his own chief of staff entered into a plea bargaining with the Department of Justice to tell you how serious this is. So all these lawyers are turning against him. They're pleading, and they're getting into one pleading or the other. So that tells you where he's heading to. That's why he's lashing out. Okay. So and just supposing that to Datti Baba, man, all he's saying is reckless. It's almost the same with what Trump did. So you
Okay,
need to
thank you very
question
much,
yourself.
Adewale. But help the audience out. Now, tell us exactly Trump's words that were inciting to the people, or they incited the people to go commit crimes.
Excellent. He said that he would lead and then they will all march to the Capitol together to stop the lawmaker from counting the vote. He said it right there in front law of the
Okay,
White House.
well, I knew you were going to deliberately misquote him.
Can you fact
It
check
said
me if you
we
didn't
can play, and maybe Thomas can help us play the video. But it said after they gave a speech, I watched the speech also. It said we are going to march peacefully to the Capitol. Okay, and protest. Now, tell me in America.
He
Hold on,
never used
is it a
peacefully.
crime? Is it a crime to protest in America? I'm asking you.
There's no crime. In fact, his own security details has to prevent him from taking the wheel and driving to the Capitol. That's how serious. I'm not saying that there's any law that prevents anybody.
Man, you full of CNN stories, man. You full of CNN stories, man.
Hold on.
That's even comical.
Prince Daddy.
The reckless speech
Prince
that
Daddy,
landed him to
I
trouble is the
understand your
same thing.
position on Trump, but the reality is this: even when it was shown in the White House on that day, he was saying that why wouldn't Mike stop this? Referring to Mike Spence. Why
Sir,
wouldn't
but
he
constitutionally, because listen, Trump is not a lawyer, and I know you know that, and that's why he deferred to some lawyers or the expert that said they were.
I have never gone to law school
Do you
either,
know?
but I have common sense.
Oh,
No.
excuse me,
Well,
Speaker. But
so it's not about. See, that's the danger, right? There's not about common sense. It's about the law. See, that's why you and I we're not lawyers. But when it comes, I'd rather you talk quickly. Allow me. When it comes to law, you defer to the people that are able to use the law books and whatnot. Okay, to make their case, and that's all he did. It's not a criminal act. Let's not make it as such.
Are you saying that you need to go to law school to be able to know that you shouldn't tell the vice president that he should continue the constitutional process and not stop it?
No. There's a legal precedence for that. And trust.
Daddy.
Yes, go ahead, Edward.
Prince
Yeah.
Daddy. You can be advised by the professional, but the decision is yours to take. The buck stopped at his table. He made the pronouncement. He said it, even though you are being advised by the professional. And some of these lawyers are losing their license. They are going to prison as well. Some of them are getting into plea deal with the Justice Department. So he cannot come out and say, well, I was advised wrongly. That excuse is not tenable in the court of law.
Okay? Of course it is. Of course it is.
The array of mouth that affected Trump, the same word is affecting Datti now. Because
no, two different cases.
Hold on. You see, sometimes there's this insect always feel invincible, but by the time it get too close to the fire, it will be too late for him to realize. And this insect usually catch fire and get burnt. And that is exactly what is happening to Datti Baba Ahmed. He kept running his mouth simply because, hold on, hear me out, simply because he felt, I heard, I'm not so sure, I cannot confirm, that he got married to the daughter of General Gusau. We all know who General Gusau is, right? Was in the era of Abacha and all that. I think it was the director of military intelligence or something like that. I think the position, what is it called? This Ribadu is occupying right now was the same position that he was occupying, and it was dreaded, it was feared because he has files on every single politician in Nigeria at that time. So that was what I heard, but I cannot confirm it. So that he felt invincible, that the fact that he came from a well-known place up in the north, he believed that he can. As a matter of fact, he was saying it with a good authority that they couldn't do anything to him because he felt disconnected, to the point that intelligence were leaking to him. He confirmed, he said it on the television, that 10 minutes to the point where I believe who was orchestrating that was Kashim Shettima, was trying to arrest him for making those incendiary statements, that he got wind of what was about to happen. That is how connected he feels. But he doesn't know that sometimes that power can turn on its head and deal with him. But let him keep going. That same issue that happens to Trump is going to happen to Datti Baba Ahmed. And if care is not taken, it's going to consume him. Not just politically, but it's going to consume him physically. Because the fire that he's trying to ignite, he will not be be around enough to execute that fire.
Can Vice President anonymously call for his arrest? He's not the chief of staff. He's not the head of police. He's not the Inspector General of Police. What is,
there are some people.
What is going on with this obedient Datti? What is their Adewale, please? What is their end game? That's what I want to know. What is their end game?
There's no end game. It's just about let's try and error. Whatever it can stick, let's continue to do. Let's continue to say. There's no concrete plan. Okay. What I think, like somebody said, I think it was Emeka that said he probably must have been sponsored to give that interview. For someone who has been absent in the political scene for a while, only to show surface again after his principal made that granted that WordPress so-called WordPress
nonsense
shows
WordPress.
there's a orchestrated a game plan, so to say, but it's not really end game. It's just let's go out there and put something. And somebody said Asleep TV should be shut down because they've been warned before. I subscribe to that. It's not about silencing or press or something. No, it's about
they will try to heaven that they are trying to start on this free speech. Is that what they will say?
No, Nigeria space is not
Thomas,
about making
government is still not ready. They are not ready to pick him up yet.
They are kind of like maybe piling up all his crime. Just by the time he get food, then they would not pick him up. I mean, people that have said less than what they said were invited. You remember FKK, right? FK, or what is this called? Fani Kayode was invited
FFK.
for making FFK for making something less than what Baba Datti Ahmed was, referring to Tinubu as a drug dealer when there's no court in anywhere in the world, whether in the United States or in Nigeria, that convicted this man, right? But yet he's making a reference to him as a drug lord and stuff like that. Stuff like that is enough to pick somebody up, pick him up. But I believe that they are doing that just to test water and see the reaction of the incumbent and also see who is going to take the bait. I believe that's a game plan, but not necessarily a
Yeah,
game plan.
that's take the bait. You said it right there. To take.
What type of society do we want to reside in? I
See,
mean, if this man or any other man or woman, says something that is incendiarily enough, to promote chaos within the society, then that person should be duly picked up and interrogated. If there are rules that we have that will send that person, to go and cool down somewhere, then it should be followed. But I don't want to reside in a society where the vice president or governor can just decide that this is what I want to do. Haven't we had enough of this? I don't want. I will not reside. I will not reside in such a society. Personally, I wouldn't. When there are grounds for somebody to be picked up under the rule, not because didn't Jonathan do it? Didn't whoever do the same thing before? I don't do whataboutism. Any and everybody that has done something should be picked up and investigated. And if they need to go to jail or pay a fine or whatever needs to be done, that's what we should do.
Well, it sounds nice, but
No, it's not
who
sounding
said
nice.
it? Well,
Said what?
Walmart said it before in the animal farm, right? Not
All
everyone
animals
is
are not
equal.
equal.
Exactly. So they can pick up FFK, but they cannot pick up Dati Baba Ahmed, right? Because they don't have to do things in isolation. They have to balance a lot of things. There are a lot of variables at play. Okay, so just like I said, you don't want to take the bait and go after him because unlike FFK. There's a clear distinction between the two, if you ask me. So it can be a touchy, sensitive matter, okay, going after people. And I agree with you, because somebody does wrong doesn't mean that the state has to come down on that person in a
Prince
brutal
Daddy,
way.
sorry for cutting you. I remember one comment I made. He said when Nigeria was not good, military came, they took over, and they added it over when it is good. Is this guy on another planet? If this guy has brain at all?
That's interesting. He was
Yes,
invited.
he's on another planet. I heard that part. He's on another planet. That's a joke.
I was just when woman was paying, I was just thinking, is this same Nigeria that is talking? Do you know that is a potential vice president if Peter Obi won the election?
But Nigeria actually dodged that bullet for real.
Yeah, Thomas.
But Prince Daddy, I mean, as much as I agree with you and General Thomas over there, all I'm saying is, no nation is perfect. We're never going to be perfect, but we should continue this pursuit of doing better as we go forward. Whether if Falana or whoever else was picked up before wasn't picked up, going forward, what I will expect to happen is for whoever the people in administration in charge of this thing are to give this man, send a call into him or invite him in, not even as under arrest or anything, and say, look, this is the state of the situation. You understand where we are. I don't think these are things you should be doing. Just cautionary tale, so that you won't be surprised. Yeah.
Sorry to interject. I think you guys are not looking at it in Nigerian way. They will deal with him. He will regret his life.
They will. I know that.
Deal with him indirectly, secretly.
They will send him to Panti and throw away the key.
But sorry, like Dewale was alluding to earlier, like we did dodge a bullet because if you look at it clearly, if Obi had won, I'm looking at a case of a co-presidency because this guy cannot be second fiddle to anybody. Based the way he's talking, I don't see him being subservient to Obi. This would have been like a Dick Cheney kind of the vice president that he has the influence and say.
And I'm sure maybe they will impeach Obi.
So, but there's also a schism between Obi and him because Obi is embracing being opposition, right? This guy is talking about, so you can see that for some reason, Dati and the obedience are aligned more on one side and Obi's on the other side. Because I've listened to all these clips on Twitter spaces where people are like, why is Obi talking about embracing being an opposition? That they want that revolution and they align with Datti. So there's the Datti and the Obian space, and there's Obi on one side. So there's a schism between both parties. So this will, it will be very interesting.
Datti doesn't have political capital.
But he has these crazy followers that are obedient.
No.
They will align with that revolutionary part of it.
Datti doesn't have no follower. Datti doesn't have no follower. It is actually
but I'm saying the obedience right now are upset with Obi that is embracing being the opposition, as opposed to being going on the street, which Datti wants. So they support Datti on that part, where let's protest, let's do all that. Obi does not want that.
Who is going to lose? Somebody from up north or somebody from southeast? Who tend to lose more?
No,
if
lose them, started to lose them because of
Obi has no choice than to embrace peace. Why Datti will be drumming his war.
But yeah, I'm discussing their internal politics and within that space itself.
I understand. Obi has no choice because, like you said, the obedient wants to be on the street, right, protesting. They are like a bone that you hang on the dog neck. The dog can't eat it because it's gonna choke the dog, and now dog is thinking, okay, maybe I'm guiding this. Now obedient are like bones to Obi. There's nothing they can do with them that just to be looking at it, because they more or less like controlling how he reacts. I mean, this guy has been
okay. So let me ask you then. No, let me ask you then, because if Obi wants what you're talking about, I agree with you that he wants to be in a position, a credible one, but his followers want something else, and the guy he ran with also aligns with his supporters, then what happens?
Babaji, can I respond? A house built on a saliva cannot stand. I don't know if you also but Remy, before you start, if you're, Babaji, you're conversant with Twitter, right?
Yeah.
They turned on Rufai simply because yes, simply
it's now Yoruba now, Abi. It's now Yoruba now.
No. He has been explaining himself, and he will explain tire. They told him it was wrong for objecting to Obi's submission, that is what they wanted, but he was trying to smooth that area. Like, oh no, I wasn't actually criticizing him, but he should have done it better. He needed PR. He actually granted an interview where he was trying to Datti need more PR and he needed to be more careful these days. and they are trying to smooth it over. They turned on him. See, this is like riding on the tiger.
Wait, you are making my point exactly to you that they are more for Datti than Obi himself. Those crazy nuts are with Datti.
Because they subscribe to those crazy ideas. Not that necessarily that they love Datti. They subscribe to those crazy ideas that Datti represented. If tomorrow Datti is the only one who lets go, they won't follow him until they are sent Obi make that pronouncement. But they fall in love with that position of Datti. Not that they actually, will take Datti's side.
So Babati and Adiwasi, you can see now that if you base your theory on opportunism, that is the result. Because this particular set of people are not your follower. You see the opportunity and you jump in, and now you cannot control it anymore. That is what is happening to Obi. That is one. So the Datti Ahmed, he does not have the followership, he does not have the vote, he can talk anyhow. And that guy, to me, is done with politics. He just wants to say whatever and then go oblivion. So Rufai was saying, is making the obedient, is getting money from them. Now that they are turning on him, where is he going to see the followership that will follow it on you too? Where you get the money? So you can see everybody is using people to get money. The end game is just to exploit people. So why on God's heart would Osirian begging them? For what reason? So now the cookie has started to crumble. So it's quite interesting. We shouldn't talk about these guys anymore. Everybody will have their.
It's unfortunate that we have to be revisiting and talking when we're supposed to be talking about policies. Yes. It's unfortunate. If not for somebody who disappeared from political scene for weeks only to reappear and start igniting all this crazy idea. That tells you that they are scheming something, but they don't really have a roadmap.
But who knew Baba Datti Ahmed before? I mean,
He was a senator. It was a senator before
He was a senator. He was
they stripped him out.
I know, but did you know him? Just like somebody said earlier, what was his political capital in Nigerian space? He didn't have much. He didn't have any, in fact. Okay, so if he was
Ahmed, his brother already take the special assistant to the vice president of political matters.
Oh yeah, the VP.
They
Yeah.
already move on. They don't. Do you think? Who do you think they will listen to? Akim Baba Ahmed or Datti Ahmed? Who do you think Nigeria will listen to? Datti Ahmed is nobody in the north. So
You see, the obedient movement came about. They came about in almost instantaneously, so to speak. But by the same time, that supporter, the obedient supporters, the people are the people driving. And it's, I got to give them credit. Actually, we should respect obedience in the sense that, look, they said it from the onset that we are a force, that we are bigger than Obi. Essentially, they said that they the one pushing the whole movement. Obi happens to be the one that's the representation of what they stand for. So they said it. The obedience said it, and we have to believe them because it's come to pass now. Because they seems to be much stronger than what Obi has to say, and they driving they're the one riding the boat, so to speak. So but you don't expect Obi is reactionary. He's not a leader, and I said it numerous times. He gives press conference after what Atiku did. Now whatever's going on right now is part of the charade. It has to come out there to say something. They have to do something. They can't just go out like that, like nothing ever happened. They have to do something because, believe it or not, they still have this obedience out there, still championing or doing whatever they think they need to do. So it's still a movement, and so B was trying to channel their energy into something else. Or they want to play opposition right now, but guess what? They're not trying to hear that. They're not trying to hear all that nonsense. They have a different agenda. I mean, so it is what it is. We thank God for the obedient. Quite frankly, I'm glad they're there. I mean, it's all good.
Do you guys also believe that majority of those people finding this amber of hate and all that are people from in diaspora? Nigerians and Nigerians are actually busy doing their own daily stuff. They don't even care about which one Datti Baba or not Datti Baba. But it's we that we are, have less time. We have access to internet, so we could go online all day, watching their sleep TV, and have enough time to be, instigating craziest idea. Nigerians back home, they don't care. They're looking for what.
By the way, they're let me just speak on behalf of the obedience. They are supporting Obi, and it has nothing to do with his tribe. Just let you know. Right?
Just a disclaimer, huh?
Nothing. It's because of good Nigerian government. That's all.
Yeah, right.
Just let you know.
Yeah, right. You have some sympathizers. We have some sympathizers. We have some.
But Adewale Babati, is these people calling us a fool? Obi, they are not supporting him because he's an Igbo man. But when Tinubu supporters are supporting him, they will say it's because he's Yoruba man. That's why it's Agbado. That's why. Guys, are we in another planet? Maybe our business are another planet. We are in the Pluto. They are in the Mercury. I don't get it. Your own is. I don't get it.
Thomas, quickly, I just want to break this news to everybody's attention. Maybe you don't know. The NNPC Nigerian, they have started shipping a new form of crude. They call it Nembe, and it's equivalent to Brazilian kind of crude that is low premium sulfur. They are exporting it to Europe. And as at last count now, Nigeria is now exporting 1.9 million barrels of crude every day now.
So what happens to the local refineries that are struggling to get crude?
I don't know, but that means more money coming to Nigerian government. That's what I'm just trying to tell you. So
yeah, but the
they've sold most of those things. They've done forward sales for most of those things. Maybe Buhari don't collect the money. So,
no, this is a new form of crude. Okay.
It does not matter.
The Ford contract.
They must have been on it for several years. It's not going to just.
But it's a welcome development from 1.3 billion.
The thing is, I won't be surprised if some of these, if some of those Buhari new tenants end up in jail. One thing I've seen, I don't know, maybe what I've seen in Nigeria.
They are projecting that they can.
Ola give us a name. Like if you had to just some note that you think might end up in jail. That worked on that Buhari.
Someone that called himself Malami. In my head up in jail.
That one is not going anywhere. Malami is not going to jail.
Adewale, if you ask for the judge that time too, he will never believe he will land in jail.
But they
waited patiently for him.
But they just step on banana peel. Tell me who has been in charge of
there is no way all these Buhari lieutenants will not step on banana peel because
No, I think Malami should not contest for any political post. If it's not contested, you just keep silent. No problem.
They will see she being a politician, just wait till around 2027 when they clamp on them because number one, you don't want those people to even have money to even rise up against you. That's what now play by play, then go catch those people. Not all of them, but some people will just answer, some people will just decamp. But watch, they pretend that nothing is happening now. Maybe probably they want to certify the people so that people will not cry to win the people to their side. Towards the tail end of first time, you watch out. They will go after some people.
How many of us have read Akande's book, BC Akande? When there was a particular chapter when it was talking about Tinubu's outburst in Abuja, when he got information that he's not going to be picked as the vice president, and he was furious. So in that chapter, I was talking about you don't want to be against him, you want to be on his side, because if he started a war with you, you will not be able to finish it because it will match you with money, and power with power. And his fight is not about immediate. It's about somebody like a rat that will bite you, blow you, bite you, blow you. Before you realize it, you are completely naked, politically naked. So, and when other people deserted, Akande stood because, of course, he too have benefited from Tinubu. When all these people that we're talking about, those questionable characters, like the likes of even the Baba Ahmed that you're saying, I think, to me, people like that, by the time they started going through their own, in my head one day, God forgive me, I was thinking criminally, actually. It doesn't take much of government to get somebody, to trap somebody. Honestly, it doesn't. Maybe I watched too much of CSIs, maybe, I don't know. But when government want to set
Adewale, please give me 1 sec. Ola, are you still on the app? Do you have access to the StreamYard? Ola the Lorang the fridge. Mike, are you there?
Yeah.
Can you I have to go and serve my Jesus Christ. I just read church. So can you step in for me? I'll be bringing people in. Don't worry. Yeah, just step in for me.
Going to church on Wednesday.
Of course, I just finished church. I just finished work. I'm going to church. I'm already in church now.
You don't have real work. If you have real work, you don't have time for church on Wednesday.
Let me show my face. I don't have real work. What do you mean I don't have real work?
Thomas.
No, come on. Wait. I don't have real work.
Thomas,
I have 4 jobs.
Thomas,
I have 4 jobs.
Thomas, you have time for pastor on Wednesday.
Thomas, can I ask a question, Thomas? Don't
Yes.
tell me that this Friday too you have VG, Dabi.
No, we don't have VG. We have VG once in a month.
VG,
once in a month. The last Friday of the month, we have VG.
Is she Oruawe? Okay, good job.
Now.
Ọmọ sọ free and tight gbogbo ẹ̀.
Na my money now. Na your money. No be my money.
Adura Agba.
I'll be bringing people in. Don't worry. Yeah.
No
Mike, how many hours you can do?
After abusing people, now you want to go use that mouth to go and pray in church.
I've never abused anybody. Now question I dey ask.
No.
Mike, and the hub shut it down. We are in 8 hours now. Can you do 1 hour more? Maybe 9 hours.
1 hour. That's it.
Yes, we do 9 hours. So we're already in 8 hours now. So in 9 hours, so my wife shut it down.
You know, let me
Go on.
Let me speak in code. It's easy to trap somebody. All these people making noise on social media, yeah. It's easy for government because government are like octopus. They have tentacles. They can reach anywhere. I mean, if you want to doubt that, didn't they extradite the lord of the what is it called, Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya? So that tells you how far they can reach.
But they can't be arresting people for talking, man. Unless you break a law.
See, to tell you this, as far as Nigeria Constitution is concerned, DSS can detain anybody for national security issue indefinitely.
Yeah, but I understand that. Like,
level but the implication, I mean,
somebody that like Pansat now, they can't just gonna be arrested.
Showore was restricted to Abuja only,
but not because he was just talking, huh?
Yeah, because he was inciting the.
No, it's not just because he even said it. He actually picked a date, and that day they were they were about to do it. That's why they pick him up. You know?
Okay, and before you know it, they will pick them up. You know, the loudest man you think you are vocal enough, they will pick you up and they will detain you, and there's nothing anybody could do, right? Because we have constitutional authority.
Now they will start.
See, they will let you work. Like I said, every country. I don't know if we are familiar with some of this intelligence world. They have a way of getting people, you know, the people that they're actually going after. They have a way of doing it.
You see, the way, let me tell you the way Control America does it. When they don't like you, they will find one, they will set you up. Is that they go after you saying you didn't file one tax, or they will send some lady to accuse you of
no, they will not even do that.
Wait, the way America does it, hold on. Let me tell you, America finish you. They will probably first to damage your image, right? They'll start finding something about you. They'll go and pay the media house to start covering you and start making a story about you. Use propaganda to destroy your image. And two, another way, they'll start calling some women that maybe you slept with before to start accusing you of doing something to them or raping them. Next thing you know, they are just destroying your image. Hey, by the time they are done with you, and then if you are so too dangerous that they know that okay, they don't have to go there, they'll just send like a assassin, like the Russians, or the Russians are known for that one, the British. So you're just gonna send someone to give you tea. That's where they do their own. Someone like Kanu now, if it was America or Russia, they would have sent one person like that.
It depends on if you are just a loudmouth that always talk. There's a way they will take care of you and keep you away for life for a long time.
They have their way of doing things. They don't do the way
if you are capable of causing more than just noise, but causing havoc, putting the entire country on fire, that one they could go after you in terms of taking you out. But you see, sometimes they use other country to do the dirty job. They'll just say, well, since you are another country, you know, remember when Obi was detained sometimes ago in London, right? In my head, I was thinking, okay, it's coming gradually. Maybe this is the way, but because it's so close to the election time, they might not want to do much thing. And I've said,
trust me, they have something on Obi, and they're going to go after him when this already said. I don't think they're done with him yet.
Oh, see,
I don't think it will make sense for them to go after him.
You guys remember this this South American military officer? I forgot in the early 80s to 90s. He was the head of military. Panama. In Panama. You guys are familiar with that story. What's his name of this guy? He was actually the head of the narcotic stuff that the DEA and the CIA. He was on their payroll. So, God bless you. He was on their payroll. But you see, after a while, they turn because hey, everybody have the dynamic of relationship that you keep one, and so, at the end of the day, they turn against it. Guess what they did? He that was put in charge of the drug and all that eventually got prosecuted. The country handed him over to America. So they will try to find a way to, like you said, to rope you in to make you look like yes, but at the end of the day, just to keep you away for a very, very long time. So those who know the inner working of government will understand how this thing work out. It's not something that is an ordinary person like you and I will be privy to, but it does happen, and government take care of people that are considered to be, public enemy number one, and they will go at you. I mean, any length just to silence and to keep you away. Criticizing government alone is not enough to keep somebody away. But when you are being perceived to be dangerous enough to put the country on fire, dangerous enough to make the country ungovernable, dangerous enough to put people's lives in danger, they will take care of you. They will.
They will find something on you. You see that they use America they know their ways of dealing with people, man. See that they will say, "Oh, you didn't fight these taxes." They will pin you something, or if they don't see something and they want to take you out, they will just
the first thing they want to take away is that public sympathy when they deal with you. So they'll
that public sympathy. They first demonize you.
Your image first.
Over like Tupac, they accuse Mike Tyson those days. They'll say rape a girl.
Look at what happened is going on.
It'll be so ridiculous, and you'll be like, I can't celebrity rape a girl now.
Mike, look at what is going on.
This guy, all the women in the world want. Now you're saying they'll just tell a girl to accuse you of raping her.
Look at what is going on with this guy right now. Majors. You know that Majors? He was the darling of Hollywood like few months ago. Now the rape allegation, even though the girl lied though, he's still going to court now. Like
he go to court for a long time. You're going to swear, man. You won't have time to be going after government again. Someone like Kanu, for example, Kanu go around with like different girls like that maybe dated. There are two pictures. It was just say, this guy raped us. People drinking it. Now he'll be going. His court that is going to now. He'll be going to court for rape. Like you won't have time for Fulani again.
Add some fake money laundering that he was moving money up and down. You know those fake parts now. That's
they might even accuse him of ESN was moving drugs.
Yeah, terrorists, whatever, bombs, and that's it.
They will say they capture the Nigerian government. They only want to do kind of bad. They can just find some guys, ESN guys, some guys in the east. Just say, okay, we busted drug with them. He's pinned to Kanu. Kanu was Kiniko. Now he'll be facing drug charges.
They will say,
even his followers gone, man. They won't be able to say,
Mike, they will say,
arrested because of Biafra.
They will say because of. They will say, okay, now we know how they fund their operation. It's through drugs. They've been funding the movement with drug money.
It won't be about Biafra again. Now the government will not be prosecuting him because of Biafra drug. That's where America will come for you, man. They will tie you with something that doesn't relate to them about revolution or anything. It will be about something else. You're all going. By the time they leave you alone, you won't want to mess with them again because you know why they came after you in the first place. By the time they will not find you guilty, you will keep quiet. You won't mess with government again because you know. CBO calls me now. They calls me all of a sudden. 58 women accused with cause of raping. 58 women.
At the same time, you just found them from nowhere.
Just make you to sign a paper. You just cooperate with them. You cooperate with them later. The moment you sign that paper, that means it's between you and them. Like now, as I told my wife yesterday, I told her that if I finish doing everything I want to do in Europe, that I would like to renounce my French nationality. She was shouting. I said, "For what?" I said, it's for my personal. I'm a Nigerian now. I'm an African. I know that African Nigeria will be great. What will I be living on, staying here, doing what in Europe? So I said that in a few years to come, I'm going back to Nigeria, so that I don't need the French nationality anymore. So she wasn't happy with me. It's just my choice. You understand? It's my choice, and I watched until they told me that she wanted to say that am I doing money laundering? I said no, I'm not doing it, but I just love my country. I'm proud to be a Nigerian. That's it. So my children can be French and Nigeria, but I prefer. I said now I've used it, but now maybe tomorrow I look at things. I prefer Nigeria. That's just it. I believe Nigeria will be a peaceful place. I still have that hope. So one thing is that I study things and I look at things. I calculate in long term. The problem we don't have we have in Nigeria is that we want things to be done quickly today instead of looking the long term. The long term, like as I said earlier, that our beloved president, he have now planted the seed. Now is now removing the weeds around the seed. Understand? Cultivating the flower. Then they will have people to be watering it. That's the people, the delegates are made, and within 3 to 4 years from there, it will be done. And I believe in 6 to 7 years, every Nigeria is they're going to live here with happiness and joy also, and will leave us with happiness. People I see shouting at him today, I tell them that very soon you'll be the one. Praising him that he has done it. Otishe Fumi, Otishe Fumi. So that is it. I still wanted that the mouth that speak bad about somebody, that the one that come back again started speaking good. So he used to them. That's why he just kept quiet. He just concentrated in his work. So I like him. I respect him a lot. So that's it.
But what that is said was just too much for a public space. It's you don't say that when you're aspiring for something bigger.
Lock him up. For me, I say lock him up.
Why has he not
just lock him up?
No, we all agree that what he said was wrong. So why is the government not doing anything about it?
Yeah, but like you said, you can't just react based on what somebody said.
He's been no. You can't say this is not new. He's been doing that for a while. Come on now. You remember it was a few months ago. Said the same thing. So he's been doing this for a while.
BT, the way it works is this: when you say it, they wait till the action take place before they pick you up. You understand?
Yes.
It's kind of like when Shiore was saying revolution. It was even on TV now, on channel saying we are going to do revolution. We are going to do revolution. Until they started carrying the act, that's when they arrested him. It's kind of like telling somebody, "Hey, go and rob that bank across the street," right? Even if they record it, if the person doesn't do the action, they're not going to arrest that person. But once they're not going to arrest you, that's telling him. But once the person now carry out the action, they will not arrest him, arrest you too, because now you are a accessory to the crime because you told him. So they wait for that act to happen. Now there's the act that they have to arrest you based on the act, not based on what you are saying. You understand? I can sit down and say, hey guys, yeah, go ahead. Even Kano, the reason why they went after him because he told people go and keep police, and those people actually killed the police.
What that is said, they want to wait for him to act. They don't, because they don't need to wait for him to act. Because why did I say so? That's why I made reference to.
But the law now, they have to go by the law now.
Of course, I know. Wait now. I made an example.
Right?
I made an example of racism chant within the sport. Racism.
Yeah.
So once they pronounce it, they don't even wait for you to act. Immediately, it's a crime. See what?
Well, that's the law of the country now.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. What this guy is doing when you have.
If the law say what it say is a crime, if Nigerian law say who's this now? Let me mute yourself, man. Who's that? Let me mute yourself.
Password. The same password.
Let me mute yourself. We are hearing you. You are talking to somebody.
We're making a password there. Go ahead.
I want your password too.
No. So Mike, what I'm saying is,
they have to go by the law.
I was expecting Ogbeni, but I missed his own section because I almost believed that this guy has crossed the line because already calling for coup itself is treasonable. Calling for a coup.
Oh, let's say
So,
forgot password. Don't give me Mr.
oh, we are not going to hear. We are waiting with those of us here today.
Password. Email.
Password. Let's hear Remy's password. Hold on.
No, I beg. Let me.
Mike, Mr. Mike, you can mute him now from your place.
Let me see.
No, it's only Thomas that has access for today.
Okay.
So,
okay.
So the thing is, look at someone that's just suggested that. Look at someone that suggested that Oshibajo was investing into all those things. What did he say? They said they should take him to court. Even someone that said, "Oh, this guy wrote the judgment for the court." I said, what happened? They took the guy to court. So the thing is, they are just being political about this. There are enough ground to take this guy to the court. Enough ground. So, but they may be waiting for the right opportunity to make sure that this guy will go behind bars just like Bode George. They may be waiting for the right opportunity to make sure that this guy will go behind the bar just like Alamesie or Tafa Balogun. So that's just the thing I see. Yeah, this guy has committed crime too,
we live in democracy now. We are no longer in the dictatorship era where you just
this guy. No, Mike, you need to listen to what this guy has. That are inciting people.
I don't know if
crime. You don't even need to move into the street before you commit that crime. So that was why I'm saying I was suspecting of Benny that time, but where I missed his action because I would have asked him that to clarify some things. But based on what I've read, this guy has crossed the line. That's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. So, but then they have to be political because the guys in the political class. Maybe, but they will wait for the right time. When they wanted to deal with Ibori, they did not necessarily deal with Ibori in Nigeria. Ibori was undermining Jonathan, and the courts in Nigeria convinced him. They made sure they chased him to United Arab Emirates to go and answer for another case somewhere. I'm sure they are digging into what they are going to use to undo Datti Baba. Look at the way he was speaking, calling Tinubu criminal. That's defamation because no court has ever declared that Tinubu a criminal. So he called him different names. So to me, will you do that to Shibajo?
Did he say directly or indirectly? There's the difference.
He said it. He said he will not stop calling him a forger and a drug baron.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
See, if he has done this thing to Fashola, he will be in court by now because Fashola and Oshibajo will not take it easy with you. So, but I think
this. He's an hypocrite. This is the same man that went to meet Tinubu where they were in.
He said, he said that is because of his age. That's why he called him uncle. But doesn't mean you will not call him drug dealer. So how can you say because of your age I'm going to respect you, but conversely I'm going to also call you drug dealer at the same time?
Like termination or monetary contract, right?
Remy,
maybe you still the option of termination there.
But that's my point to you, that you can some people you just have to deal with early or make them understand that you don't wait until I can't even remiss. But that's what don't wait until okay. No, let me I can't maintain my
feeling.
But this is
enjoying Remy's conversation and you guys.
No, this is a disaster. Why would it? The recording of this show is going to permanently have this conversation. It's no.
Do you remember that night that we listened to Thomas for an hour arguing with this white woman?
In fact,
he was arguing with that white woman. I will not take it from you. I said, Thomas. I know that woman was white. Yeah, and they were like, you remember now? Like 1 hour.
I remember.
Thomas, don't keep going.
Yeah, you remember that day, that night now.
That was a night too. I slept off and I was snoring like a rologi. I was like, I watched it. I was like, it's like, oh, you just woke up. Like, oh my goodness, look, quickly, turn it off. So it could happen to anybody, but I detest it. I hate it more than anything.
But back to the topic though. This is my point. Some people like I think Ola was saying about you need to make an example or make them understand that you cannot keep saying this because this is not the first time, second time, third time is doing this on national TV.
Babati, the wheel of justice is grind. It doesn't move faster.
Let's speed it up a little bit.
It's slow and steady. Look at Trump now,
all
where he
those
found
options
himself.
have here is
Right?
about 31st of December.
So
2023.
that's how you know that.
I've already told them.
When you set a trap for somebody, you don't God Almighty. When you set a trap for some, oh God,
what are we going to do?
My contact.
Èmi kọ́ Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́ tí mo ti send email sí wọn dígẹ̀ yẹn ti mọ̀ rẹ̀ jù. Èmi ò mọ process èmi á.
Let's hear Remy. Let's hear what Remy is talking about.
Get your pen, guys. Ola, get your pen ready.
Exactly. Let's get our pens ready in case might become millionaire tonight.
Boy, mama no reveal the detail account here. Contract.
I want for you and me back.
I want my contract.
I watch for you online.
All right, now that one.
Remy. Go.
Contracting Baba and Lukaku.
He's having fun.
This is embarrassing. It's seriously embarrassing.
No, he's having
fun. No.
At least it's not some STD or medical. That would Are you taking your medication? Can you see you in there?
You guys are terrible. This is really embarrassing.
You asked the question the other time that when
everybody wants to know the password.
See, there's this impression about graduate of engineering in Nigeria that they know nothing. That's not totally true. The thing is that they know within what they are taught. And once you enter the industry, you learn based on this. You've known the basic. So going through the training, for example, you go to polytechnic, you go to university, you are not going to rewind transformer, you are not going to rewind motors in three-phase motor in the university. But maybe when you go for your IT industrial attachment with a textile industry or NEPA or NITEL or MTN, you will learn a lot of things. So I think some of those, many people that studied engineering, one way or the other, they still do something. But that they are staying in the office is relative. It's not, it depends on what you call office. Okay, I was with NEPA now. Maybe you want to call it office. It's not totally true because sometimes I follow pickup out. Even sometimes you see a senior manager with the NEPA pickup. You won't even know that it's a manager with his office. You understand? So it happens that way. So it's not totally true that engineers, they stay in the office in Nigeria. So it all depends. So civil engineers now, some of them that specialize in civil structural engineering, they still do structural design. They still do construction. They still build. So those people that are in mechanical too, they still work. We see them in maybe P&G is still existing in Nigeria. I don't know. You see them with P&G, tobacco. These people that British tobacco or British American tobacco or whatever. Ines.
Yeah. So what is the difference between the mechanical engineer and Alagbede in Nigeria? Are they not the same?
Hey, so Yibo now, I know where Yoruba is Alagbede, right?
Nothing. They can't build nothing. At least Alagbede blacksmith is trying to build our old cutlasses and but engineers.
It's not true that they cannot build. They can't build nothing. I told you that some civil engineers that specialize in structural engineering, they still do structural design for building. So they build. It's just like when architects, whenever they decide, even some
what?
people
Built what?
engineer, they build houses, they build bridges.
That's for the structural engineer, civil engineer, right? What about the
So electrical
mechanical?
engineers in NEPA, really?
They can
Electrical
only work
engineers
in
in
NEPA when they are made to wiring the entire car, doing the
which
powering,
car? That's one of the least thing. That's one of the least thing you
inventing,
will do as an electrical engineer. Waiting the car.
inventing a battery that could power an entire
Baba,
house.
it's not every engineer that we invent. Even here is
Isn't that
difficult
the
for
purpose of having the program? I mean, the program in the first place to be able to invent.
wait now, because people misunderstand engineering. Even electrical engineers, that you find that they're still doing networking, they're installing Cisco, all those stuff. All those Cisco router you see, you think they just put them in there and just configure. You see the side.
American
Engineers have to
engineer,
decide.
American engineer
Data
built.
center. Wait now, you see electrical engineer manning data center or computer engineer manning data center. What do you think they are doing? Oh, they are just there, they are taking this thing. It's not always true. It's not always true. Granted, it's not all engineers that are into that field. You understand? So the thing is, it all depends, because some people that will not get job, right? Everybody is not supposed to be entrepreneur. So some people will not get job and they will end up as a teller in the bank. Granted. So anybody can do that, whether you study Yoruba, you study in English, or you even someone that studied accounting and still end up as teller, it's still not what you study. But I don't see why accountants will be a teller in the bank. So to me, it's not entirely true that engineers they don't do it. That's not entirely true.
You know, there's a story. You know, there's a story out there, right, where a man was told that, look, as an engineer professor, that a student built an aircraft. So he replied and told him, look, if my students are the one that built this aircraft, it won't even fly, not to talk about it won't even start, not to talk about flying. Lo and behold, it didn't start. So it was known that the student are the one that built the aircraft.
Adewale, it goes beyond that. See, you may even have PhD in engineering from Harvard. You can have from engineering. You can have from Stanford. It doesn't still mean that you are going to build an aircraft. As someone can graduate from or polytechnic, I can still build something remarkable. It depends on your interest and the effort you are putting. Just like I said, we have engineers in the building. They are into their profession. Some engineers, what they will do in their life is to maintenance. These engineers, they are being employed by Chevron.
Bricklayers engineer. Bricklayers.
I'm not talking about bricklayers. So they are technicians. They are engineering technicians. So
they are the one doing the work the most, though. They know they are the one laying the brick. They are the one doing the work the most. But then,
it's not true. It's not true. Let me tell you one thing.
I'm just
structural engineer design for
I'm just joking, Allah. I'm just joking.
Okay.
There's this a cartoon that somebody sent to me one time. That cartoon depicts this engineers standing by at the site, all right, where they are somebody is operating the excavation machine, and the other laborers also digging and all that. So they now started apportioning role to each of those white hat personnel. This one is site manager, this one is engineer, and they're all there putting their hands on their waist, just standing there doing nothing, while the laborers are the ones sweating it out.
They were
yeah.
In the United States, because you went to university, you graduate, and you get an engineering degree, you are not. It doesn't mean you're an engineer yet. You have to get your PE before you are classified as an engineer.
PNG.
You are just an engineer in training. Once you get out of school and you start working, you are just an engineer in training. Until you get your PE.
You are an engineer, you are just not a professional engineer.
Exactly. You are not a professional engineer. You are still engineering training. So your signature, your design, all those things it doesn't go through until a professional engineer actually sign it. So your work doesn't mean it's not an engineering work. It's just You are just a worker. You are not. You're really not a person. You are just a worker. This thing. You are not considered an engineer like that. You know. When in Nigeria, somebody you go cruise school, we go to an engineer. Engineer. He doesn't know jack. He doesn't even understand.
No. You know, but
Building
even
code,
the way they are calling them the engineer too is still wrong though, because although academically everybody that graduated with undergrad
in America, your
engineering,
certification is what determine your not your degree. Your certifications is what determine who you are. Honestly,
And
you
your
have to show
experience too.
yeah,
Even with your
agree.
experience, you have to.
I
Your
agree.
certification is what shows your experience. Like your experience level is what now determines who you are. That's how they
I
describe
agree.
you.
I agree.
Your school is just your basic training now. Things that learn in school, you can't get out of school and start working now and say you know something. No shit.
Everybody
School is just basic
engineering
training. Your university, your degree, just basic training. Just go to school to understand what's ideal. School is just give you idea of everything. You know?
Everyone that attended engineering, you understand? Even if all of them cannot design, I can tell you that even in Nigeria, 95% will be able to design. One thing is for you to design.
You don't have to go to school to learn to design. I can teach us how to design. All those things you learn in school, you can teach yourself at home.
You know, design can just be for you to design wiring of a house. That's a design. Design can be for you to just design software. That's a design. So what people are talking about that engineers are not doing in Nigeria, engineers in Nigeria are not doing is invention. Everybody cannot be an inventor, just like everybody cannot be an entrepreneur. You know. So
why, Mr. Ola? Why, Mr. Ola? Sorry, I'm asking you questions. I know because I know that everybody can become an entrepreneur. Because as everybody, I used to call everybody a salesperson.
Everybody cannot become an entrepreneur.
Why?
Everybody cannot become an entrepreneur. It's not easy. Procrastination.
Everybody can become an entrepreneur, but not everybody can be successful entrepreneur. That's what you meant to say, Harry.
That's another way of saying it. That's another because entrepreneurship itself is a set of skills. It's a set of skills. Because when you call yourself an entrepreneur, your first skill, your top skill is marketing, sales skill. So if you are not a salesperson, if you like, do your product from now to tomorrow and you don't market yourself, nothing for you.
Well,
so the Mama Lakara is an entrepreneur. She have to go and market herself.
Mike, you know that model is what you're saying is flawed in a way, because in today's, if you have an LLC in today's world and you involve marketing, you can actually pay people to do that for you. If you're not skilled in any field in that, you can actually
you are very valid.
There's no need to know everything in business in today's world.
No, exactly. Babati, you are valid. But let me tell you what marketing entails, because I understand we are looking at marketing as publicity. Marketing itself is for you to discover a gap in the industry that need to be fulfilled. You understand? You look at, in entrepreneurship, they call it a pain point. There are some good to have, but pain point that, okay, that if you put your energy in this thing, you are going to say. So you need that skill to talk to customer, to know their problem, and you find solution, you prototype everything. So that is what marketing is. Marketing. So there's a big difference between publicity, when you advertise, and marketing itself. So that's what I'm saying. So,
but it all depends on what you are trading now. It's not even, it depends on what you're trading.
No, Mike, this is what marketing entails. You see, as we are on this forum now, there are some people that are entrepreneurs that they are so skilled that they can discover that, okay, A need this solution, B need that solution, C need those solution. And they will find a way to talk to you to know if that thing is your pain point. Because when you start doing marketing research, you can, because one thing, okay, everybody's okay.
Hold on, but their primary job itself is the marketing itself. You're speaking of marketing as an aspect of my business.
No, you are talking of sales. Sales is different from marketing. That's I understand what you are saying.
No. You said that those individuals will say, they will come to you and say they want to market. They can help you market. I'm saying that as a business owner, I don't necessarily have to know. They can say, okay, we've looked at your business plan. You can do this A, B, C, and D, and they will do the work for you. You just pay for that service.
Exactly.
So the idea of knowing everything in the business is not like I have secretaries that work. I don't even know who she is. I pay an agency that pays her. and she does your scheduling and stuff for you. You have to know
I
that
literally have people that do marketing for me. I
See
never
what
met.
marketer do,
They live in
Babati.
another
You are
state.
missing marketing. You are missing marketing and sales. I think maybe Adewale will understand what I'm talking better. See, Babati, you are in the medical industry. You know what is there, right? You do research, right? You now suggest a product to solve a particular problem you have. That is marketing. Sales is now start moving. Oh, I want to use this channel. I want
You find a product that's what that
yeah,
can solve problem. That's marketing.
You solve a particular problem.
That's not you find a solution to the problem. It's not marketing.
Mike, I'm not the one saying it though. It's what the people in the academia are saying, not me.
No, if you find a solution, now you have to.
Maybe Adewale can explain later.
Present the solution.
Mike, let's do this. This is what I'm saying, Ola. The being an entrepreneur in today's world, that model has changed from what you think it was 10, 20 years ago.
You still stuck to the old.
That's my point.
The Nigerian.
I must know ABC, office management. In America, there's somebody that will do that for you.
There's somebody do that for you, man.
I understand exactly what you are saying. I understand what you are saying. But even for someone to do, okay, let me tell you one thing. Can you just wake up in the morning and just produce a product where you don't even know people need them? Can you just do that?
It is no. Okay, let me put it this way. The idea, if I have an idea, right? Okay, let me give you an instance. Let's use rental apartments. I want to build rental apartment. I can make money off it. I will build it. All I have to do is find a managing company. They will be the one to hire the building management, the cleaners, the electrician. They will do that for you. All I have to do is make the building. So let's say they're charging you $1,700 a month for rent.
You just bring capital.
So
that's what
you will take your $1,200 a month. That $500 will be their fee, and they will run the thing for you as a management company.
Okay,
so
let me ask you a question. No, how do you know that you need building? How do you know that?
Because once your stuff, listen. Remember those companies, they also business as well. Once you get approval for a building, they know who you are. They will find you. That's in. Oh, do you need? Because they are looking for they're looking for buildings to manage. So once you start building, they will come around and say, "Oh, we can help you with this. We can help you with that."
No, because building is simple. That's why you look. But how do you know that people are in need of accommodation?
How would you not know that people are in need of accommodation?
Okay.
How would you not know?
Olawale, do you know in America what is called rent.com? What people find you there? See, this
I know rent.com, rent fast, all those stuff.
You don't need to go and look for anybody. They will find your business because they are this is my idea to you.
You're trying to make marketing look so complicated. As if before someone started a business, automatically he knows that.
Look.
Let me say something, please, Mr. Ola. Just 1 minute. For me, marketing is just creating what we call awareness to attract leads to your business. Why sales is to convert the people to that will.
That's just publicity. That's just part of activities in marketing. That's not marketing.
No, that's part of marketing.
Marketing is a way now.
It's part of marketing. Don't complicate.
You're making it complicated.
I'm not making it complicated.
You are trying to tell us the deeper part of marketing. We get it.
You are here now. You are looking at
marketing, the techniques and all that. We get it, but marketing is still basics. It's stuff on the basics. You can't tell us the basic marketing is not marketing.
Marketing itself is
advertising your business part of marketing. Maybe not
market. Marketing itself is to make research of the need of the people in the market, and you develop a product to meet it. What Trump is saying is publicity. Advertisement.
Wait. Let's say I open a clinic and I want to market it. Do you know there's an agency that will help me with that I will pay?
That you are missing.
I don't.
Why will you need a clinic?
Wait. My point.
That definition you gave, first of all, that's not defining marketing. You're defining supply and demand.
I don't have to know about marketing for it to work. I can pay for someone to do that for me. I'm telling you.
See, Babati, the fact that you are able to find out that people need clinic services, and if you put it on ground and people will patronize you, already you undermine what you are doing. Already you've done marketing research already, because you know will you just go and put
Ola, that's
clinic
meeting demand. That's not
come
marketing. You are meeting demand.
okay,
That's not
keep
marketing.
arguing now me talk.
Ola, or you are meeting demand.
No, but that is your no. I'm saying okay, on your own part, you've done your okay. I want to put something here, but I'm saying that you can hire people that will come to you when you're doing your business plan that will help you with your actual business plan.
A cousin of mine opened a practice.
So you don't need to study everything and say,
ago.
I must know everything. You don't need that anymore in this world.
Dentist services. I was the one helping him to distribute those flyers at the Walmart. I took the video and I showed him. He was like, "Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." I said, "Well, I have to market for you, but go and look for those people that are specialized on."
It's their job to do that. They will put you on Facebook. They will put you on Google search. They will put you on. They know. You don't even know all this.
You wait now, Babati.
Let's not complicate this discussion.
You don't go to a country.
Complicated. Let's keep it simple.
Wait, no, I'm not making it complicated. That's when I told you that everybody cannot be an entrepreneur. I knew exactly what I'm talking about.
Everybody cannot be a successful entrepreneur, but everybody can be entrepreneur. In fact, everybody is a natural born entrepreneur.
Let me interject real quickly. Just like Baba T said, obviously there are so many facets of these things. Before you go into an area and open a Walmart or open a clinic, obviously you have done enough research to know that within that geographical area there is a niche for a clinic.
That's a marketing research.
Or there is a niche for a Walmart.
Right.
You just don't go and open
I'm not.
something.
Can't do. I'm not to me.
No.
Listen, please. I'm saying that during that brainstorming process, let's say you're a physician and you want to put the clinic in an area, or you're looking for an area to make more money. Even during that brainstorming process, there are people that you can hire that will help you do that.
Exactly. They have to do feasibility study.
They will say, okay, in this area we have a lot of people with cardiac issue in this area. You should go to this area. They will do that job for you if you pay them.
Supply and demand. There's a demand for your product in that area, and then you bring
Babati, you are just now defining activities there. See, you want to go into market. For example, I said there that if I'm building a business document for a person, I said it that, some people say, we go to a site, we get it 300. I say, okay, good luck to you. But I will tell you that I won't take, because I know you, for example, I will take maybe 3,000 from you. But on average, I will take 5,000.
But that's but
wait, because sometimes
you're making my point for me.
I will go and buy, wait now. I will go and buy data that I will pay $1,000 just to get a and make research on that within that area. Just 1,000 for data only. You understand? So that's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Because you have to make
this argument is becoming blind, man. Let's not establish a base for these arguments. It's just blind.
If you're discussing cost-saving measures, as if you do it yourself or you have that skill, you will save money than paying people. I agree with that. But the idea that the skill itself, you need to acquire.
You need to have the skills.
No, you don't.
No, you don't need to have the skills. You can pay people.
You can pay people. Is my point to you. You can pay people to do those tests for you.
I think the whole idea from the scratch. I mean, whether we're talking about going to engineering school or whatever school, it's just like becoming a doctor. Even after you become a doctor, you still have to go and do your residency in order to be able to acquire more skills before you can really call yourself an engineer, or in this particular case, a doctor. So they're all processes, whether it is establishing a store, establishing a business, or anything else like that. You have to have some degree of an understanding of what the market needs. I mean, how does a company go from making an iPhone 5? How do you know that people need iPhone 10 or iPhone 15? So sometimes you yourself within your internal,
that's marketing.
Within your internals, you have to project what does the market need and how do you meet.
Okay, but somebody will. Okay, this is my point. Okay, let me say I want to put a business somewhere. Instead of me going up and down and say, let me go ask people, find out what's going on. I can pay a research firm to do a study for me in that area, right? To know where I will put my business. what are the best ways to market my stuff in this area. They will do that legwork for me, and I'll just pay them for their service. It's all
of
I'm
course, I
saying.
agree with you on that. But you see, you said that you are thinking towards that way. You organize people to go and do a research for you and come to you. So because the thing you are eliminating because you think, oh, because I asked them. For you to even be thinking that way, because you want to know the market, you want the needs of the market you want to meet. That's why you are engaging a consultant.
But
you yourself, you are even doing that alone. Wait now.
So even no, once you are somebody like that, people actually have a job to look for people like you. To even say, oh God, you can put your business here. Not you thinking of it though. Like what
a marketer will not do everything himself. That's where you are making it. You are just doing my.
I'm not. No. Hold on. What do you think those conferences are for in healthcare? When you go to those seminars in Vegas and Florida, when you go there and you stay there, people will come to you and say, "You have this A, B, and D."
Wait, Babati. This is where we are getting it. You know, say entrepreneurship, marketing, creativity, and innovation, they all go together. You understand? For you, I know why you think we are not a marketer just because we engage people. Who told? See, a marketer not do everything himself. Okay, call yourself an entrepreneur if that one is okay by you. Okay, I now want to engage those people that have marketing skill. Now we are going to have product person too. We are going to have product person. So we are going to get all those marketing people, and you are going to get all those people that will do your communication. Of course, marketing people are part of those people that will do your communication. But you that you are coordinating them, even if you are not even doing anything, the definition say you are part of the marketing.
I agree. Ola, I agree
so
with
I'm
you.
not the one saying it. That's what I'm telling you.
Agree.
What is your main point? Like,
it's not about my main point. It's for you to.
Hold on. So don't keep arguing in the circle. What is your main point?
It's not a matter of getting in the circle. It depends on, do you really want to listen or you want to argue?
No, I'm not. That's what I'm asking you now. So it's not. It's kind of like we're arguing blindly. We're arguing against you.
Let me.
Wait, Babati, hold on now. Hold on. What is your main argument? Your main point? Go.
I said before. I say as an entrepreneur, you must have marketing skills. Or if you are okay, let me say okay, you must have management skill. Or what? It depends on the way you want.
So without marketing skills, it can be successful. Is that what you're saying? So what if they don't have marketing skills? Then what?
What is marketing?
No, I'm just asking. You say okay. Your main point is
what is marketing?
Hold on now.
You just go back and go to the
I don't.
Wait now.
I'm not arguing with you. I just wait. I'm not arguing with you.
You buy pure water.
Nisuru, I'm not arguing. I don't have any argument against you. I'm trying to understand your main points. And I ask you, what is your main point? You say as an entrepreneur. Nisuru now. Allah, cool down now. We are not arguing. I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to set up arguing between you and Babati. Not between me and you. Between you and Babati. Hold on. Not between me and you. Between you and Babati. So I'm trying to understand your base of your own argument. So I ask you. I say, what is the base of your argument? You say, as an entrepreneur, you have to have marketing skills. And then I want to know, so without marketing skills, can you be a successful entrepreneur? Yes or no?
I doubt it.
Okay, Babati,
the chances of failing.
So we know the base of your argument now. So Babati, so now let's argue based on that.
Wait, now the chances of
Olanisuru, please. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Do you need some form of knowledge about marketing if you own anything? Sure. But the level to what degree is
do you have to have the skills, Babati? Do you have to have the skills?
But not as much compared to 20 years ago. Is what I'm arguing about.
No, if you know it, but you don't have the skills, can you still be successful?
Years ago, you are still not the only one. When you say marketing, you arrange a team. You are not because the marketing we are talking about that inside that marketing you have product people.
Ola, this is what I believe. This is what I believe, Ola. Let me tell you why I disagree with you. I can be an entrepreneur, understand basic marketing and not have marketing skills and still be successful, because all I have to do is know someone that has marketing skills and employ him to do my marketing.
Okay.
What
makes you an entrepreneur? Let me just know. What makes you an entrepreneur?
No, please.
What makes me an entrepreneur is if I have an idea of business. That's it.
Let me give you an example. Steve Jobs. You can have the technical aspect of something, but you need to get those individuals that understand how to market that thing that you have in your brain.
Why do they hire people from top university? They want
to
for marketing.
market it for you. You cannot be in that engineer and be marketing because
you are confusing this thing, Babati. You understand?
There's nothing we are confusing, man. Your main point is what we are debating.
Wait now. Steve Jobs, you talk about knows that there is a demand for his products. How did he know that there is a?
You don't need to have marketing skills to know the demand. You don't need to have marketing skills to know there's a demand for something. Even all of us sitting here, we know there's a demand for some things. We know the whole world wants to buy iPhone. There's a demand for iPhone.
Let me tell you, there are many study cases of the people that fail. I'm trying to remember.
Ola, you told me you failed. You did start to business and you both failed. You told me that.
Wait now.
And then you blame government.
When I say you argue, you say you don't argue.
Mr. Ola, there are a lot of companies that are selling through YouTube, through Facebook. They don't even have a marketing department. Those companies are paid to market.
That is my point. The model has changed.
I understood you.
That's it.
I understood it.
It's a different model compared to what
it's a totally new world. It's a totally new world.
YouTube is a channel, right? YouTube is a channel, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, even you designing that product and bringing in to that channel, what do you call that one?
Yes, you see, this is the thing. A lot of people that sell in those spaces, they do not even design those products. They're selling other people's products, not products that they design.
Okay. Now they are selling other people. They are selling other people products, right?
Yes, sir.
The product is there for them to buy and sell, right? Is that what you are talking about?
Yes.
They are part of the value chain. Now go back to the people that display product. They are the remarketer. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but this is the issue. I don't have to market. I don't have to market. I can be like Mr. Remy, for example, and be in China or see something in China. There are untold billions of items that are sold online like that. Even some of them, you don't even have to touch the product. You just drop shit.
Look, can do. This is the way it is.
Yes, sir.
Now, some people produce stuff. Before they produce, they must have done their market survey, their marketing research. That okay, this is what they can say. This is the need for that thing.
Who give them that data to use? That market survey. Who did that work for them? They paid for that service.
Wait now.
You are making my point actually. Why did they get that?
No. See, this is the way everybody that learn marketing too are confused too. You understand? I'm not, like I told you, I'm not the one saying this. Because if you ordinarily ask me, I will tell you even someone that carry bread and put it on his head is doing marketing too. But they will tell you, no, that's a trader. They will tell you that's just a trader. It's just in the value chain of marketing. You understand? So I understand what you are, because when you say digital marketing, all those stuff, the thing is this. The person that created Facebook, what did the person do? The person that created
Facebook provided the service.
Can do.
He provided the service,
telling us is this. This is what I think you are telling us. You are saying to become a successful football club owner, you must have football skills.
That's not what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. See,
you must know how to market your football team and say, yeah, come and watch. Oh, yeah, everybody, yeah, my ball.
Why things are not 100%? Why things are not 100% foolproof? Right. But the thing is this: it depends on the type of product you want to do. Now, you want to start a product. Some product are that maybe it's just a startup, right? You have a startup. Startup is not a business.
Sorry, do you still have access to the StreamYard?
No, I didn't even know that. We even stay up to this time. No, you can throw us to the backyard. You can throw us to the backyard.
No, that's all right. Yeah, because I want to shut it down 9 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is this.
Yeah. Continue. Yeah.
So, Babati, you have a new idea. That's your new idea is a startup, right? It's only when your new idea now cross the chasm it's because of business. But within that time, you are doing your new idea. When you get it, you still need to approach some kind of maybe investors if you don't have money. So even telling the investor that, okay, you discover that people will need this thing, that will meet their needs. This is your research. You convince the person, okay, you know that you want to cover this this type of market because of the level of consumption. So if you are able to go beyond this one, so you go to a certain extent. So even all those activities, putting all those things together as an entrepreneur, for the fact you are doing.
How do we get to this topic? I had a lot to say about the main topic on the Datti and that.
Okay, get to another topic. There's no point
It was my fault. It was my fault because I
that Niger State governor. I got stuff to say about that.
Mike, that guy. Okay, is he arguing for that certificate for Kanji Dam or he wants oil? Because I was
that's what I'm saying.
Money,
like, that's where I'm confused. Like, what if you want?
It should be arguing for Kanji. Okay, you have
Kanji Dam money, like NEPA money. It should be arguing for NEPA derivative.
Oil money. He's not asking for oil money. All he's saying is that if those other states that have oil are able to get 13%, then his state should be getting 13% of what.
Is it up to 13% from the oil revenue?
Right.
No, you can't get it from the oil revenue. You gotta go get it from.
No, it's not asking for oil revenue. It's asking for 13% of what is generated from the Kanji Dam.
It's a joker.
And in a way, it's just.
Oh, that would make sense.
It's just throwing up.
No,
it's not going to get it. It's just throwing it out there for people to have a discussion. That's it. It's really not.
I think I will agree. That's a valid argument. If he's asking for something from stuff being produced from their states, just like everyone else, that's legitimate.
That's what it sounds like.
That's legitimate.
Yeah, that's what it
that
sounds
means
like.
Everybody's going to do the same thing then. If everybody does the same thing,
that's what they are doing now.
True federalism is here to stay. That's the point. Because now, if we're going to now, we want our 30% in our own state. So that's.
That means Lagos will start demanding for their.
But Lagos is getting a lot of allocation based on what they produce.
Yeah, but the question has to be asked though. Did his state create Kanji Dam, and who is the one that's been paying and continuing to maintain Kanji Dam? And how do you structure the division of those percentages?
Yeah, but
his state built it.
But the deal is the oil terminals and all the oil machineries, drilling, everything. It's the federal government that built it, so it's not like those states that built it. You understand?
Agreed.
So the purpose of them building a Kanji Dam is because the river there, I guess. So you see, it's like a perfect place to have it. So it's the states that own the terrain, So it makes sense. I don't see much difference.
Like Babati said, on those states will be getting their percentage of gold, or whatever state have gold. The oil producing states will be getting there. So true federalism will be here to stay, really.
What will happen to Ekiti?
It will not work.
What will happen to Ekiti State? Where is that? What do you contribute?
You don't have nothing. I zero. What you are talking about. Are you kidding?
Honestly,
excuse me, Babati. What are you talking
Adewale is a Ekiti man too.
Adewale,
I don't have anything.
A small time now, you will be telling me that your MBA is top 10, and we're talking marketing, and you just deserted me as if you were there. You never.
I was doing something here, but even though I sided a little bit.
Adewale, you don't have a Ekiti accent now. Why you always claiming Ekiti?
Babati, you know what we're going to do. You know what we're going to do. We're going to put a toll gate in Abeokuta. Anybody that has to pass through,
I like that.
That was actually a toll gate at Ojota before. So
even in Songo now, that Songo, that there was one that you know that Gate Hotel. Do you know that Gate Hotel in Ota? Once you are going towards there should be
I know.
There should be one there. OBJ
Gateway. Actually, they sued the federal government. Not that they sued the federal government.
And they won? Oh shit.
Yeah. It was becoming more of, as a matter of fact, it has lost its relevance actually. What is the point of having a toll gate? Toll gate that we don't even know people are exploiting, and the money was not going to the government cover. So what is the point? I mean, it's a pop for Canada. There's no other alternative. So why throwing people? Remy, you resurrected when we were listening to your
Remy, no. Everybody, hold on. Remy, hold on. That contract, we have interest in that contract that
we have interest. So we have interest.
Remy, already got your passport.
And your passport.
So what I want to say is that what about Nigeria having
you didn't hear what we said, Abby?
Which contract? I don't know which contract are you talking about.
We had everything, Remy. You are
that woman. Who's that woman?
That lady.
Which woman?
There was a lady you were speaking
on the phone.
On your phone.
Oh, okay. You just be
deny me. So how far now? How do we share this?
No. Just about to do something right here. Just advising me.
Guys, I have to shut it down. I'll put guys in the background.
Before you shut it down, guys, I was thinking about why Nigeria should not introduce like a road tax, like 2,000 or 5,000 naira for everybody, and you can ply any road in Nigeria without paying toll fee.
Yes, that's good.
You pay 5,000 naira yearly, and you don't need to pay any toll fee.
How would they know who paid? I wouldn't pay.
No. Once you pay, they capture your name, and that is the issue of database. Once you have a database, they run your plate number. Like here, I learned one thing in Finland. The police will just pass you.
So they'll be running plate number.
Listen, Mike. Once they pass you, they have something in their camera. They will capture your plate number. Once they see
what are they going to find?
Social security number, and they will know details about the owner of the car or everything. They will know whether you pay road tax, you don't pay nothing. They will stop you immediately. It's easy.
We don't have those technology in Nigeria.
It won't cost much.
That's what we have in the United States in a lot of places.
That is easy things to do. Like these IT guys, online can do something like that. It's not.
Remy, I will put you guys in the background. I'm not shutting it down. So more so here in Australia, your electric car is being charged every kilometer that you drive. Your Tesla electric car. What this country? They don't go kill us.
Why are they charging you now? Why are they charging you for that?
All those electric cars that just they mess up inside the winter.
I know actually. Look, no flood area like they were listening using that flooding area without no electricity. I know actually. You will have bad day. Let's
go like this.
Yeah, you guys can talk in the background. Thank you, everybody. It's been a nice section. Adewale, Mr. Triumph, everybody. Yeah. Thank you so much. You come again tomorrow. You know you can't do without us. You can't breathe without us. Thank you, guys. See you. Catch you later. Thank you.